everybody, my name is Frankie McDonald. You're listening to SimpCast with Chrissie Mayr. I'm Frankie McDonald.
I'm Frankie McDonald, and you're watching SimpCast, starring Chrissie Mayr.
Don't get it. And as evidence, I'll point to my appearance on SimpCast, which, by the way, love all those hot ladies. Chrissie Mayr, Brittany Venti, Star Wars Girl, Ashton, the chick from Geeks and Gamers, Mary something. I'm sorry, it's the first time I've ever met you. Keanu and Xray Girl. All hot women. Objectively, very attractive. They do their thing. Great. Fantastic. They don't know men for shit.
I did not thank Barry Ribs, Kevin.
Why didn't you thank him?
Because I ran out of... Oh, wait, no, go back. Go back with Big A here. Can we go to the beginning of Chrissie? Here's the thing we noticed about Chrissie. Big A, now you're here, so you can point it out. All right, so all right. Wait, go back to about 3 of Barry so we can use it for a reference. Okay. Now look at how Barry, center of the picture. Sure. Next one, center of the picture, right? Next one, center of the picture, right? All right, let's take a look at Chrissie. This is why. Because every time Big A goes to take a picture, he's like this. Look at her tits. Look at her tits. And he moves his eye and he swings the camera to the right. It's like, hey, look at her tits. There's a picture of her front center and her tits are covered. There you go. She's covering her tits. Let me zoom in. We get it, Big A. She's hilarious with great tits.
You're missing one of those.
I don't know if this is real, but thanks for the $10 Sound Horizons. Could you shout out to my friend Nick Gurr? Okay. You got me. He's a huge fan of yours since the Stern days. Nicholas Gurr. Yeah.
I said to myself about 2 to 3 weeks ago, I said, I love this SimpCast podcast. And yes, I said to myself,
for the intro.
And I said to myself, I said, how come I haven't been invited on yet? And I said, you know what? I got to work harder. I have to become more important to get invited. And here I am. My dream has finally come true. I'm on the SimpCast.
You manifested it.
This is amazing. Thank you for having me.
Chrissie, before we let you go, I really need to show the gig we're going to be doing when we go to the fun party house.
Oh, yeah.
Down in Orlando. We're going to be at the Orlando Improv. Where the hell is that? October 27th, Thursday, October 27th. Going to be a lot of fun. Oh, my God. Alex Stein is going to be there at the house, too. And yeah, we're gonna do a stand-up show at Orlando Improv.
welcome to the SimpCast. Happy Sunday, everybody. We got a fire lineup for you guys tonight. Special guests include Ari Jacob and Anthony Cumia, and of course, the lovely and delicious regulars that you know and love. I'm going to plug some of my dates up at the top. Just get them out the way, guys. And also thanks to the fans who were in Philly this past Wednesday and who were in Springfield, New Jersey this Friday and Saturday. We had a freaking blast. I'm going to be in Bridgeport, Connecticut this Thursday, September 22nd at the Stress Factory. Then at the end of the month, September 30th and October 1st, I'll be headlining in New Orleans at the Comedy House. Right there on Fulton Street in New Orleans. 4 shows. If you like to drink in the street, I better see you there. Then we got the comedians of the compound at the Orlando Improv. You saw a little teaser there in the intro. It'll be myself, Gino Bisconti, Anthony Cumia, Alex Stein, Lila Hart. Immediately following this show, we'll be kicking off our 48-hour long second ever attempt at a Content House live stream. It's going to go for 48 hours. So buckle up. Pre-buy your popcorn now and drinks because that's going to be wild. And we're all going to get monkeypox. Then I'm doing a Compound Media censored TV show. It's going to be a stand-up show in New York City, but it's going to be announced the day of. So stay tuned. Follow myself, Josh Denny, Gino Bisconti. You can pre-purchase your tickets, but the venue will not be announced until the day of because, people be trying to cancel us. Then I'm headlining in New Brunswick Thursday, November 17th at the Stress Factory Comedy Club in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Then I got a couple of dates in California. You guys kept telling me to come to California, so I'm listening. I'm going to be in San Diego in 2023, February 24th, February 25th at the Mic Drop Comedy Club out there in San Diego. Haven't been to California since the beginning of the pandemic. So I better not get raped. That's my goal. No, I think San Diego is fine. It's more San Francisco that we have to worry about, right? But what we don't have to worry about is our sponsor. Ooh, yeah. I'm going to do a shout out to the SimpCast sponsor. That's right, Cushy Dreams, boys and girls. I'm just getting my ad read ready. Yeah, they are the #1 source for smokable. Who says so? I say so. #1 smokable source of CBD flower and Delta 8. Do you even know what Delta 8 is? I'm going to tell you. It helps with sleep, relaxation, feeling good, and more. And do you know that Cushy Dreams has come out with gummies? I tried to open the package to show you one, but I'm a woman and I couldn't open the package. But they're in here and they're going to make you feel good. They're gummies that are going to light up your brain like a Christmas tree. Ooh, and make you feel giggly and warm and fuzzy inside. They did it. Cushy Dreams has THC Delta 9 gummies. And they ship legally too. This is all legal now. This is what's great about 2022. Each gummy contains 10 milligrams of THC and they come in 4 euphoric flavors: strawberry, watermelon, green apple, and tangerine. Ooh, go to cushydreams.com. That's KUSHY dreams.com. And at the checkout, use promo code CMP to get 20% off your next order. Get those gummies. Also, they sell these really great pre-rolls, individually wrapped. This packaging is retarded. It's so nice. You open the envelope and it's just like, it's a good feeling. They also have bud if you like to smoke out of an apple or a bowl, or I don't know what the kids are doing, because I'm a grown-ass woman who smokes pre-rolls and does gummies. Go to cushydreams.com. Get yours today. Use promo code CMP. That's right. Ooh, I love that smooth music. Well, shoot. Without further ado, I'm just going to bring these whores in. Yeah!
Hey!
SimpCast. Oh my God. I've missed you guys so much. I'm going to throw up the little name banner. Boom! In case you guys are watching from the first time and don't know anybody's name. We got a couple more people coming in. But Xray Girl is here. Hello, Xray Girl.
Hello. How are you doing, Chrissy?
I was asking before we went live what we could promote, and I noticed right away that you have new bangs. So
I got a haircut. I'm a little lighter. I use less shampoo. It's kind of nice. There's still lots of hair on the floor, so I don't think I can change anything about that,
now,
unfortunately.
were you going through like a bangs related breakdown? Usually when someone gets bangs, things are not going well.
That's true.
No, not at all. I haven't had a haircut in about a year.
Oh
I
wow.
think.
Okay.
So need to get rid of some hair. And I was like, why don't I try bangs? And as a girl, I don't know. Most people usually go through this. You're like, it's been so long. I haven't had bangs. They're gonna be so cute. And then when you finally get them, you're like, it's in my face.
They
The fourth
look
one.
amazing though.
You do look so good. See, when you have kind of straight hair, it's easier for your bangs to behave. Like when you have hair like Venti's, bangs are a terrible idea
Oh.
because they'll poof up to like this and they'll
Asian
look
girls
bad.
always look good with bangs.
I
Yeah.
look super Asian too now. So I'm like,
I think they look great. Usually
What?
yeah,
Yeah,
you're a mistake, but I really like them on you.
oh, thank you. No, they look
look
good. I'm
good.
happy with them so far. So far.
I'm very
look
bang personally. I like
Your
bangs.
hair looks
Curly
amazing.
hair, but they're annoying for me personally because like if you think it's annoying with straight hair, imagine trying to get the perfect curl every time, like every single day you wake up.
Mhm.
That it's like hell.
Venti has, and I at first judged how much time it takes Venti to get ready, and now that I kind of like know her a little better, I'm like it makes sense because I forget that she has ethnic hair that requires many steps, long brushing out period. She's got to dry it and like coax each curl into submission, basically.
Yeah. How many
not
hair
easy.
products do you have?
It's not easy being Venti.
A lot. I use like minimal, like so shampoo, conditioner, leave-in. I would say about like 6 products total because then you have to do the hair clumping cream that Anthony Cumia loves so much, and then the hair gel. After
Really?
that.
You
Yeah.
guys talked hair products? Well, I'll be
Yeah, it
soon.
was when you were asleep and we were doing like the 4 a.m. stream, and he was like, "Tell me about this hair clumping cream." Everyone's dying.
There is something about staying. It reminds you of when you were like younger and you're like, it's the first boy you really liked and you stayed up all hours of the night talking to them on the phone. There's something like that when you live stream many hours with somebody. You get to know, like, right, you get to hair products. You really get to know them. Ooh, NVIDIA, your hair looks killer tonight, Venti. Your bangs are super cute, Xray.
Thank you.
What's up, NVIDIA?
Hi,
Tug Life.
Tugs.
What's up, Tugs? This panel, Hearty Eyes. Happy Simp Day, ladies.
Hey girl, she is my my soul sister because we
Really?
we both love Jesus. We both love steak. We both love bats, and then she likes football too. I noticed her tweet like
Bats?
Okay,
Like
I love
bats?
it. Oh yeah, bats like the animal. It's just one of my favorite animals. Like I have a tattoo of one right here.
Oh, I thought you got that because you were patient zero. All right.
Oh yeah, not quite. And then my stream told me the other day about Honduran white bats. I've never seen them in my life, but they were so cute. And then I got this plushie.
That's so cute. Melonie, those look like Honduran white bats. Those look like the type of white bats that they would actually let stay in Martha's Vineyard, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They're Honduran, but they can stay because they're
Yeah,
white.
they can stay. I get it.
That is adorable, though. That looks like a Pokemon or something.
It does. I can't believe that they actually exist. The pictures of them, I don't know how big they get, but the pictures I saw, they were like really tiny, look like that, except not as cartoony, but my goodness, they're adorable.
That makes me think of the second Ace Ventura movie where he has to get the white bat and he hates
Oh,
Remember that?
it's been so long.
like
But the man's
Maybe
so
that's the
funny.
first one. Yes, Melanie Mack is here. Hello, Melanie.
Hi.
Feel free to describe
Googled it.
that.
Yeah, I tried to do the bangs too at one point, but I have wavy hair, so like Brittany was saying, the struggle's real to get it to do what you
Behave.
want when you have any type of wave or curl. So, and they've grown out a little bit, so I just move them over here.
It's cute. It's
I have
so
like a
cute.
cowlick right here, so if I have
Oh,
bangs,
really?
they just go straight out.
My
Oh.
cowlick is back here, so like,
I legitimately have a cowlick right now. I had my headphones, I had to change them because they were breaking my hair when I got a haircut. I just saw a little like one just like point out like this. And I'm like,
Mhm.
oh no.
Aw. It's like your hair is like trying to heal.
It's like
to
I was
Heil?
thinking more
I'm
alfalfa
surprised I don't have one.
Oh.
from that movie.
Have any of you ever gotten that one single silver strand of hair before?
Yes.
Oh,
Not
like
yet.
the super wiry, like you'll just find one random like white
Yeah.
hair and you pull it out and it's very wiry compared to the rest.
Yeah,
Not
they call that
yet.
a witch strand. Apparently, you can use it for spells if you want to. I
Oh.
had one, but now I don't have it anymore for some reason. I'm kind of
I'll
sad
send
about
it
it.
to you, Venti.
I
If
have
I
one.
find
I
one.
get more of those now at my age than I used to.
I have it, or I've had it since I was 19. It's like just like a bunch of them that just grow like right here. And
On
it doesn't look
spot?
good because none of them are close enough together to make it like a streak.
To do like a Tulsi
Oh.
Gabbard.
Or like a rogue streak would be really
I
cool.
wish. It's just like 5 little hairs that are too far apart from one another. And that's kind of why I went like with the blonde to kind of just
Right.
blend it in.
It's
Because I usually
cute.
have black hair, so it stuck out.
DJ Darewolf trying to look more like Tifa for Halloween. Xray girl. Ooh.
Ooh.
If you want a good cosplay, I'm
Ah.
just saying. She's done one of Tifa.
Ooh.
So
Every time I see Tifa, I think of Tila Tequila, which everyone has forgotten about, but me apparently.
You
I
know,
mean-
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, X-Ray Girl. When I first saw your haircut, I thought of Faith Connors, I believe her name is, from Mirror's Edge.
Faith
She's-
Connors?
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
Google.
like, oh, that's giving me like more so from the second game than the first one.
Images.
Because in the first one, she kind of had
Oh.
more of a bowl cut, but in the second one,
So I actually had hair like this probably right out of high school.
Tifa.
I can find the
Really
pictures.
it probably looked super cute on you then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I think you look a lot like her. So
Tifa.
with
Okay,
that
okay.
hair, it was like,
Yeah.
big.
No, I
bringing
like
up a
yeah.
picture of Tifa. We're talking about this Tifa.
Okay.
No, she's got no bangs. People from Final Fantasy VII.
That's her. That
girl.
is X-Ray Girl.
Okay, I'm gonna
right there.
cosplay that. Okay.
This is 2022 live action remake. Get with
Oh
the
my
program.
God,
Wait, is it
no.
actually?
No.
Okay. That was a bimbo
Guessing.
moment.
Careful what you say, Chrissy. You're gonna have weirdos attacking you on Twitter for a week.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, you
I'll
should
just
tweet a
like-
photo of her and be like, "This is Netflix Tifa."
Oh yeah. Netflix Tifa. Or Queen Latifah. No, I'm done. I'm done. Star
She-
Wars girl is here. What a treat. And
Yeah.
on camera, so we can see you in all your glory.
I might have to stop halfway through and get back to painting, but I'll be here. I will
Okay.
be.
What
And
you
I'm awake.
painting?
I was like
What are you
chugging
painting?
caffeine.
What
At
kind
this
of
time of
caffeine?
night?
Are you doing your eyes?
No, so there's a Halloween like painting competition, but you had to buy like a Halloween shaped canvas.
Mhm.
And so I bought like 10 of them and I got my dates mixed up. So I have to finish it and have these in by Tuesday. So I painted one already. I have one that I'm
Ooh.
almost done with, and I'm going to try to do a third one.
Oh wow!
That
Oh, I
looks
like
Oh my
so
god.
That was the first one.
Is that like Silence of the Lambs?
It's Silence of the Lambs mixed with Phantom of the Opera. This is the one I'm working
Silence
on
of the
right
Opera.
now.
Whoa, that is
Whoa.
pretty.
So I need to finish this tonight so I can do one more. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get it done. Because I want to have at least 3, even though I bought like 10 canvases, but we'll see. We will
Yeah.
see if I finish it.
Girl, you so talented.
Thank you.
Deranged lunatic tonight on Hair Talk. Bangs or not? They're only working on X-Ray Girl.
Oh, if you like that one, wait till we get into zodiac signs.
Ah,
I was like, yay! Mine's
Bimbo
fucked up, so
power.
I'm so mad.
Brittany Venti is here looking fine. I'm noticing I'm loving this teal color on you. I don't know if you're in a
Oh,
teal,
yeah.
you're having a teal moment lately. I'm seeing it a lot in your photos, but it's working.
Thank you. Yeah, I really like teal. It's my favorite color to wear, I would say, because some colors I really like. I know the men love the girl talk right now. Colors I really like, but they don't look good on me when I wear them. This is one of the only colors I actually like that looks good on me. That's why I spam it a lot.
It's good. It's good. It's so good. Do you girls have anything to promote? Anything? I know that Xray girl does Poor Choices with Tugs.
Yeah.
Where can they watch that?
On YouTube, search Poor Choices, POUR, like the drink, and we talk about a lot of relationshipy stuff.
That's
But it's poor because it's a pun because it has to do with pouring wine. That's right. That's right, you guys. Mad Lad Cat Dad for 5. Miss Melonie Mac has me simping hard. Showing. Wow, I can't read.
you.
Showing.
Do you guys ever cringe when you write these things? Like if I wrote that shit, I would be cringing. I don't care if they're my husband. Be like, unless it was ironic. You guys do this shit unironically, I swear.
I am such a sappy person. I love cheesy stuff. All the however corny it is, I don't care. I eat that up.
I like it too. We got a
I like the unexpected cheesiness. Like I remember one time I was walking out of the grocery store and this guy was driving by. He said, "Hey, excuse me, miss, you dropped your smile." And then I was looking down and I was like, "Oh no!"
And then you turned around and he had his cock out, and you were like, "What?"
But like cheesy stuff to like catch you off guard. Like I like that kind of cheesy.
Yeah, that would have made me smile for sure.
Yeah.
It's nice when they put a little bit of cleverness into the
Oh, yeah.
The hitting on. So we got a super early super chat from John Orchard for 10. Thank you. We are all trying to make it. You all rock. If you have ever worked in the bar business, you know what I'm trying to do. Love all of you for your guts to make contact. Or is that content. Maybe? Content? Okay. I can't read. Thank you, John Orchard. Yeah, we out here. You know, when in doubt, just put on a low-cut shirt and the Lord will take care of the rest. I'm like Melonie. I'm getting more into Jesus as well.
I love that. I support that.
From Senior Sunt, chat requests Anna not kill her new housemate. They didn't do nothing. Context: Anna hates bugs and chats. Having fun with it. Shig Ema hail the stank stream. Can this person not write or can I not read? What's happening?
This is the skank stream.
I told you before they write these things, it's like they turn their brain off.
Anna won the battle against the mantis.
Psycho Mantis?
Oh, you're muted.
Is that Psycho Mantis?
Okay, so no. What happened was the other night on the Jack show, I got into a war with a praying mantis that flew on me during the stream, and it was giant. It was on my freaking keyboard, and Nick and Cecil were just dying laughing because they're like, "Just pick it up; it can't even bite you." And I'm like, "No, it's a bug. I don't like bugs." I finally got it. I put it outside. Fucker came back. It was crawling on my wall, and now there's more of them. So it's like a mating thing going on.
Came back?
My studio. I found 5 of them in the past 24 hours. 5 different ones, mind you. Giant praying mantis in here, and I figured it out. It's because I have a bug light zapper for all the fucking mosquitoes, and it attracts praying mantis. And
Oh my
it's
God.
mating time as well.
Oh.
Maybe it's a sign from God, you know, because they're praying. Like maybe they want
There
you
you
like
go.
go back to church or something, or get right with the Lord.
Somebody said
I
it's
had a
sign
pet
of, like,
mantis.
the plagues that I need to get out of California.
Oh, yeah,
no.
you know, that very well might be true.
Anna, how would you feel about an orchid mantis? Because I had one as a pet once.
No, I don't
They're
do bugs.
cute,
I
but I
kill
killed
bugs.
it.
I don't
hate
have
bugs
them
too.
living with me.
I feel like praying mantis are really like their mating practices are really weird. Like after
Yeah.
they
Don't they
copulate.
don't they just do rape? I read that somewhere.
Well, I don't know, but after
The
the
female
woman,
male after.
yeah, to kill the male, rip its head off and eat it.
Oh my god, that's right.
Well,
pull this
that's
up really
that's
fast.
self-defense then. If
It's like cannibalism.
Cannibalism.
They do
See,
it and
this
they
is
eat
what's
'em.
happening.
like self-defense.
Look at that.
I guess
Does
that's
that
what
look
happened.
consensual to you?
That's what he gets for being smaller than her.
Yeah.
That mantis is blown the fuck out.
He's having short man summer. Is that what it was called?
That's
Short
that death by
Short King
snoo
Spring.
snoo. Literally,
Short King
literally death by snoo snoo.
Yeah.
Anna
I think
needs
it's
to use
worth it for him.
from
I mean,
James Chart. Anna needs to use the mantis to co-host her show. I
No.
think that's a good idea.
Stupid mantis. I'm here. Let me pull up a picture because I posted it. Because after going through hell getting this thing out of my studio, what does it do? It comes right back. I'm like, stay out of here, you fucker.
Was
But
it
I
big or
emailed-
a small one?
The female will bite off the head or legs of her mate and eat them.
You
It
guys
occurs
can
in
do
less
that?
than 30% of all the mating sessions.
No, that's a simp.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, this is how they choose a mate. The male praying mantises will move toward females seen as less aggressive,
Oh.
i.e., ones that hadn't just seen eating another male. They will pick a less aggressive female before they choose a more aggressive female.
That makes sense.
Aren't we all alike? Aren't we all just humans, insects? We're just looking for the least aggressive female, right, guys? Okay, here's a hot take. The males also tend to prefer to mate with females that appear fatter and more well-fed than others.
Oh,
As
okay.
the skinnier and hungrier mantises are more likely to eat their mates during or after mating. Damn.
Yikes.
Wow. All right. So you gotta be a little fatter. Makes sense.
See, I was right. It was because they were
Yeah.
short.
Fuck
That's
those.
good.
Share my
All right.
screen. I have a picture of the freaking mantis. Look at it. Look at this.
Oh my
fucker.
God.
Oh my god!
Fucking Superman.
He's getting
I
wrong.
know.
Damn.
This
Wow.
thing flew on me and then was all over my keyboard.
Oh my
So
god.
you didn't just put him on Superman for scale. He like
I
got on
did
him.
No. I didn't put him on Superman. So this is literally like right back there, which is right next to my painting desk. And I heard it, like I heard its wings because it has a very distinct sound. And I was like it haunted me. I'm like, I thought I just got this fucker out of here. I turn around and it's crawling on my Superman.
Wow.
I would
happy
burn the
about
whole
that.
house down and start over.
At least it has good taste, but still, get the fuck out of here.
You know what's so funny, Anna? If you pulled up a picture and is the praying mantis just sitting on your YouTube button, like, oh, this whole thing, it just has a praying mantis on
It did. It crawled on it and it got, because you know how the thing is glass now, or like the mirror. It was on it, and I was like, "Get off! Stop! Just get out of here! I hate you!"
Damn, it looks like she's trying to bite off Superman's head when she's done.
Yeah.
Or that
Yeah.
could be a male and like it's like thick Superman here won't eat me afterwards.
True.
Yeah,
That's true.
2022. Don't
looks
assume.
well
I want it and all of its friends to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's not okay. Nesquik wants to know, all right, I'll bite. Venti, how did you kill that pet mantis?
How could I forget? My stream never let me down about it. So my orchid mantis, I was raising it, so it was really young, and I raised it for about a month. And what's really hard about them is you know what they eat. You have to feed them bugs, like smaller bugs than it. So at that size, you have to feed them fruit flies, which are really annoying because you have to basically keep a jar of rotting corpses of fruit flies and just keep reproducing in the jar. So it's just like a stinky jar, and you have to go and put it in the cage every time. And I hated doing it. So at one point I accidentally did it wrong and I dumped too many fruit flies into the cage where the mantis was. And yeah, I didn't know how to handle it and get them out. So I just threw the whole thing out. I threw my mantis in the garbage because I was like, I don't have a man around to deal with this. So
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
Men are really much better equipped to deal with bugs. I agree 100%. Oh, from Raylan Givens, praying mantises are feminists.
basically, they're the feminist bugs.
Yeah.
Torgo the White, that Star Wars girl featuring Manny Mantis, A+.
Fuck those bugs. Like I
Yeah.
just have a nightmare that I'm like gonna pass out because sometimes I'll like put my head down and like they're just gonna be all over me.
I hate bugs. I would take a rodent any day over a bug. Oh shoot, from Raider03.
Raider,
Thank
I
you.
love Raider.
Thank
He
you for the
watches my
fitty.
streams too.
Oh, this is one of your Simps. Ooh.
He's the best.
I like it. And just sending a smiley face, just quick and to the point.
Yeah.
He knows his place, and I appreciate that. Oh Lord. My God, there is so much to talk about. There was so much internet happening over the last week. It's like I almost don't even know where to start, but I can't help but start with my good old friend Chrissy Teigen. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys heard this, but I don't know. Remember she had her whole hospital miscarriage photo shoot a year or two ago, and she immediately called the photographers in. She posed with the blanket. It was all black and white. It was, oh my God, miscarriage. We were going to name the kid Jack, probably after Twitter Jack. I don't know. Who fucking knows? And I was like, she's just doing this for attention. And now this comes out 2 days ago. Chrissy Teigen reveals baby Jack died in not a miscarriage, but a life-saving abortion. So now Chrissy Teigen needs, now she can be the fully realized, she can shill for big abortion ever since the Roe v. Wade news hit. And it's like, we're just going to glaze over that she lied to everybody. So this came out on Thursday. She called it a life-saving abortion and not a miscarriage, as she previously shared 2 years ago when I was pregnant with Jack, John, and my third child. I had to make a lot of difficult and heartbreaking decisions. Teigen said at Proper Daily's A Day of Unreasonable Conversation via The Hollywood Reporter, it became very clear around halfway through that he would not survive, and I wouldn't either without any medical intervention. Oh my God, this almost got me so hopeful. I was like, oh, she almost didn't survive. The Cravings founder, who shares daughter Luna and son Miles with crooner John Legend, and she's currently pregnant, noted she had tremendous medical care and a wonderful support system, but this is what I think is such bullshit. She only recently realized she had an abortion. Like, weren't you there?
This makes no sense. It's just lies after lies after lies. At some point, that's like, okay, how much of the story is even true? Because first she was saying it was a miscarriage, then she's saying it's an abortion. She's saying that a life-saving one, so the baby wouldn't have survived. Well,
Which is it?
I could tell you which it is. It's a child sacrifice.
Well, that's probably it,
that's what I think.
Probably. I'm just so mad that she keeps calling him Jack, because that's my favorite name. And if I ever have a son, I'm naming him Jack. So, but I'm naming him Jack with just J-A-K after Jack and Daxter Jack.
I loved that game.
Oh, so good.
So let's call it what it was. It was an abortion, Teigen, 36, said. An abortion to save my life for a baby that had absolutely no chance. And to be honest, I never, ever put that together until actually a few months ago when it was fucking politically convenient.
Well, that's exactly what's going on. It's just the attention of it all. Because first she says she has a miscarriage and then has a whole photo shoot set around it. Now, it was a life-saving abortion. Now that this Roe v. Wade thing comes out, she's like, oh, wait. Here, I can get some attention for an abortion. It just doesn't add up.
And there's a big difference between a miscarriage and a life-saving abortion. A miscarriage is you're carrying the baby and something happens, so then you end up taking the baby out. This means that she underwent a medical surgery.
Well, a miscarriage you have absolutely no power over.
Yeah,
when you have an abortion, you are forcing it to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was her choice.
Yeah.
I can't believe she didn't realize the difference.
No, she does. She knows exactly the difference. She's just jumping on whatever the hype is right now. The hype is abortion right now, so she needs to be relevant. So she's like, oh, that miscarriage that I had, it was actually an abortion. Well, who knows what the true story is?
Right.
But she's just going to jump on whatever. But does her husband ever weigh in on any of this?
No, he's a cuck. He's
he just lets this woman go crazy?
She wears the pants in the relationship.
Honestly think that this relationship was predetermined and they were kind of chosen to be together. I know I don't have any proof to show you of this right now. It's just a feeling. No, I think I've read shit years ago. But I think they're just one of these Hollywood predetermined relationships, and their managers decided it's best for everybody's career. Like, she met him. She was like
a backup dancer,
she was
right?
a backup dancer in one of his music videos.
He just dropped a new song like 3 days ago called Superwoman. So
hey, Ari.
Oh, so this is maybe even promoting stuff for him now too, having this come out.
Yeah, his new music video it's called Superwoman, and it's like all about her basically. So I think they did that
promotion. God.
Oh my God! Imagine just saying, "Oh, we had an abortion to promote a new song."
Gosh,
but that's pretty much what's happening.
Real. These Hollywood stars are always like this. The ones that are like A-list, like Kim Kardashian, for example, they recently started doing photo shoots at like a gas station and putting on very cheap sweatpants as an attempt to be relatable by basically, what would be the word? I don't know if making normal life a perversion would be quite the term, but you get the gist of it.
They're cosplaying as us normies.
Yeah, and they're selling it to normal people.
Yeah.
It's like in the magazines back in the day, stars are just like us.
Yeah.
If that were the case, it should have been like Chrissy Teigen doing a selfie at Planned Parenthood. Be like, here for my abortion.
Right.
Like, just like you. And we're going to go to Olive Garden afterwards.
Oh, God.
Unlimited breadsticks. That's what you got to do after an abortion. I wouldn't know. I've never had one, but that's what I would want to do, I imagine. My favorite escort is Sandy Hook. That's a legendary abortion. We love puns here. From Lauren Friend, Chrissy Teigen, the ultimate formula of Munchausen syndrome. Yes, good point. And I want to introduce you guys, Ari Jacob. This is her first SimpCast. She's popping her SimpCast cherry. Ari, if you guys may not remember, she did an episode of my interview podcast a few months ago, and basically what Taylor Lorenz came after you and tried to like bury your whole career. I mean, so many people hate Taylor Lorenz.
You should talk to that umbrella guy because he's like at war with her right now.
Yeah, we've been in touch. I mean, I think 2 years ago, nobody hated Taylor as much as they seem to hate her today. So I guess, in some ways it's a little bit like, finally, like people can see, but I don't know. She just dropped, I think today, an article about that umbrella guy and claiming misogyny on YouTube. And I mean, I don't know. She's ridiculous because she's a bigger bully than anyone I've ever seen. So I claim misogyny against Taylor Lorenz.
Love to see it.
Ari, tell the people like what was the initial reason that she came after you if they just hadn't heard the whole story?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm speculating, but she was represented by my business rivals, United Talent Agency, and then they happened to, sign a bunch of my clients after they left my company. And so, but also I think, I think that she just wants sort of like salacious stuff to put out there. And if she doesn't like you, I mean, she's building her personal brand. She's a journalist. Instead of like writing the stories, she wants to be the story and promote her personal brand. And I think she thinks that, maybe by taking out other people that already have established their personal brand or that are building their personal brand, I don't know what her motivations is. I think she should be studied by a therapist. The same one that studied Amber Heard. Yeah, should take a look at her.
Yeah, she was saying, do not trust anyone in the media to tell your story or report on harassment accurately. And this reminds me of the scene from Mean Girls where they ask the gymnasium of girls, like, raise your hand if you personally have been victimized by Regina George, and like everybody raises their hand.
Well, yeah, because she went on this one. I think is the one she went on MSNBC crying because She said that she gets mean tweets because of Tucker Carlson and Glenn Greenwald. And then the reporter from MSNBC that interviewed her, Taylor just did this tweet storm a couple days ago and was like, this is a irresponsible reporting, and I will never do another interview on MSNBC. So she's trashing the lady that actually was trying to give her a platform for her online harassment stories, which I think are sort of crocodile tear induced.
Probably because when you sit her down and actually have a conversation with her, there's a lot of holes in her story, and she's probably at her best when she's just firing out tweets and nobody can really challenge or follow up on anything she says.
She but she wants to be more than just a writer. She wants to be, I think they just released a Netflix trailer for a new documentary about the GameStop whole situation, and she gets interviewed for it. I mean, she's doing a lot of entertainment type stuff. She's on all the different TV shows, I don't know, CNN and 2020, 60 Minutes, Good Morning America. I mean, she's their go-to girl, and I don't know what it's going to take for her brand to sort of start falling apart in those circles, but I guess, she's really like a media darling. She's got a lot of relationships in the media. It's
didn't we find out, didn't you tell me, Ari, a couple months ago that her uncle worked for the Wayback Machine or something?
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, she's so connected.
Her old tweets, she deletes everything, and then I think that you can submit in the Wayback Machine to have your stuff taken off, but she clearly has. There's a lot of back end deals going on for her, I think.
She looks like she's getting a lot of back end other stuff too. She looks rough.
Or maybe not enough.
Yeah. That's the problem. She needs more in her back end. From my favorite escort of Sandy Hook, 89-year-old Taylor Lorenz. Yeah, maybe that's what it'll take, her age getting out for people to finally lose their interest. Torgo the White. Hail Ari, your interview with Viva and Barnes. Thumbs up. Oh, you went on to Viva and Barnes? They're awesome.
Yeah, they're cool. I've been talking to Ricada and that umbrella guy, but I'm gonna wait till we figure out what the next move is in my lawsuit, and then I don't want to be like that person that I'm like, why did I talk so much about this? And then get deposed. But I honestly, I don't really care what I say about the fact that I sued Taylor, because I feel like I have the truth on my side, and any way I tell the story is going to be the way that I perceived it truthfully. You know what I mean? So I can't wait to see Taylor Lorenz deposed, though. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be like that Amber Heard. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. People like Amber Heard and Taylor Lorenz are very, I think, predictable in sort of like their personalities. And I don't know, when you get them sort of flustered, how they respond.
If they get called out, all of a sudden they go into victim mode, and it's a lot of acting.
Because it's all lies. Can't keep up with the lies.
Mm-hmm. From John Thomas, is there a recovering Taylor victim support group?
There should be.
There should be. Oh my God, we have another special guest. Oh my God, Missy B. Oh my God, what a lovely surprise.
I know. I was requested to step in on behalf of somebody we all know and love.
Anthony can't make it.
It's Sunday. It's really hard to get a gentleman up on his feet,
As Missy struggles to get an excuse.
I've been running around all day today. So I came home after having a couple of drinks, and we were listening to WATP, and he's like, "Oh my God, I have to be on Chrissie's. Would you mind?" And I was like, "Oh." So I'm like, yeah, let me scrape myself together.
Aw. Well,
how's everybody doing? What are you guys up to? What are you talking about?
We were talking about Chrissy Teigen now saying that she had a life-saving abortion instead of 2 years ago when she was telling everyone that she had a miscarriage. And then Ari here, well, we were just thinking about starting a Taylor Lorenz support group because there are many victims. Uh-oh, the dog.
I was at the Raider game, by the way, earlier. That's why I was late. And the Raiders lost to the Cardinals after like a 20-point lead. So it was pretty
yikes. After
embarrassing
that
for
much
the
of a
Raiders.
What sport is that?
They in
Football.
overtime.
Okay. Okay.
That's a big
Thank you,
lead
Christy,
to
for asking. I
lose.
had no idea.
There were some
My
crazy
mom was
comebacks in
watching that.
general today. That the Jets versus Browns game, insane.
Okay, you guys are talking about sports, right? So when you talk about sports, are you talking about sports when you look at sports like athleticism? You're like, these are alpha males. They're going at like, is that how you appreciate sports, or do you appreciate sports in the acquiring of points with logic and strategy?
More
You
the
know what I'm
first
saying? Like,
one. Have
there's
you
different
seen,
ways.
like,
for,
look at
approaching
baseball
sports.
players' ass. Like,
Oh, those
it's
pants do them so
hypnotizing.
much
It's like,
justice.
do you want to fuck him? Do you want to date him? Would you cheat on him with? You
It's
know,
the,
I'm
it's
just-
the latter for me because I grew up with two brothers, so that was just always one of our things was watching football. So I actually enjoy it for the sport itself.
innocent.
Yeah.
Well, I was paying attention to different things today at the game. Like, for example, the Cardinals quarterback, I think he's like 5'8" or 5'9", but he looked like a little tiny cute, like a little cute little thing running around. And I'm like,
What's his
how is he
guy's
the
name?
quarterback? I don't know, the quarterback for the Cardinals. He was so little, and I'm like, how? I think he threw an interception, and I'm like, yeah, because he can't fully like see above like guys in the back. But then he like maneuvered really good at the end, kind of like Rudy. And then what else was we were talking about? Oh, I think there was a coach from the Cardinals that dated like one of the Kardashians.
Who hasn't?
I know.
Yeah. As long as they're black, they can date the Kardashians. Okay, black.
It
And
was a
rich.
coach. He
Well,
was.
it's funny
he's
because
a-
Kim
they
married
said
a
he's
white
pretty
guy,
boy.
remember?
The Chris Humphreys.
Yeah.
He wasn't all white. He was a quadroon like me. He was mixed.
A quadrian?
Quadroon. It's like when you're less than half black.
He was
But, like,
pale for her usual type.
Yeah, even
Like
so,
not-
even him, he was black.
Like, not black enough to ruin your credit
I
score.
thought
but
you
enough
would
to get a
still call it
scholarship.
biracial. I didn't realize that. Okay, good to know.
Nice. Okay, all right. From Dark Side with Love. Hey, ladies. Anthony, thank you for all the years of laughs. You're going to take this compliment, Missy.
I
Thank
have
you
to
for
do all
all
these. I have to
the years
answer
of
like them.
laughs and offensive humor. You and Jimmy helped me through bad times. Hail SimpCast, hail F&T, and go boom. Missy, what do you
No,
say?
nothing made me happier than when I made jokes and Jimmy would giggle. That's my answer on behalf of Anthony.
You know what he would say, too.
Oh my God, I love Jimmy.
Holy shit.
That is the worst. I can't do an impression of him. I don't know why. I love him
That's
so
okay.
much and I can't do an impression of him.
Oh, that's okay.
Except
As long as-
sometimes, like my sister-in-law, she'll like I'll say something about like I'm like, oh, Ann said this thing. She's like, you sounded like him when he said it. I'm like, oh no.
I keep hearing. Are the dogs scratching at something? Okay. I feel like I'm hearing scratching. Am I having a stroke?
Maybe it's the people you keep under your floorboards, Chrissy. We understand.
Oh my god! You know, because what
Stop.
happened like a couple months ago, one of the dogs got locked outside, and we just heard whimpering at 2 a.m. and I was like, "Oh my
that's
god,
so
it's
sad.
Waffles!"
Oh,
Because
no.
Waffles doesn't have the self-esteem to bark when she's locked outside, and I was
No.
like, "Girl, we're the same."
And she probably, when you let her in, probably was so happy like nothing even happened, right? That's what my
And,
dog
like,
is.
do dogs remember? Like, do they
You know,
hold grudges?
It's so funny because I don't know, like a month ago or something, I let my dog out before I went to bed. Thankfully, I have a fenced-in little backyard, and I totally forgot I let her out. I went to bed, woke up, and I was like, "Oh, my dog!" I opened the door, and she's just like, "Yay! Thank you for letting me in." I'm like,
Oh, baby.
"You should be mad at me."
You're so precious. Oh my god. Okay, I'm scanning through for any other Anthony questions.
I saw somebody in the chat making fun of my voice. Let me just tell you something. When you live in Vegas, basically like everyone in the world calls you when they're in town, and like if you don't come out, they like berate you, and you're just like, I live here, guys. Like I cannot be out till
This
3 in
is
the
my
morning,
home.
like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so I had some people that I happen to like that I actually did that for this weekend, but I have no voice now. So
You live
my
in
voice is
Vegas.
already
It's like
raspy as it is, but it's so difficult when people, and it's
yeah,
like
that's tough. You live in the place where everyone goes to get hammered and make bad decisions. So you're the
exactly.
person that needs
Raspy
to go out
voices
them
are
with.
so cool on a girl, though. Very
Yeah,
cool.
I'm a little turned on, to be honest.
I love when I have
did.
an upper respiratory infection. I'm like, let's go, sexy
Yeah,
voice.
Friends when
I don't know
Phoebe gets the cold. And
I
she likes
feel
how
sexy
sultry her
when
Yeah.
I
voice
have
is.
a cold
Yeah.
or something.
Yes.
I was like, I don't
just
care if that's long
Marlboro
COVID. I just like
Reds.
it. Yeah.
I just
Oh,
want to
I was
sing
gonna-
Miley Cyrus all
I was
the
gonna
time.
say, have you guys ever seen the Family Guy clip where Peter gets a cold and it makes his voice really deep? Then Lois is like, "Oh, Peter."
No, your Lois is so good.
That's just my anti-Semitism. I'm joking. Anyway, yeah,
So
it's a
funny.
clip on YouTube, and it's funny because it's true. Like when you get sick, your voice gets more interesting.
Oh, it
So-
does.
I've actually never smoked a cigarette in my life. So people are like, how many cigarettes have you smoked? I'm like, I've never smoked one ever.
You could try drinking whiskey. That'll do it.
Oh, really?
Does it
Yeah,
really?
straight, no chaser.
A little
Ooh, I
honey
just
and
had a-
lemon in there.
I had a tiny cigar earlier. I'm
Don't
getting
talk about
into
Frank's
cigar.
penis like that. Stop it.
Ah! You heard that.
He
From
heard
Bishop's
that.
happy 75th birthday to the United States Air Force. Wow, Joe Biden is older than the fucking Air Force. Isn't that crazy? Oh, boy. From Pat Melonie, hope Philly went well. I work for a living. Can't wait for Content House. What do you mean I work for a living? That's some sort of fucking excuse as to why you can't, unless you work overnight. You probably could have come, Pat. No, you missed it. It was fun.
I think we all work for a living. Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on now, Pat. We're all
Pat's
working
got
women.
the real job, though.
I have a real
we
job.
don't have real jobs.
I have to wear pants to my job. But yeah, Content House going to be fun.
I can't wait.
I think it's about like half of us on here. Basically,
Oh yeah,
extra
who
girl,
here
you'll
is gonna
be
be
in,
at Content House?
you'll be in Ari, Melonie, Venti.
Sexy
I mean,
voice girl.
Wait,
You're all-
Xray girl, you're gonna be there too.
X-ray girl, I mean, you can come.
I will
I
be there in a sense. I will visit. There's
Come
too many
through.
things to do
all the
that
Geeks and Gamers
weekend.
peeps. I've told you guys, like, you all like are totally welcome to come by at any point. I don't know if you guys had your own. I think Jeremy was working on
Jeremy's
the
going to be
houses for
working
you
us to
guys.
the bone.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna be doing like in a Geeks and Gamers sweatshop scenario.
Content. We have our own content house too.
We're gonna have competing content homes.
I was so bummed when I didn't see you at the Friday Night Tights meetup in Dallas.
That one was like I was semi-planned, but I didn't have time to come down.
Because she's in Canada.
I know.
We'll cross paths eventually.
I want to come down and get my nails done with you guys.
Yay!
Your pictures. I'm so jealous. Brittany, Melonie, Lila.
Yeah, you
Nail
too can
crew.
get gaslit by Vietnamese women about making you bleed and
the
spoiling
best
your
part
feet.
is I might be able to understand them.
Yes.
See what like gossip they're
yes.
saying.
You need an Asian to decipher what's happening. Big Raj. Thanks for the super sticker. Big Raj. She on. Chrissy, this is a great panel. All the ladies are 10s. Can't believe Ant isn't hopping on. He has a show to plug. Dallas this Friday and Saturday. Yes, he does. Ant, plug your show.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be in Dallas. And I'm doing two
Next weekend,
shows.
right?
What?
Next weekend, right?
Yeah, next weekend
Where?
in Dallas.
You know where yet?
No.
Oh, it's a
I'm
secret,
worried.
right?
He
The
doesn't
secret
fucking
location.
know. He doesn't even know.
I think they're not gonna release the venue till the day of.
Yeah, because we don't want any Antifa affecting our flow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Definitely check it out. I was really pleasantly surprised with the show I did in Austin. What was it, last week?
Yeah.
I expected, because I was like, oh, Austin, it's a fucking blue city. But everyone came out. It was a really great crowd. The show was in the middle of like a pretty like expensive mall. I was like, wow, these people don't want me leaving with any money at all. I was with Lila Venti, and I kind of impulse bought some cowboy boots because I was like, I'm in Texas, I have to buy boots.
I love it. I love
Wait, that was
that.
this time you bought another pair? I thought I remember you buying like a whole
I had
Texas
a black
entourage
pair.
thing.
I had a black pair that I wore to death last year, and then was it last week or 2 weeks ago when I was there? I bought a brown pair because I went in. I was like, I'm just gonna get a belt. I need a belt. I'm just gonna get a belt. I walk into the store. It was like, woof. I was like knocked over with the smell of leather and men, and I was like,
Ooh.
oh my
That's
god,
a name on the spot.
and
right there.
I was just like, give it to me. Give me the boots. It was so good. Anyway, Eldon Ho. Sounds like an old prostitute name. Anna, how is a cosplayer so hated on Twitter?
All you have to do is type LOL and they will lose their mind.
What is that about?
You don't know?
Oh my
So
god.
dramatic Twitter.
So
Chrissy,
dramatic.
So what was it? Kiki Palmer, I guess there's like some fan casting of her as Rogue, and she's like, "Oh, I'd be down." And I saw the
quarterback for the Kiki. No, that's
Well, I tweeted LOL, like I quote tweeted the article, and I just put LOL, and these fuckers lost their goddamn minds, and they're still going at me a week later. But they took my like Rogue cosplay, and they like photoshopped an old lady's face on it, and they're like, "You're too ugly to be Rogue," and I'm like, I never wanted to be Rogue. I cosplayed as her a year ago. But they're losing their minds here. I'll send you a link to something so you can see. It's insane. Like they found out like my dog died, and so they're like, "Your dog died, ha ha ha. How's it feel to have a dead dog?" And I'm like,
oh, and they're saying that they hope
wrong
you
with
die, all that stuff. Like they're
Yeah.
vicious.
Mhm.
It's insane.
yeah, I put a link in the chat.
okay. I'm clicking on it. Let's pull this up. Anna, you get a lot of hate online. I think we kind of all do. But I feel like you've been having a turn for a while. Look at the harassment YouTuber that Star Wars girl is receiving from woke Marvel fans today. They're encouraging life ending, sending racist abuse, and taunting her over the recent deaths of her sister and dog. All this for tweeting LOL over an MCU fan cast article. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, so they're race swapping Rogue, basically.
Well, it was a fan casting.
This
So
was fan casting. Like somebody said to her in like an interview, like, "Would you like to play Rogue?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm down."
Yeah, I like money. Okay.
I
that's
mean,
easy. That's easy to answer that. I'm gonna be constructive. Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
insane.
Mhm.
Sharon Tate 68. Is this oh god, is this a person with is she a comedian? I see, is she holding a microphone? What is this?
I
Oh,
don't
boy.
know.
I don't even care enough to look her
Well,
up. I'm just
there's
like
actually like one guy who's a comedian, and he has a blue check mark, so it shows up in my little verified tab. But he's like the worst comedian ever. Like all of his jokes are just talking shit about white people, and
oh god.
he gets
so
like
tired.
only 20 likes in a week. But
Is he white too?
no, he's black, but he jumps on my feed anytime I'm fighting to try to get my clout. And I'm like, it's
Wow.
funny that you talk shit about white people, but you're jumping on, everyone just like whenever there's racist Twitter, I'll say, that goes on and dog piles on people. I'm like, that's all you do. But he's like a terrible comedian. I wanted to send him.
It's very
send it to you.
lazy. It's very lazy. If you're a comedian and you're kind of just like it's easier to be racist basically and bag on white people than it is to like
Right.
write good jokes because
Yeah.
it's like it's in vogue right now. Wow, look at all these. So these were all directed at you, Anna. I'm so sick of seeing this white woman on the timeline. I need her racist ass gone. What does that even mean? Like just press mute or block.
That's the thing is they lose their fucking minds over like the simplest tweets. Like last time they lost their mind because I said Steve Rogers. Like that's it. I literally just typed Steve Rogers and they lost their mind.
Wow. Damn.
They're crazy.
I love when people call you mediocre. Like you mediocre white women have the nerve.
Dude,
Meanwhile, I'm sure this person has 10 followers.
Yeah, every time you actually see what they look like too, you need a trigger
It's
warning.
so
It's
funny.
scary. Yeah, it's just like, and they are gonna. It's just total jealousy. That's
So wait,
all it is.
I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but did I see Tariq Nasheed in one of those screenshots?
See who?
I don't know who
Tariq
that is.
Nasheed in one of the screenshots, like one of the first ones.
Oh, let me go back.
Yeah, right there at the bottom, right? Why are they posting Tariq Nasheed? Do you guys want to hear one of his rap lyrics? I have them pulled up right here. Because I interviewed Turkey Tom, who made a video on Tariq Nasheed. It was actually very interesting, the video, and also the interview. But here are some lyrics from Tariq Nasheed. That all the fellas gonna be bailing because your cootie get smelling. I see you want to get a cootie catter, but I think I'll pass. N-word. What'll make a motherfucker want to smell your ass? N-word. Yo cootie catter really smelling mad, and that's for real. N-word. Those are real lyrics from his song he made.
So that makes sense because so they get on like insult hype. So it'll be this insult for like a few hours, then they'll switch to like this insult. So for like 2 days, it was my dead dog. The next day, it was how old and ugly I am. And so then they started saying like I have a musty like pussy.
Did they talk to what's his
Yeah,
face?
they're no, that's the thing, Anna. He's obsessed. He has a song called a whole album actually called "Wash Your Ass." They have this like fixation of like with people washing their ass, and I think it's because maybe like within these communities that maybe that's like a problem. Even my own mom, my black mother, would talk about washing your ass. It's a real
I've heard
thing.
about the ass washing epidemic in the black community.
He like for example, he has these he was the person that kind of popularized being a PUA, surprisingly, which I didn't know until I had watched the Turkey Tom video. So for example, he says in his book, he used to go by K-Flex. He says, here are some red flags with women. And he says, if she's 8 months pregnant and still going to the club, if she has teeth missing, if her stomach too big to be exposed and it's exposed. And then he goes on to say, if her home, and by the way, this is the number one. If her home has that fried chicken and urine smell, and then he goes on to say, if she has on an ankle bracelet because she's on house arrest. So he's saying
Are these
these are
supposed
red
to be
flags.
clever and funny?
No, he's dead ass. He's actually being serious.
And you can
He
say
wrote a book
dead
on
ass
this.
because you're partially black, Venti. You know that white people can't say dead ass
Oh,
anymore.
can white
Oh, you can
people
say it
not
if you're
say
a
that
New
all of a
Yorker.
sudden?
No, it's a microaggression. It's not allowed. It's not our word.
I can't keep up.
Tariq is the buck that got away. Hashtag buck breaking.
That's
from
the thing is
Flexel.
all these like haters on Twitter and stuff, like all those people, Star Wars girl, that are like on your case and stuff. Almost every time, what it is it's either like a bunch of 14-year-olds who are bored, or it's like 25-year-olds who are working on who have rich parents who are working on their like third or second degree
it always is
and not
tweeted from
working.
an iPhone, and they're all kids that don't pay for the iPhone. They're all just
exactly
tweeting.
Either that or there's these privileged kids who are working on their PhD or master's degree or whatever it is. Yeah.
Okay, that's the woman that's calling me ugly.
Oh God.
What?
Just
She called
just
me
hit him with the wash your
every
ass.
time. Every time. That's
Yeah.
what's now she's
I just
definitely
think it's
fits
funny, and I just monetize the shit out of it.
Yeah.
She just looks like an old Karen who has nothing better to do.
Oh, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
She looks like
that's-
she's tripping on acid, like at a pumpkin patch.
I am getting white trash vibes out of this.
She's the mom that lets you know how many allergies he has before you
Yes.
tell him.
Yes. This is Munchausen mom right here.
Yeah.
Definitely
God.
Reddit user.
Low N nuts.
Yeah. Oh my God, Anna, you're sending me more and more of these links. Like it never stops. These people
it
love
does.
to hate
This
on
is
you.
like usually I'll quote tweet them and fight with them for a bit just because it's funny to watch them lose their minds. But this time I didn't do it because I was out of town and I was like, I don't have time to do this right now.
I
But
wish your mom swallowed your cunt ass. Bitch, go fuck off. Seriously, the fact you encourage casual racism is disgusting. Almost as disgusting as your pussy. Fishy and smelly. I hate you and whatever crackerjack parents raised your musty ass. First of all, I think casual racism is better than formal racism or outright severe racism.
There's no commitment in it, right?
Yeah, casual is always better.
I mean, at that rate, can there be drunk racism? It's like I'm normally not racist, but when I get drunk, I get a little,
Yeah.
Can we put it under that category?
Wow. These insults are so uncreative, and that's why, like what you said, they're all like either very uneducated or just young and to have nothing but
or
time
they're
and
too
internet.
educated to where they're actually stupid. That's the thing. That's the thing where people are like, we're stay in college for so many years that they've got their heads so far up their own butts that they don't know what the real world is like, and they haven't actually experienced the what real life is like. They haven't worked a job. They haven't paid bills. They don't know crap because all they do is sit on the internet or are in college being indoctrinated by some crazy teacher.
Hold on, Anna, did someone find a picture of you at your sister's funeral? Is that what this is?
no.
Oh my God. So this is just someone
That's just some. And it's not even talking about my sister. They stalk my Twitter feed to find stuff to like get under my skin. So my family pug, who is like almost 15 years old, she passed away last summer, and my mom didn't tell me until a few months ago. I don't go home very often.
Right.
But so she didn't tell me because she didn't want to tell me that the dog died. And so I think I must have tweeted about it months ago. And so they found that tweet from months ago and they're like, ha ha ha, your dog died. I'm like, she was like 15 and was battling puppy cancer for a while. Like it's fine. Like she's not in pain anymore. She's in puppy heaven.
Anna, we know she died from your casual racism.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
God. It's just
It would have prevented that. I think
Dude,
it's,
and why
uh,
would you
your
laugh
opinion.
about someone's dog dying? Like literally Hitler's dog could die and I'd be sad that the dog died. You know what I mean?
Okay, so this guy, Chrissy, this guy is a comedian. He's
Oh, Lord.
obsessed with me. Like anytime anything happens, he has to comment about how I'm racist. And I'm like, he never gets any interaction on Twitter, even though he's got a blue check mark. And he's got like 90,000 followers, no interaction at all. So I think most of them are bot. But if you go on his like link tree, you can find his like Instagram. And I tried watching some of his stand up and it's so bad. I put a link in so you can see it.
He has 100 more Twitter followers than me, so I'm feeling competitive already.
Anna, I don't know how you don't cry yourself to sleep at night.
I know.
You're a pussy who has veiled racism and apparently a stank ass pussy or whatever. I personally would cry myself to sleep every night if strangers on the internet told me that. Really deep, hurtful.
Oh,
Or
wow.
that like a full grown man is saying this to a woman he doesn't know on the internet. Totally Chad right there, right?
Big balls on him.
I'm trying.
Imagine that's your boyfriend doing that.
I know. What would you do if you're dating a guy and it's like, what are you doing, babe? It's like, I'm telling this one chick I don't know on Twitter she's a pussy.
There's no way. Dating a guy who's constantly quote tweeting women on the internet to try to bicker and start little like cat fights. No, thank you. That is
Red
feminine
flag.
energy if I've ever seen it.
I
Is this
only
what
I only
Twitter is all about here?
Quote John Melendez.
It's just verified going after verified. I don't know if I want to be part of
Well,
this
no,
world.
so they'll fight with me because they want me to fight with them so that way they can get clout. Like, so him, the biggest tweet he has is one where I think I quote tweeted him and he got like over 100 likes from my detractors. Because if you actually look at it, he doesn't get any traction on anything unless he fights with me.
Okay.
But
Hey,
if you
Arnold Palmer.
stand up, it's just him talking shit about white people.
So his name is like a worse version of Arnold Palmer. He's literally the black Arnold Palmer. Like, it's like, what would that be? Lemonade and Hennessy. All right, let's see.
Chrissy, I put that link. It's funny. It's like it was like a bunch of the TikTok
boring.
kids that were in the content house when I was representing them. Taylor
okay.
Lorenz like sent me like a bunch of questions before she published a story about me, and one of the questions was like, "Did you say something racist or something like that?" Oh, here it is. So she asks us, "Is it true,
guys?"
Don't play that game. Don't play that game. Wait, no. I'm a black male. I'm a black male. Don't do that.
Okay.
I'm offended by what you just said.
Yes.
What?
A few moments later.
Black male or black male?
Okay, so this is let me explain what happened. You should
I'm
play it
like,
again.
what is he saying?
And then play it again. So basically, Taylor Lorenz had asked me, "Is it true that Miss Jacob made a racist comment to a Girls in the Valley house manager claiming there's a big black man on the staircase yelling at me?" Well, that's not what happened. I have the video, and all I said was, "Hey," they go, "Why are you filming us? Why are you filming us?" Well, first of all, they had all signed waivers that they were allowed to be filmed in that house.
It's a content house.
Yeah, it was a content house, and that I owned all the content, and that they weren't allowed to film me. But that's besides the point. But I'm in that house, and all those kids are yelling at me, and they're not kids, they're adults over 18. But they're, "Why are you filming us?" And then I said, "Hey guys, I'm here by myself." That's literally all I said.
Yeah.
And from that, they got, "There's a big black man on the staircase yelling at me." So
This reminds me of when AOC added in the word juicy to Alex Stein's hitting on her statement. Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is like, what a crazy world you're in, Ari. This seems nuts to me. All right, I'm going to play this again. What came
I would be
after this?
scared if there was a big black man yelling at me at a staircase. I don't know.
I'm here by myself, guys.
Don't play that game. Don't play that game.
Don't play that game.
I'm a black male. I'm a black male. Don't do that.
Okay.
I'm offended by what you just said.
What?
What is even going on?
Yeah, it just seems like a pussy. Like, what
I
is
know. Can
even
you
happening?
Can you imagine like 20 years ago if he said something like that? Would be embarrassing as a man to act like that. Embarrassing.
Yeah.
What has happened?
What
They're
has
putting
happened?
soy in
I
everything.
swear he's like 6'3", and I'm like 5'0", and he's like acting like, "Oh, I'm so offended," like as if me by myself with like, a bunch of 18-year-olds moving out of the house. They were mad because they had to move out of that house because they weren't creating content, or they were drinking underage and unplugging like all the security cameras, like jumping into the pool from like the second story. I mean, I don't know what they were doing, but I'm like, I'm not going to be liable for all
There's
this.
gonna be none of that shenanigans at our content house. You know why? No black people. No, I'm kidding. I mean,
I'm
that is
uninvited?
part of it. No, Bendy's the blackest person who will be there. No, just fucking around.
You've got
That's
to,
crazy.
Brittany. You've got to be on the stairs offended. That's your job.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm going to your content house, I swore off content houses for the rest
Oh
of my life.
no, this is
I have,
not like a
PTSD
regular.
from content
How
houses,
how
but-
does it
but
work?
you're special.
How do content houses work? I'm curious.
Great question, because I want to know too.
Well, I mean, it's basically just like an incubator. Like you pick people that are
So
you know,
COVID.
during COVID, it was like, I mean, we had a
Our
bunch
goal
of,
is to give everyone monkeypox.
You
I
enter
thought it
with
was
your
gonna be fun
asshole.
during COVID
Kinda
because it's
speed the
like,
spread.
they're going to be connected together in the same house. But of course they wanted to leave. Like they didn't want to stay in the same house. And then they wanted to throw parties, which I was like, this is a great idea.
So do y'all
So-
just have cameras going all the time, or is it just like a ton of content creators and everybody just
For
making
us,
stuff?
we just had it in one section. Like we
Right.
had this house in the Poconos, and we were just like, we're gonna do a 48-hour live stream, and we're gonna work it out amongst ourselves. Who will take like what shift? It was like very casual and fun, and like we had a great time. But we also had like activities. Like we went roller skied, and we went to a brewery. We had like karaoke at night, and then like whoever would be going to whatever activity would just take their phone and like zoom in or like StreamYard into the house, and then it would be brought up like a Nina. So that's how we did it. Like we just had like a main stream and then like other random activities. But I don't even know if that's typical. Like we had no TikTokers there, so I don't know what it's like in like LA world.
Okay.
We were just like, oh, let's just
It's
get
like
a bunch of people
TikTok's fun.
together that are funny and
Specific.
fun, and we'll just like fuck around and see what happens.
Chrissy, I think it would be so
we didn't
cool
do
if we
any
can get a
live stream.
really good group that goes to like Epcot and just
TikTok.
goes fucking drinking.
I'm interested. I'm interested in
I
that.
think
Yeah.
something like that needs to happen.
Hugs
Drink
and
around
I
the
are
world
going to
idea.
Epcot. By the
Oh
way.
shit!
Yeah.
When?
Monday.
You're gonna have to dox yourself, but
Ooh.
that sounds fun.
Okay. Drink wine with me.
When are you
Oh,
planning
you guys
to
are
do
all
that?
there. I'm probably going to be down in Cancun with Nina. So.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so fun.
All right, I'll put you guys next to each other.
Well, because it's my birthday that weekend, and so I'm like, the last thing I kind of want to be doing is like working, and so Nina's like, come to
You're
Cancun
gonna have so
and drink
fun-
on the
so much
beach.
I'm
fun.
so jealous.
It's gonna be
get
Day
sick
of
like
the
I
Dead
did.
here. It's gonna be Day of the Dead, and it's gonna be amazing.
Muertos.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Nina.
Hi.
Oh, good. This is more diverse. We have a Mexican here.
No, you have two Mexicans.
You have a white Arab here now, because apparently that's what I am
Yeah.
according to Twitter.
White Arab?
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's what they called me.
Yeah, they went off on her for using emoji that was they said too dark for her to use. She's not allowed to use the darker skin emoji
Wow.
because she's white, even though straight from Iran, but she's white.
Oh my god.
She got Twitter
That
splayed.
makes me want to use it even more.
Yeah, they said I was doing digital blackface, and the emoji police came after me. It was
Are
pretty
they?
fun.
No, they're retarded. That there's no
Like,
way.
what kind of stuff do you got going on in your life if somebody using an emoji that bothers you that much? Like,
It's
You got to
wild.
reply
It's
with the
Twitter.
blackest middle finger possible.
I did reply back with a black middle finger, but it wasn't the blackest one possible, because you know what's funny is I use the brown emoji
one
'cause
off,
I feel
yeah.
like that's kind of like where I land. Like I'm
Yeah.
pretty brown. Especially if I tan, I'll
Yeah.
become brown. But I don't do the full black, like just midnight black emojis.
Oh, I
'cause,
do.
yeah.
From
I
Appleton,
exclusively use the
Mexican
midnight
is
black
here.
emojis.
Call the National Guard to the military base with her.
Nina,
Oh my
where
God.
Aw.
where are you from? You're Mexican?
No, so originally, no. So this is wild. I'm Persian. My nationality is Persian. I was
okay.
born in Iran, and then I moved to Canada when I was 10, and then I moved to Mexico because Canada sucks.
Yeah.
So
Oh, got it.
So I live in Mexico.
I was gonna
so
start
I'm
talking
a
to you in
snow Mexican.
Spanish.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
she'll
get
fix
Spanish.
your roof. She can do everything.
I don't
People-
speak full Spanish yet.
That's what's so funny about all these woke people is that they tell you you are not the race or mixes of race or whatever it may be. You are, unless you literally look like a stereotype.
Yeah.
They don't
That's
realize,
racist.
they don't realize there's a spectrum with every race and every combination of race and all that.
Totally.
Well, and
That's why
it's-
when I went on Tucker Carlson to talk about my lawsuit against Taylor Lorenz, like they were like, we talked to the producers before, and they're like, she should say that she was born in Mexico and came to the United States, and she's an immigrant. So I'm like, I came, but I knew I was talking to the Fox audience, so I was like, I came here legally from Mexico. My father died, but yeah, but if I wouldn't have said that, and I even spoke for like 2 seconds, I said like a quote in Spanish on Tucker, and his face was just like,
Ooh.
where's she going with this? But I really wanted people to know that I'm actually Mexican, because I don't think people would like guess it necessarily.
Yeah, like one of my friends, she's Puerto Rican, and like straight up, she lives there, born, raised, all that, and she has lighter hair, lighter skin, like green eyes, and so when people get mad at her on the internet, they just, oh well, stupid white woman, and they just
Well, if you look a lot of people from like Mexico City, they have like blonde hair and blue eyes.
Because they a lot of them have Spanish heritage, so they
Yeah.
look like Spaniards, unless you're like basically Mayan, which are a lot more ethnic looking in a lot of ways, and that's more on the south side where I am in the Yucatan Peninsula. But it's just it's really funny though, because when I was on Twitter, when I was having a back and forth with these people, it was about the Ariel situation.
Oh God,
Yeah.
that
So-
can of worms.
Yeah, it was crazy because then they started calling me like white and blah blah blah, and I was like, well, technically I'm Persian, so like a lot of people consider me a minority because I'm Middle Eastern,
Right.
And then they were like, oh, you're white, and they started posting like pictures of me being like, you're white, and I was like, well, I'm Persian, and then they were like, and this one chick was like, oh, you're Aryan because Persian people are Aryan. And I'm like, well, I guess
I have a strong feeling Hitler disagrees with that.
You're technically like white chocolate.
No, technically that's correct. We are considered the Aryan race, and that's part of the reason Hitler didn't invade Iran.
I
was
knew
because
that's
they were
why I
like,
liked you, Nina.
Hitler, they're Aryan, so we're not going to do anything. But it's funny because that region is considered Aryan, but that same woman though started being like, oh, this white Arab chick, blah blah blah, and I'm like, Arabs and Persians are completely different. Like the different cultures, the different ethnicities, complete. So in some ways we're enemies.
And
Like,
yeah,
I
that's
mean-
like really offensive to
To
even
a lot
say
of both cultures.
for the
Yeah.
cultures, like that they would be offended by
It's
that.
like saying Israelis and Palestinians are the same
Yeah.
thing. And
Oh,
I'm sure you
God.
know what I'm talking about.
I don't
What's
know anything
interesting
about
is
that.
sometimes people are like racist within their own communities. Like I remember when I was when I would visit Mexico City and we'd want to go to the cool nightclub, whatever was happening. I was much more like brown when I was like 18, 19, 20, whatever.
Mhm.
And I had dark brown hair and I would always tan, in the sun. And so my cousin and I would go to I wanted to go to the cool club when I was visiting. And if we had friends, she would always be like, oh, my cousin Sophia, for example, she has light eyes and she has light hair. She goes, put Sophia in the front because they'll get us in faster if we have a couple blondes with us or Americans. And I'm like, well, I'm American. And she looks around. She's like, yeah, but you don't look American. You're too brown. Like, we're not going to put you in the front because they're not going to pull us up because they would get those people in first.
Yeah, the gringos,
Wow.
they
Unbelievable.
carry a lot of sway here. Mexican people love white blonde girls. I can tell you that much. They
Sounds
just
like Asian
absolutely love 'em.
culture, like blonde,
go
blue
back to
eyes.
Mexico.
They love that.
They love it. They love them.
Anything that's different from whatever they are, right? Because
Mhm.
I'm sure I'm like, if
Mhm.
we went to like Denmark, would they like the brown people there? Like,
Yeah.
they have like tall
Right.
blonde supermodels, and they're like, ugh, we've seen
Yeah.
enough of that.
I remember when I was in
Totally like
college,
that.
I was dating this Irish guy, and it was before I started bleaching my hair. So my hair was black, and I had kind of a tan. But he's like, oh, yeah, like girls with dark hair and like dark features, when they go to like the white places, people go crazy there because it's rare.
Mhm.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to point out one thing. Brittany Venti looks fucking stunning tonight.
Yes.
That hair down
So
is- I
great.
mean, look how small my look at. I got curls too, but
Your
look
hair is
at-
beautiful though, Nina. I
But
love
look
it.
at Brittany's, man. Just the volume and the amount of amazing hair. that
She's
got.
she's like Black Rapunzel. I love it.
Ooh, you're Rapunzel.
I
No,
freaking
I'm-
love it. I love it.
Thank you, Nina. I
I just wanted
appreciate
to say
it.
that. I just wanted to point that out.
Kev
No,
Dro,
no homo, by the way. No homo.
I love all
No.
your ladies.
Live
Well, I
action
was hoping
coming.
it was homo.
maybe a
No
little bit.
homo. I like a little bit of homo. All right, we have somebody who actually wants our advice, which is rare.
Okay.
Alright.
What's up, my ninja? Hey, ladies, any advice for a 24-year-old trying to find a lady friend to wife up? How would you guys like to be approached when being asked out?
With
We'll start with
cat.
Xray girl. We'll start with Xray.
Do not dance up on a lady from behind without saying hi. My name is.
Especially if there's no music playing.
Yeah.
Has that happened to you?
Yeah. I call it the back attack when guys literally just come and like grab you. You're like, yeah, who are you? Yeah.
My advice is a way to approach a girl is like find something that you can start a conversation on. Like, for example, if I'm out, people might want to talk about my tattoos. Oh, I love your tattoos. Oh, thank you. And then kind of gauge her response on whether you should pursue that further or not. Like if you're if you ask her a question and all she does is give you an answer and just say like, oh, thank you. But then if she asks it back and then she is receptive and wants to know more about you, then you can carry on from there and ask for a phone number. But if she just smiles and thank you so much and then keeps walking, then let her go.
I think that's great, and that 100%. But I think just like any business or anything, right? It's location.
Right.
Wherever you are, you're going to be driving or connecting with people around you, and you are in a location and you just meet with somebody and you just talk.
Missy, wait, you blacked out. Are you supporting Black Lives Matter?
Oh my God, am I blacked out? What
I
the
was like,
heck?
who's talking now? I
Can you hear
removed
me?
you, put you back, but it didn't help.
Oh my God. What the heck? Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
All right.
I don't even know. All right,
Oh
hold
no.
on.
All right.
I was like on a roll.
I know. I fucking ruined it.
No, my camera did. I reset my camera. I don't know if that helped or
Kind of like building on what she was saying. I think going to do a hobby, like an habitual hobby, would be a good idea.
Oh yeah.
Like, going to, I don't know, yoga, Muay Thai, art, something like that.
Especially if you are not a gay dude and you're at a yoga class, you're gonna clean up.
Yeah.
Big time.
Or
Okay,
like,
Missy.
honestly, ballroom dancing lessons, like salsa lessons.
Salsa
things like
dance.
that. And if you just know, if you learn how to salsa, forget about the girls you meet at the class. Like if you go somewhere and you know how to salsa dance or you know how to whatever dance and you can grab a girl,
drop.
all the girls are just like, oh my gosh. Like one time I actually saw Lewis Howes, you know, the podcaster Lewis Howes. He's like 6'6". You don't know who Lewis Howes is? Anyway, he's like a white guy with salsa dance. And I'm like,
oh, I'm listening.
Hot. Like
That's hot.
What?
I would say take a cooking class because you know the chicks in that class like to be in the kitchen. So there you go.
I think you guys are overcomplicating it. I think all you have to do is go up into the bar, have a big fat bulge
Brittany.
where your BBC is, your big black checkbook, and that'll get you.
She's 100% right, and that's what I was trying to get to before I blacked out in my Black Lives Matter moment. And I'm sorry, I really like
A year too late. No, 2 years too late.
No, let me just finish. It's where you put yourself. So no matter where you put yourself, it could be at a bar, it could be at a library, it could be at a Chase Bank, it could be picking up a Sammy, it could be anywhere. It's about who you are in that moment, and it's like, are you being a person who is being receptive in this whatever environment is? Like I can make a friend waiting for a sesame bagel and scallion cream cheese. I can also be receptive getting an old fashioned at a bar. Like it's who you are in those moments. And I think it's just, are you being like, hey, how are you doing? Oh wow, that's cool. And you need to put yourself out there just as much to be getting something back. So make sure that you're doing your part.
That's really good advice. Yeah.
Yes. I was being halfway serious with what I said though about the big black checkbook. So what I'm trying to say in more blunt terms is he says he's 24 years old. I am doubting that this man could support a wife and children at 24. Most 24-year-olds can't. So perhaps you should actually unironically focus on your career a little bit. And if you happen to meet someone, you meet someone, because women are unironically attracted to a provider and a man who will want to provide for them, because to be feminine is to receive. So if you want a feminine woman, then perhaps that's what you should do.
That's great advice.
It's possible to do both. I think it's possible to work on your career at the same time that you're meeting, because especially if you meet a woman now while you're building yourself in your career, and it's almost like kind of better if she sees that you have goals and you're working and you're giving a shit. It's like you guys can grow together, and it's almost possibly better in that way. Whereas if you make it and you're, crushing it, you're making a ton of money at like 30, 35, well, then you have to be worried like, oh, am I just going to pick up like gold diggers, But I wouldn't say don't like wait till you have your career all together and then start looking, because like you'll just waste time. Like make sure your goals are focused. It's a combination of what like Missy was saying too. Like, yes, wherever you are, be present and like be attuned to body language, and you can start a conversation. Like, do everything, do the apps, but also do in real life stuff. Take classes, go. Just when I was single, I would think about this too. Be like, where are the kind of guys that I want to meet? Where are they hanging out? And then it was a lot of hanging out at steakhouses during happy hour, or it's like, don't go where you want to go. Go where like. Get clear about what your values are, and then be like, where are those girls? Like, my brother met his wife at church, not because he was super religious, but because he was like, the woman I want to end up with is probably at church rather than like blowing a dude at a club.
Right. Yeah.
Although I'm sure he wouldn't mind that either. But yeah, I would say, and go to comedy clubs. I think that's a good, don't just go to bars, go to comedy clubs, like do different kinds of activities. Because if you're always at clubs, like it's like you're going to be drunk, she's going to be drunk. It's like everything about that situation is like you're going to hook up, and then you're not really giving yourself a real chance to get to know the person.
Now hang on, because this gentleman is asking how we would like to be approached. We're kind of like talking about where he should go find the lady.
Right.
So,
True.
Chrissy, where would you like? How would you like to be approached? Yeah.
With a $100 bill in your hand.
All right.
How I would say, I'm old fashioned. I like just some fucking long eye contact. You know what I mean? Because like if this is happening, then like everything else is gonna follow.
Come with it.
You got that eye contact, and like you're you see the person checking you out. You're like, okay, I'm in sweatpants, but this is working for me.
I like it when you get called out being awkward and you get a good laugh. There's like, oh, you just saw me at my lowest, like, but you know how to be funny about it, and they kind of appreciate that. I appreciate that kind of approach, honestly. Like maybe that's just me, but
yeah.
I think about you? Just throw a rock.
Just throw a rock.
And go unga bunga. I claim you.
Well, the last time a guy approached me was at the gym, and I was on the Stairmaster doing a little bit of cardio, and he went to the Stairmaster as well, the one next to mine, and he brought up the conversation I mentioned earlier, like bring up something that lighthearted you can talk about, and he talked about my tattoos, and I wasn't interested in him like that, but he was very nice about it, and the way he approached the situation, was like, oh, I like your tattoos, those are nice. And then he asked me, are you from here and all that, and I was nice back, but I wasn't interested in him, so I didn't give him a lot back in terms of questions. And he understood what that he took my cues that, hey, you're a nice guy, thank you for the compliments, but I'm not interested. And I didn't have to actually outright say that, but because he took my cues. And then he's like, oh, well, it was great meeting you. I hope you have a great day. I was like, same, thank you so much. And we both went our own ways, and it was a nice experience.
Someone doesn't like you if they're telling you to have a nice day. That's a good sign.
I told a guy to have a nice life once, and I felt so bad after. I knew I was never going to see him again. So I was like, oh, have a nice life. And then I was like, oh, shit. That was mean. Like, I didn't even think about it until after. And I was like, I shouldn't have said that. That was way too mean.
That was catty, Anna.
Well, I think guys need to get used to rejection. That you need to get used to it and how to handle it so that you can build your confidence to approach girls more. Because if you're just so scared of being rejected, then you're gonna miss a potential opportunity. So if you can put yourself out there, know how to take rejection with grace and kindness, and move on to the next prospect, then it's a numbers game from there.
I feel like I want to say, like, have a nice life to more people now.
I use that on Twitter. Oh my goodness.
So bad after.
That's a great line.
What is this you sent me, Brittany, here? What is this? Oh, God. Yes, we're going to talk about this. This person with the tits. Okay. What is going on? What is going on?
Oh, is that shop class?
Oh, God.
In like Canada, isn't it?
This
is in Canada.
Everywhere. I don't know what is going on with
who
this.
wears fake boobs and is a teacher in Canada. Right?
Wait, what?
Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, that's Keemstar's tweet. Let me bring up the article because I have a
There's a video somewhere out there too of her
where in
sawing
Canada?
Ontario.
Oakville.
Of course.
Ontario High School defends transgender teacher who wears massive, grotesque boobs at school in the name of inclusivity. This is disgusting, and this is absolutely, without even reading this article,
Wait a
this
second.
is somebody
And
working out their sexual kink in front of kids. It's fucking disgusting.
Wait. I have a question because one of the things that they're doing is they're erasing femininity and like making all women flat chested and like desexualizing comic book characters and superheroes and stuff like that. So is this in protest to that, or is it just they're a pervert?
Oh God,
It's
okay,
a
don't mind
perversion.
spoilers.
Oh no!
Like,
this
look at
is
the
a
nipples.
perversion.
No, it's a Pokemon.
Okay, in the video, the male teacher can be seen teaching his students
it's a
how to
dude?
operate a circular
dude,
saw.
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
it's a man.
This
Oh
is
my
a
God.
pink. Those are not real boobs.
While
I
wearing
know
very
it's not real
huge
boobs, but it could be like an
No,
ugly woman.
it's a
prosthetic
prosthetic.
boobs. The nipples of the fake breast can be seen through the shirt. Okay, here's the video. This is from Libs of TikTok. Jesus effing Christ.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh
Don't
my
make
That's
that
god.
sound
dangerous
learn
in
stop from this
shop
person.
class.
Those things are gonna pop. This is fucking disgusting.
One
This
day
person-
she's gonna be like sawing wood and she doesn't know that she's sawing her boobs.
I was gonna say, don't those things get in the way?
Oh my
That's a
God.
hazard in
Like-
shop class.
I need to introduce him to a bra.
No, I need to introduce this
Ah.
person to a wood chipper. This is fucking
I
gross.
swear.
Perhaps a therapist.
Okay, I'm laughing.
Prostitution.
I'm laughing because Nvidia for $2 said, "Thanks for doxing me."
Oh, Lydia. You're so funny. Oh my
Oh, no.
God. Oh wait, not that one. Congrats on getting the 100th episode milestone on Infinite Hope,
thank
Nina.
you, Nvidia. Thank you so much for that. That's amazing.
No, this is definitely not Infinite.
No, this
Okay,
is
so
terrible.
according to the reports, his name is Stephen Hanna, a manufacturing technology teacher at Oakville Trafalgar High School in Ontario, Canada, who allegedly began identifying as a woman last year. He is now known as Kayla Lemieux.
Let me
Now,
wink.
now the administration at Oakville Trafalgar High School in Ontario has sent a message to parents through email in which they defend Lemieux's job status in the name of inclusivity. We are aware of the discussion on social media and in the media regarding Oakville Trafalgar High School. We would like to take this opportunity to reiterate to our community that we are committed to establishing and maintaining safe, caring, inclusive, equitable, and welcoming learning and working environment for all students. Who can learn when you have big fake tits flopping around
Yeah,
and you're a
what
fucking
student
dude?
is learning? Like, I would be so distracted, but what is going on with that teacher?
Like-
I'd be like, what is that? What
If
is
this was
happening?
a woman, like an actual woman with her tits out like that and the nipples showing, would they be okay with it? They would bring that
Exactly.
No,
female
they
in and be like,
wouldn't.
you need to wear a bra.
Yeah,
They would get her. They would get her promoted to vice principal or something.
Vice president.
Voice.
Voice. We strive to promote a positive learning environment in schools consistent with the values of the HDSB and to ensure a safe and inclusive environment for all students, staff, and community, regardless of race, age, ability, sex, gender, identity, gender expression, sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, cultural observance, socioeconomic circumstances.
Oh my God, how long
or-
is
Wouldn't creating
body
a safe
type.
wouldn't
And it-
creating a safe environment be to keep this person away from the kids?
Right, because here's the thing, they're confusing and conflating two very different things. This man did not interview for this job wearing that costume,
Right,
like in this
yeah.
outfit with the big tits and the hair. It's like they are very much taking advantage of the cultural climate right now. It's like, this is a fucking dude who's working out a sexual kink in front of high school students, and he has the administration by the balls because he can be, oh, inclusivity, oh, you're being transphobic, you're being fucking creep phobic, whatever it is. And this school district is just falling for it.
And people
I mean,
ask
it's-
why I left Canada. This is why. This is why.
Nina's
Sounds
running
like
away
every
from fake
first
boobs.
date, though. Sounds like every first date, everybody's like hiding all their real shit in the beginning.
Oh, and then
They're
they
like,
let it out.
"Oh." Yeah, and then you're just like, this is really who I am. I'm trying to be everything you want me to be. And then you have your true self in your little purse on the side, and you're like, I'm gonna show you this shit
Unless
3
you're
months
like,
later.
unless you're a content creator and they can see 10 years of your life right after one
Yeah.
date. Okay. It's all out there.
The school board chair, Margot Shuttleworth, told the Toronto Sun that in light of possible protests when classes return on Monday, the school is working through creating a safety plan to safeguard the safety. How many times are they going to say safe? Of the Oakville Trafalgar High School transgender teacher. So they are on this sick fuck's side. How can we protect this disgusting individual who is working out a sexual kink in front of high school students? Like,
minor
please.
attracted.
Fuck those
person.
people's safety. Fuck the kids' safety. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
the person we have to
If they're trying to identify as a woman, why would they get
this
the size that they got? That's not
Yeah.
how women look.
Right.
That is not a woman's look.
Right,
Like,
this
I
is
mean,
a kink.
Yeah.
This is a sick and this is a sick man who wants high school boys to like give them lusty looks or just give them looks. Like those are unavoidable. No matter what your sexuality is, you can't help but be like, God damn, like that's
boobs.
It's super
And
distracting.
It's stuff like
gross.
this that's going on that's making LGBT acceptance get lower and lower every year because they're allowing the circus to be included in there, and these sickos like this guy who are included in that giant umbrella, and so then a lot of people are just like, well, what the crap is this? What the LGBT community is like?
Honestly, what do you expect with the whole LGBTQ introduction in and of itself? It's anti-Christian. So when you do that, you're now opening the table. You're putting it all on the table. And I'm not saying I'm against any of this. I'm just saying that when you put this stuff out there, you're now allowing these things like what you just talked about in on the footsteps.
Right.
It's right there. So that's why there is conservatism. That's why there is Christian values, because there's a reason to keep that stuff out, because the second you put it on the table, it gets messy, it gets dirty, it erodes, and it bleeds into everything else. So that's why you have to be really strict. And so my point is what the fuck do you expect when we've allowed this since 2016? This is what's happening. And you know what? It's gonna get worse. It's going to get worse. It's only going to keep going, and we're going to keep making exceptions for it because we're going to make them maps, whatever, minor attracted persons. It's only going to get so gross to the point where it is irreversible. Your child is going to get involved, and it didn't need to, but it's because you were so passive and allowed this to go. And here we are.
You're afraid.
Here we are. Yeah, because you didn't want to speak up. You didn't want to look like a bad person. Oh my God. You look like this. Yeah. You know what? No, stand up now. Take the punch now, because it's way better than being a slow chokehold. That's all I have to say. That's my favorite.
Indeed. And it's like, is any real woman who teaches a shop class gonna get such huge tits that they can barely do their job and barely teach? Like, no, this is like no
That's
real
a hazard.
woman
I
would
took
do that.
shop. Okay.
Yeah.
I know exactly. They would have been like, get out.
This teacher
my
should have their hair up, boobs down.
Yes, hair up.
Goggles on.
Goggles. Yeah. You gotta have those goggles.
Obviously
on.
not good at teaching shop.
Boobs down, hair up. That's the way I like to shop.
My shop teachers were white dudes who were perverts.
Yes, bring
Well,
back
I guess
white
that's
food perverts.
My shop teacher was white, but he
come
wasn't
up and
a
you rub your
pervert.
shoulders like, oh yeah.
We need to gatekeep women's spaces. We need to gatekeep shop teachers. My shop teacher had a long mustache, and he was very surly, and he was in Vietnam, and he was the same guy who ran the zoo in the basement of the middle school. And I remember I got kicked out of the zoo. I was unable to return because I dropped one fucking hamster. I was like, I had like butterfingers. I was like, oh my God, I got so excited. It was the first time I held a hamster, and I like dropped it on the floor. He banned me from the zoo.
I think the craziest part about that article for me was the fact that there's still a shop class in Canada, because they've canceled most of these, like, elective classes or,
I think it depends on the school. So Oakville's like a very rich city. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of them, they're gone.
Chrissy, can you name your next special, Kicked Out of the Zoo?
Maybe. I'm thinking I was just talking about that today with Frank. Like, what would the direction be for the next one?
Chrissie Mayr kicked out of the zoo.
Kicked out of the zoo. I'm really proud of myself. I did some jokes this weekend about like being engaged. I was like, I'm only funny as a single person. I'm not gonna be funny as like an engaged and married person. But like, it's been working out.
Have you guys set a date yet?
No, not yet. His brother's getting married next month, so
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna like let that happen, and then content house, and then we'll start looking. So, maybe like next summer or something.
Pinterest has already started.
The
Your little
Pinterests
boards.
have started. Yeah,
Yeah?
I had to dust off the Pinterest. So,
Hey, Chrissy,
yeah,
maybe we can collaborate. Like, we want to have a compound South housewarming party next summer.
Yes.
Maybe we can do like a post-wedding reception party.
That would be awesome.
Because
The after party.
We're gonna send. Once we get an idea of like how the whole like construction, we want to like send out invites like as if it was like a wedding where it's like, hey, save the date. Here's places you can stay, and then
I'll sleep in your yard. Like, it looks safe out there.
It's there's bears. There's some bears though.
Ooh,
So there's a lot of
Get yourself
wildlife.
some bear mace.
Yeah,
That
bear
sounds
mace,
fun.
guns, whatever you choose.
Oh, we got a
Where
Melonie
are you
simp.
at? If you don't mind me asking.
Yay!
Don't dox yourself.
Vampire Slayer. Sipping from Melonie per usual. It's great to see all you ladies as always. This is pretty much the best way to end the week. Keep it up.
Yay!
Thanks, Vampire.
You know what I was told? I was told that Sunday is actually the first day of the week. That's what
Yes,
Hudson
it
told
is.
me.
Yeah,
It is.
that's
I think so, technically.
yeah.
Yeah. That's why calendars start with Sunday.
Yeah. It's weird.
Unless you're mine and it starts on a Monday and everyone gets mad.
Oh, right.
Well, I wanted the Jack show to be in the middle because then everyone's like, why is Thursday highlighted? I'm like, who are you?
Yeah. Do you even
Why
know
did you
me?
order by calendar if you don't know what the Jack show is?
Husey. Oh, what's up, Husey? Do you get a witch's strand in the curtains too, or just the drapes?
Oh.
I have waxed women, and some women do.
Interesting.
Have it
Isn't
down
there
there.
an episode of Sex in the City where she like finds out that she's
Gray
got
hair down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
She's like, you can't tweeze it because then 5 more will grow.
She's not wrong.
You'll anger them. Wookie be bad. As a straight man, I will say Melonie has the most on point eye makeup. Must be the Kerrygold.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
jealous. You have Kerrygold butter here.
What is
there?
Kerrygold?
It's butter. It's the best butter
Irish,
ever.
right?
Irish
We have
butter.
that here.
Well, yeah, people think that it's so gross that I just eat butter. But I'm telling you, yeah, if I was doing some different brand of butter, I could see that seeming gross. But Kerrygold is the best butter. You want to eat it like a candy bar. It's amazing.
The cows in Ireland are like strong, big, huge cows. Like they don't look like those black and white ones that we have here.
There's something different about it
Mhm.
because that butter is just so creamy and good.
What is the name of the butter?
Kerrygold.
Kerrygold.
I can't
let
believe
them
they just
grow.
brought it here, and I was so shocked because I'm
Episode
like,
is
wow,
sponsored
they have
by
this in
Kerrygold.
Mexico.
It tastes so good.
I wish Kerrygold would sponsor me.
Send
Why
them your
not?
You should
TikTok.
try. You should hit them up and be like, Yo.
Yeah, I think I'm a little too controversial though.
Oh, that's why. Oh.
Yeah.
You need to
They'll be
find a
like,
based
"Yeah."
butter company.
I
Just
swear.
start your own based butter.
Yeah.
Oh, these are Holstein cows as well that make the Kerrygold butter.
Oh,
It's just
really?
it just depends on how you make it.
Nice
Should-
and grass fed though. That's good.
Burt Week celebrations begin or end on B Day. What is Burt Week?
Like birthday week?
Oh, birthday.
Oh my
Depends
God, I
on
thought
what
it was
day
like
your
a
That's
birthday
what's,
is.
I'm gonna be honest. I had never heard of it's my birthday month or my birthday week until like me like growing up. It was always your birthday is on your birthday. You don't get the whole month. You don't get a week. You get one day.
No,
That's
I think if it matters where if it's like your 21st, like my 21st was on a Friday.
Uh-huh.
So my siblings and we went away on a Thursday to a casino and stayed all weekend.
Right.
So we like it was a Thursday to a Sunday
Uh-huh.
birthday weekend, but I don't think anything longer than that. I think it matters on like how it lies and what significance.
Well, what I
the-
mean is like you'll see people tweet like, "Hey everyone, it's my birthday month," and
That's Anna. Anna does that.
I'm sorry, I love you, but that is a pet peeve of mine.
I don't care. Yeah, I am
hilarious.
absolutely.
You know what? It's
Scorpius.
if you have a lot of different friend groups, I could see why you would want to do a week though, because then you like, celebrate
Right.
with one friend that day.
Yeah.
But
When
I
I
do
worked
the
in
week thing
nightlife as
sometimes.
like a VIP host, it was like the only way to promote. Like you would make extra money if you're like, oh, it's my birthday, because then all your clients would come in and spend money.
Mhm.
But then it's like now I'm like creeping into my like. Obviously, I don't work at nightclubs anymore, but like I see a lot of men that celebrate their big like 40th birthday, and I'm like, I am definitely not going to celebrate my 40th birthday.
What about half birthdays? Have you guys ever heard of that?
Yes.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
I
Yes.
never heard of it until it's like somebody like was like, "Oh yeah, it's my half birthday." I'm like,
Yeah, I heard of that, and I'm like, that's
celebrate
so
half
dumb.
birthdays.
okay, that's dumb.
Yeah, like,
My
what
my
is
brother's
that?
40th was last night. Him and I just took shrooms and we hung out in a room together. I'm not kidding. Like
Crazy.
that
My-
was him. He turned 40, and I was like, "What up, buddy?" And we just took shrooms and we sat in a room and we laughed together.
My husband's
Did you
birthday
learn
was
anything?
last night.
Did you like learn anything, Missy, like about yourself?
No, it was a real low dose. It was like
Okay.
no, it was like barely a gram. I'm a baby. I'm not ready.
I did
He
it
did give me
twice.
2 grams when I left. He's like, take these. I
I
felt
learned
like I was like
too
Zelda.
much when I did it, so I haven't done it in years. But my
We
hand
should
is
do
like,
shrooms in Orlando. Let's go to Epcot and we'll do what 3 grams? That's a good time.
oh my god. See, I used to be Frank doesn't like for me to do drugs, so
I'll do it with you. I'm responsible.
I don't know. I don't think he wants me doing them. Period. It's kind of a bummer, but he get it. He
I'll
doesn't
put a
want me to have a
leash on
bad
you.
trip.
There's so many
Dude,
children at
I
leashes
was
in
a
Disney.
Good wife, Chrissy.
I was
Doing
a
good.
leash baby, so that's gonna give me PTSD. Like
You were?
I was on a leash. I ran away at Hershey Park.
I
in my
don't think
youth.
there's anything wrong with leashing children. I'm gonna be honest with this.
Yeah,
People
were
say
you
it all the
leashed?
time.
Were you leashed, Melanie? You
Yeah.
don't know what it's
Abduction.
like.
I
It's not
was.
like no.
I
It's not like now where kids have dignified leashes. Or, oh, I'm wearing a little backpack. I have things. No, and it's like I had a fucking harness. I felt like a dog.
I was leashed. The old school leashes. I have 2 brothers, and here's the thing that really is the kicker: is if more people leash their children, Harambe would still be alive.
True.
Oh my god.
That's true.
I mean, that can go for women swallowing too.
Wow. No, but I get you, Melanie, because my nephew is really crazy. So I was one time he almost ran into the street and got like hit by a car, and I was like, now I understand why people put their kids on leashes. But
Hey.
at the same time, I was with you, Chrissy, meaning like I always thought it was really fucked up to see a kid on a leash. I was like,
It's
can't you just pick
dehumanizing.
them up?
I'm just like, dude, you gotta do what you gotta do. Kids
They're
are
not
crazy,
dogs.
man.
I think it's up to the kid. Like that's how they learn responsibilities. They have to make mistakes. Like I was a little heathen. I would run
Right.
off. I would lose my mom, but then it was up
Same
to
here.
me to find her again because my mom didn't care. She's like, "I'm leaving at this time. If you're not at the car, you're getting left here." So that taught me
Damn.
how to take care of myself. So
Yeah.
I'm very against
I
the
am,
leash.
I am unleashed now, NVIDIA. That's right. I'm never going back on a leash unless it's somebody's birthday. I don't know.
I feel
Anna's
like
birthday
these
month.
days though, there's so many like helicopter moms. Like there's like apps they can track their kid. Like one of the kids
Yeah.
I used to represent, like he's like, yeah, I can't even drive like without my mom. Like she knows how fast he's driving. And I mean, like he's a really
wow.
bad kid, so I understand like he drives his mother insane. But I also
Right.
feel like because she's so overprotective, like he's even worse. I don't know. Like
She wants
I
to
feel
get
like
away
there's so
from it,
many
like it's
apps.
backfiring.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean,
Russell Hall, I
everything they
was
do.
hit growing up, so your point is moot. I was both
Oh.
hit and on a leash.
Yeah,
so-
same.
Oh,
Same. Sometimes
wow.
you
Yeah.
need more
No.
precautions. It just depends on how. Yeah.
Nice try.
I don't know how people can hit kids. I can hardly even tap my cat on the butt if she does
I
something.
am pro spanking, and we need more of it. And the reason why society has so many issues today is because not enough kids got
Are getting
spankings
hit.
who needed it.
Well, I don't know. I got hit, and I'm like, I just grew up to be totally afraid of my dad, and I am not.
I
don't
think there's
wanna
a
be close to
difference
him at
between
all.
a responsive tick where you're just like, bah, like, yeah, knock that shit off.
I've
Like,
done-
don't
I've done-
even like a quick snap like that, like a
There's-
reactive thing. That's
Yeah,
different
I mean,
than
there's
like
a way to
you
do it.
fucking piece of shit. Like that's way
No,
different.
yeah, I've read about this, and it's interesting because the spanking situation, like, there's an age limit of when you can do the spanking depending on the
Right.
child, because all children
Yeah.
are different and they learn differently.
Yeah.
But there's an age limit of when you can do that, and it's effective to a point where it becomes like once you cross that limit, it becomes abusive, and then
Right.
you cannot do it anymore because
Well,
then it'll back like it'll
Honey,
just
build
stop.
I agree with that. And like with my
Totally.
my mom was always the one who did the spankings. My dad never did like to discipline at all. So mom just did all the disciplining. And the way that she did it, she was just really good about it. She wouldn't do it like spank us while angry and just be like hitting us. It was always
was
okay.
my mom.
After we knew why we were getting the spanking. After the spanking, she would literally give us a hug and say, "Hey, I love you. I'm doing this because I want you to turn out to be good members of society." It was we understood and we were never mad at it. And there were points where mom would say, "Okay, you did this wrong. Do you want a spanking or do you want to get grounded from your video games?" Every time we always said spanking. Just get it over with.
Don't take me away from my video games. I'll take the hit.
Well, we had that understanding, and you know, it was done with love and to make us better members of society. And so I can understand that if somebody is spanking their children out of anger and there's aggression behind it, then yeah, that's not right.
I think there's some parents though that like they come home from having a bad day and they just like take their whole bad day out on their kid. Like,
Right.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
that's
I had really bad ADHD, and I would just I would leave stuff around the house, and my dad would come home sometimes and like see my shoes at the bottom of the stair, and he'd be like, "God damn it, Ariadna!" And I like all of a sudden I'd like have to like run from like the shoe. Like,
oh my
like,
God.
You had a George W. Bush moment where you'd be like,
the shoe and I,
over shoes? Wow.
yeah, like because it was like I did it every freaking day, which I can only imagine. But I think it was like he had a bad day, and then God damn it, the shoes are there again. Like, but I had to like.
Oh my gosh. Wow. And I don't think my brother and sister got spanked, which is why it
really?
feels so fucked up. Yeah, I think they were they
that's
just
not
stayed
fair.
away from him. Like I
think
guess I was the only one
The
pissing him
interesting
off.
part about this conversation is that like we've all had such different upbringings in some ways, but like at the same time we're all very disciplined, and you know we got good heads on our shoulders. Where, as in, I think this generation specifically is, and I don't know, maybe it's the social media aspect of it or what. They're fucked.
People
This
get reported
generation's
on
fucked.
if they spank them.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
they tell their teachers, and then the kids get taken away.
Well,
yeah.
that's
Shows
true
you these
too.
kids, they know no consequence.
There's no
But-
consequences.
But
Exactly.
it's like those kids that were on the stairs at the content house. They're also learning how to manipulate certain things that are
Yep.
happening to them, right? So they're like, "Oh, I know how to be a victim in a situation, or how to
Yeah.
make myself look like a victim." And then it's like, you know, then their parents are scared of their own kids. I mean,
We're
it's
breeding
getting
narcissists.
crazy.
We're
Oh,
breeding
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's
TikTok.
exactly
I
what's
mean,
happening.
social media and TikTok are breeding narcissists left
yeah.
and right. I mean, it's so crazy because some of my friends here are teachers in Mexico, and like they were showing me videos of the kids that they have to teach in school, like 12-year-olds making TikTok videos that are like super sexualized and just like it's just so weird to see. And I'm like, and it's weird because it kind of reminds me of back when I was growing up, and you would see kind of like those 11 teen-year-olds that are growing up way too fast, and they're like dressed up like, you know, to the nine, and they're going to the mall, and you're like, dude, what is that girl wearing? Like they're like wearing the mini skirts, like a lot of makeup, blah blah blah. So it's like it's happening in every generation, but now it's just so prevalent because you can see it everywhere, and they're influencing each other. So it's just,
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know
Did
what
you
the
guys see
solution
like
is.
the did you see the recording that like Kevin Federline like leaked of Britney
Yes?
Spears and they were like making it
No.
seem like it was like some huge thing. There was like another one too, like Claudia Conway's daughter. I mean, like these kids are manipulative.
Oh, they
and they're
are.
getting taught how to be manipulative for clout at a really young age. And it's really scary.
And
I didn't
You know,
see
it's
the
like Britney
video.
wasn't even doing anything. She's like,
she
can you put
wasn't.
sunscreen
She
on?
was being a mom.
lotion?
Like they, I only saw the one with Brittany, but she was just being a mom, and she's trying to teach her children just how to be good members of society. And the way she handled everything was perfectly fine.
When was this video, or can we find it?
Yeah, we need to look for it.
Kevin Federline like leaked. It was his
It
kid
was
was recording
so
while she was
It
while
was
he
so
was like
tame.
at her house or something.
Yeah. They just had like she had a little argument with one or both of her kids. I don't know, but it was so tame.
Okay, I think I found it. Wait.
Maybe it's this one. I don't know if I'm gonna get struck with something.
Yeah, I think this is it.
Never mind. Oh.
Your boobs are poking out. You have come in here when we're trying to go to bed, and then you just go and you
It's
say,
my house. If I forget something, then I know this is my house. If I want to come in here and give you lotion for your face because it is coarse, and all you tell me, no, it's fine, it's fine. No, it's not fine. You all better start respecting me. Are we clear?
Yeah.
And when Robin calls, and you're all, even Robin's a fucking kid. She goes, what have you been doing to your kids? You all need to start treating me like a woman with worth. I am a woman. Okay? Be nice to me. Do you understand?
This doesn't even sound
That
like the
doesn't
real
sound-
Britney Spears. Like
Yeah.
I maintain this is a clone version of her, and like I don't know.
But even
doesn't
regardless
sound
of all that,
anything like her.
what has she said anything wrong?
No, I mean it's
No.
like this is just something that
I'm all
I mean,
about
imagine
it.
if yeah.
Very
That's
tame.
the thing is kids want to be friends with their parents. That's not the parent. The
No,
parent.
you are a
You're
parent.
supposed to parent.
You're
not
supposed to guide them.
Yeah, you can be friends with them later when they're adults, but when they're
Yeah.
kids, your job is to guide them.
I was
Yeah.
expecting her to go off and call them little fuckers or something. I mean, nothing
Yeah, this
happened.
is
Let's see if there's more to it. I don't like that she said you're supposed to with your actions and words be respected, not like beg people to respect you. That's not the way to go.
Yeah.
That doesn't even sound like Brittany, though.
It
No,
doesn't
really
sound like
doesn't.
her at all.
Well, it's because Hollywood wants to make her sound like a little child, and so
Well, no,
she doesn't.
I'm
use her
basing it
real
off
voice.
of her own like interviews and
Lost
like
your fucking
videos that
mind.
she posts. That doesn't
Have
sound
you
like
lost
her
your
voice.
fucking mind? I do care, but I'm shocked as fuck with you, and I don't know what to do, and I'm scared of you because you're weird, because you're going through puberty. I don't know what to say. But I do care more than you know. But don't.
Now that sounds like her.
My little body can't handle all of that. There's like sometimes I just don't even know what to say with you. I was in shock, and I do care.
I don't like the recording your
mom.
Your
Yeah, it's
mom.
wrong.
You know
I
she's
hate it.
famous.
That is so wrong
Yeah.
of them to do that.
I hate it.
This is like unless you feel
And
like your
somebody
life
taught
is
them
in
that was okay, and their
danger.
dad is
Yeah.
posting it on the internet. That's
Yeah.
not cool.
Mm-hmm.
This is so icky to me.
That's like
Yeah.
abuse to me to his mom to the mom. I mean, but this is becoming normal. These kids,
Yeah.
it was like before you get in a fight with your parents and you're mad at them. And I'm not saying like maybe this
Mm-hmm.
isn't the way to, I think everybody's a human being, and it's like
Yeah.
if somebody's videotaping you in every bad moment, you're gonna
Yeah.
find something
There's
negative.
gonna be
Oh, yeah.
something, yeah.
But it's not right. Like you shouldn't be a kid growing up thinking, "Oh yeah, I'm just going to film my mom doing something and then cancel them." But they know how to manipulate cancel
This is
culture
that
now.
generation. It's insane, Ari. Like you're right. I mean, it's
Mm-hmm.
this is icky to me too, Chrissy. Like this is so weird.
Yeah.
Because instead of you're a kid and you're supposed to be disciplined by your parents. Like all kids are pushing boundaries. They're trying to find ways in which to rebel because you're a kid and so much of your life is determined by the adults around you. And that's just part of being a kid. You're like, oh, how far can I go? What is for me? Like sometimes they'll just be difficult for the sake of being difficult because that's how they find independence in that moment. And so now there's this workaround of being disciplined as a kid. You're like, no, I want to manipulate my parents by recording them and going into like cancel mode, which is like gross. Like this is what a manipulative
Oh yeah.
would
Well,
do
it's
to
because they
other
get that instant satisfaction and getting validation, and then they get like all those people on their side because obviously one person in the situation looks like a crazy person and they look innocent, where it's like, well, we didn't see what the kids did to make for that to
Like
stop, right?
rewind it like 2 minutes before she started yelling. I'm sure they deserved it.
Yeah. Right.
All this is taken out of
yeah.
context
When
too.
they're recording, they know that obviously they know that they're going to be on video and they're being all polite and perfect. And then the mom doesn't know, and she's in a moment where she's frustrated and she's flustered.
Yeah,
Well, I
is the
think that
mom
circles
recording the
back.
kids being like little assholes and posting and being like,
well,
"Look
I
at
think
my
even in the
damn
beginning,
kids."
that's why she says she knows they don't respect her.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
She's like, you don't respect me. And it's sad. It's really sad.
Well, clearly
I
the
kinda-
father doesn't respect her either. That's why he's
Exactly.
Wait,
That's what they're
leave
learning.
Brittany alone for real though. She's not wrong here.
She's not. She's
Yeah.
not. She's a frustrated mother in this situation. And
who hasn't yelled at their kids once?
Right.
And also,
Exactly.
too, like, you guys remember, like, I remember being so mad at my parents sometimes and like thinking of all the evil things I could do, like, but I would never actually do any of them. because it
Yeah.
was like, but now kids are realizing like they can like expose their parents in different ways. And it's like, that's just gnarly.
It kind of goes back to how we were saying that we are breeding narcissists and we are now almost facilitating that behavior with these scenarios. And now it's, hey, you can manipulate this scenario for your benefit because we guarantee there's a market that will support you in this claim. And there's a market for all this. Hey, you want to out this person because there's a manager and there's this industry and they are doing and they're trying to get the next best star. So we're trying to suffocate this. It's like the politics in Hollywood are so complex.
Oh, yeah.
That narcissists can thrive off shit like this. It's just about how you manipulate and how you get ahead in the public eye. So, you know, it's fucked up that it's this cutthroat like that. Do any of you guys watch this Succession? You guys watch that show?
No.
It's a great example of a cut. It's basically Game of Thrones for Fox News. Like that's my translation.
Okay.
It's basically Fox News, Game of Thrones.
And my worry about all this stuff is that they're only thinking about the immediate, I'm going to get the satisfaction.
Yeah.
But what about this like long-term
Short-term.
relationship with your parents? If you just
This thing is long-term with narcissists. It's the now.
How can your
Now.
mom trust you?
Well,
Well,
and
now
the-
you can have an adult relationship. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh yeah, you remember? And you're like, not that you're an adult. What are the kids in their teens right now? But it's like you're old enough to know like what you're doing. You know, like you're recording somebody and you're keeping it for the purpose of what? Outing somebody later who's dealt with conservatorship issues and their own independence issues and
but they're
she's
getting
been very
good at
controlled.
manufacturing like outrage at a young age because they have other people too that are like championing certain things that they do. Like it was funny, I was criticizing a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote in the Washington Post about basically trashing Triller, which is the company that's like trying to compete with TikTok. I mean, some of the claims were that Triller didn't pay all these Black creators either at all or they didn't pay them on time. And when you read the article initially, it's like, whoa, this is terrible. Like they did this fund to support all these Black creators, and then they basically like destroyed their lives. Like Taylor wrote, like some of the kids had to choose between paying rent and eating, and so like when you're reading it, you're like, oh, this is terrible. But then I'm like, I understand the industry, so I'm like digging into it, and I'm like, okay, well, so I was tweeting and I was asking some of the sources that were in the story. I'm like, so were you paid? You know, how late were you guys paid? And I think one of them was like, you know, they were paid a couple weeks late. Like I guess it was like they're supposed to get paid on like a net 30 or net 60. I forget what the details were, but they got paid like a week after that. And I'm like, okay, anybody that, you know, and I think they're supposed to get paid like $2,000 a month. Any influencer that's over the age of 18 that's getting paid $2,000 a month from Triller, but you haven't gotten your first check yet, then like, why are you moving to LA and getting an apartment and doing all these things when you haven't even gotten your first paycheck? That's not Triller's fault. That's poor planning on your part, and maybe poor planning on your manager's part, or whoever looked at the contract. And so I'm like tweeting this stuff, and the head of diversity from Twitter is like, well, no, these, this was basically, she's like defending the influencers, and she said, well, and I said, well, why didn't? Oh, because they said, oh, the contracts were really predatory contracts or something like that,
right?
And I said, well, but why did they just have an attorney look at it? And she's basically saying, oh, well, because they were a low income, young Black people. And I said, okay, but there was 15 of them signed to one management company. I said, the manager couldn't have paid for a lawyer to review one contract 15 times. Like, they could have all chipped in $20 and got, but you get what I'm saying? It's like, it's always the fault of like whoever it is that the narrative is spinning. But in reality, it's like, first of all, if you have a business, most people have been paid 1 or 2 weeks late, like by big brands. Like, that's just how it is.
It happens.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's just interesting how, but they point out this one thing and make it all about racism, basically to lead you to believe that this is because of racism.
Well,
and
everybody,
I think that's messed up.
Yeah, everybody on the internet right now, people are being glorified and praised and rewarded for playing victim all the time, regardless. Like, it's just, so everybody is just trying to out-victimize each other. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yep.
Faux show.
I have a question for you guys. I'm sorry, Chris. I know you want to read super chats, but I've been waiting to ask this question. I just like a thought experiment. So I'm curious what you guys think in regard to teachers hitting kids then, right? Because it meets all the same requirements of disciplinary action and everything. So what do you guys think of that?
I think no, because they're not parents. They're not.
They don't know how hard to do it.
But it would have
knows how hard.
It would have a similar result though. It's disciplinary. It teaches them all the reasons that were given.
Yep, but they're not. They are not the parents. This is something that the parent, I think that only a parent should be able to do, because it's that connection that is there. As the teacher is an outside influence, so either way, like, it won't. And besides, again, it's like it's up to a certain point in age wise that you can spank. And I'm only talking about spanking because, like, literally just like taps on the
there's
bum.
obviously
Not
a range.
not like hitting people or kids or anything like that.
But if it's only spanking though, but why aren't you okay with it? Why aren't you okay with the teacher?
Why would you let a stranger, like,
because
you shouldn't let a stranger, but because I think because spanking in general with children is a delicate thing. It needs to be done in the right way. Because if, for example, like we were talking about earlier, if there's a lot of aggression behind it, then it can come across as more like beating than spanking. Like I said, I'm glad that my mom spanked me and my brothers growing up, because that was how her method of discipline that worked well. And she even used a wooden paddle. Like, it did not feel good, and that's fine. We all are glad that was the method of discipline that happened. But because she did it right. A teacher, we were homeschooled, but like let's say if we were in school, a teacher, you can't trust that a teacher, they don't love these children the same way that somebody loves their own children.
Well, there's a great episode of Little House on the Prairie that addresses this, because a town gets a new teacher, and teachers used to be able to hit kids. They used to, hit them with a ruler, and you can see he just doesn't like Laura, and he like sends her home with welts on her hands because he just, he just beats her.
I grew up in Iran, and they hit kids in school. I experienced it. I've seen it happen, and one of them happened to my cousin. And especially in all boys schools in Iran, they did it quite a lot more frequently. Obviously, this was like well over 20 years ago, so I don't know if things have changed or not. But at the time, they did do these kind of things. It's a very disciplinary move. It's very authoritarian. It's a way to discipline children, and it creates a disconnect. This is something that I think that only parents should be able to do, because the parent does the giving, but they can also discipline. Like, that is that's the thing, because they show the love as well. There's like that thing there that it creates that trust, and it has to be the discipline like kind of balances that out. And
I
there's
agree.
no way that you can do that with a teacher, because a teacher will never have that connection that a parent has.
Well, and look at some of the teachers today. They could be predatory, right?
Exactly.
And I wouldn't want a teacher to touch my kid.
Like that teacher with the big boobs. Like, can you imagine that guy?
imagine.
That's
traumatizing.
There's the idea
Honestly,
that a
somebody
parent
should
could
sue
write
for
a
pain and
note
suffering.
saying that a teacher can hit their kids, like a doctor's note, but for whoop ass. I mean,
Prescription here.
yeah, that
I
would be hard to do.
Only family, or only like a parent or a very close family member that's involved in the child's lives at a big capacity, that loves them and all that.
It sucks. I just feel like because of how I was like hit growing up, like I
Right.
would never want to do that because it has such a bad effect on me.
Oh,
It's like I
yeah.
have
Well,
no
is-
interest in
it
like
might not
being
even
buzzed
stop
with
I
there.
your
understand
dad
that.
now. Yeah.
And not
Think about it
everybody.
from
Yeah, not everybody has to have the exact same method of discipline. I don't think that every single parent necessarily has to spank.
No.
Like I said, that worked for my brothers and I. We preferred that method of discipline over being grounded. So it just really
But it's
depends.
interesting that they gave you the choice, Melonie, because a lot of people wouldn't give a choice. They would
Right.
just be like, "Here's a fucking beating.
Well,
now,
I mean, yeah,
now you
my
deserve one."
my parents loved us very much, and so like it was so it wasn't done in an with aggressive intent or to just
malice. It
vent
wasn't
out
done with
anger.
malice. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at how chimpanzees like reprimand their offspring, it is in a reactive, like if the child is doing something they do not want them to do,
Right.
it's a yank, it's a smack. It's a quick response to the behavior to let them know that no, that's not okay.
Right.
So when we look at how maybe we were hit in those moments, we kind of got different versions, but really when you take a step back, you look at this is why hitting is a thing. It's like, hey, knock it the fuck off. Like, don't do that. I don't want you to do that. It's one, it's not safe. Two, it's stupid. You're gonna get hurt. Like I have all the answers. It's just in a small snap on the crack of your head. Like
you only have
sorry, that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get this is all the answers.
That's
That's
behavior though. Like we learned that with like certain experiments, psychological with like, the dogs and the salivating and all that with the bell ringing, like Pavlov. So it's essentially the same thing, but with a negative behavior, and it works.
Yeah.
It's weird because I think positive reinforcement works a lot more than that. I think positive reinforcement works a lot more. It works with pets and stuff way more, and I think it does with kids as well.
Yeah.
And I think, to Chrissie's point, I think that again, it's very case by case oriented. All children are different, and all children should be treated the way that they respond best to discipline, depending on what the child needs. Some kids need spanking, like they do. There's some kids that really need a freaking spanking, and some kids, like you probably, Chrissy, didn't, and it caused a bad thing, an aversion to that kind of discipline versus having.
I just never knew like why I was being hit. Like it's like I like I think a good thing to do is like sit your kid down and be like, hey, do you know why this is wrong? I understand like they're running out in front of a car, you gotta yank them back.
Right.
Or like they're about to get physically injured or like fall into a fucking pit of monkeys or something. I'd be like, ah!
right.
But like, you should always have a conversation. And I don't fucking know. I'm not a parent yet. So it's like, but I've observed people being parents. And it's like, it always helps. It would have been nice to have a conversation. So like I knew what the fuck I was getting hit
So
for.
that I understand.
Discipline is like nutrition. You need a balance. There's some negative, and then you have to have the positive. It's like a nutrition. It has to be balanced. There has to be an equal. It's like, hey, you know what? I needed to be harsh in this moment. But also, I'm going to be disciplinary with a lot of compassion, which is huge.
Well,
I think at anything you do, 80% compassion.
Well, and that's
and whatever else you want to trickle into it. But
that's a very good point. And I think the other aspect of it too is that there's, especially in this day and age, there's a lot going on where there's a
Am I
lot of
blackface
single
again?
parent households. So the single parent usually does both the disciplining. So they go, they have, because usually in a two parent household, you have a father figure that usually does the disciplining, and the mother who's the motherly and like the feminine energy and doesn't do the disciplining as much.
Mine
And
was
sometimes it's
opposite.
vice versa. But
Yeah,
most of the
I was
time
gonna
in
say.
these, and sometimes it's vice versa. But most of the times when you have the single parent households like I did, the mother or the single father, whatever the case is, has to be both. And those cases are probably the hardest ones to figure out where you can
Right.
draw the lines of balance and how to discipline the kid the most effective way.
Have you ever seen those, like, I don't know, maybe I went down a YouTube hole one time, but I saw these videos of like children that are clinically like sociopaths. And I'm like, what would you do if you had a clinical sociopathic kid?
That is
like
my worst
literally
nightmare.
just like
My worst
killing with
nightmare.
knives,
My
like,
worst nightmare
animals.
too. I've
Oh.
gone through that rabbit hole. Have you ever seen the movie The Bad Seed?
No.
No.
Watch The Bad Seed, and then you'll be
Okay.
like, oh
What
shit.
about the
Yeah,
good son?
I'm
That
so
one's
interested in
good.
clinical sociopaths. Like there's a story
Me
about
too.
a neuroscientist that was studying all these brain scans of like serial killers and stuff, and then
Mhm.
separately he was doing a study on Alzheimer's, and so he did a brain scan on himself, and he realized that the brain scan of the of all the sociopaths looked very similar to his. And he's like, wait, am I a sociopath? And
saw
then he
this
starts kind of
Forensic
asking,
Files. Sorry.
Oh no.
he starts asking people, and they're like, well, yeah, you don't,
Kind of.
Oh no. Dude, have you seen on Netflix they have a psychopath like murderer series where it's actual psychopaths, all of them. Oh, it's good.
The Mindhunter? Is it Mindhunter, Melanie? Because I fucking love that.
I
shit.
don't remember what it was called, but it's all psychopaths in every episode. And the last episode is so unbelievably insane. It sounds like something you would see in a movie. Like this guy taking a hostage. He ended up a child as a hostage at gunpoint. Then he some grown man volunteers himself as a hostage in that kid's place, and all of a sudden like this murderer guy is in a helicopter with a pilot there. Like there's so much going on. I don't even want to spoil everything. It's insane.
Wow,
It's
that
like
If you shop at Target, you're gonna love
no,
this.
and the
Netflix.
guy, the psychopath guy, is telling his story, and it's legit like he was a Batman villain. The whole time I was watching it, I was like, this is better than fiction. It's like watching an actual Batman villain. Insane.
The crazy thing about sociopaths, though, is that they're like living amongst us. Like they're not all
Yes.
sort of like crazy
Yeah.
murderers. And what's interesting
Yeah.
too is
Let me
like
introduce
they
you to my
have.
ex-boyfriend.
What's
Yeah.
interesting
I need
is
a
that like
friend
if
with
you
a
actually
he's
study what's
borderline
wrong with
Ted
them-
Bundy. Like no joke.
Oh,
He
your
was
ex-boyfriend?
hot, though.
Well, that's a psychopath. A psychopath and a sociopath are two different things.
Right.
I think
They
I
are.
don't
Like
know,
I
he
almost
was
started to
unique.
feel sort of like some type of empathy for like, so what they were saying and what the neuroscientist was saying is that some people have an overexposure to serotonin while they're in the womb. So basically what happens is that your brain is overloaded with serotonin. And so once you're born and you get a hit of serotonin that like a normal person would get, like if somebody, gave them a hug or told them they love them or something, that serotonin like doesn't feel like anything. You get what I mean? It's almost kind of like they don't feel it. And so in a way, it's like, that's a really sad way to be born that way. I mean, but what are we supposed to do? Just scan everybody's brain. And then like, if you're a sociopath, like you have to go to like a dark hole. And, like,
Yeah, you
leave
have to be
society.
separated from society. No, I know what you're talking about, because that I always talk about that missing empathy factor. Because if you have that gene missing or that strand missing in your brain, that you're kind of like, oh, that's the lost cause. There's a lot of really great books, like the Robert Hare has a lot of good books on that, and there's a lot of good, interesting.
And it's hard
stuff.
to, I mean, if you're not like, critically, or if you're not trained on this stuff, it's like, how as a normal person dating, do you figure out like who's a sociopath and like who's on the spectrum? Because people on the spectrum
Watch
don't
out
have a
for
lot of
fake
empathy
tips.
either, but they're not sociopaths,
From
Well, there-
CDEX, regarding teachers speaking children, I think the main problem is now that the teachers are no longer necessarily enforcing the same values as the parents. Yeah, when everyone hit back in the day, that's when the teachers were all hitting too, and it was like no big deal.
I don't know. I would think that the problem would be that your child's being physically harmed, right? So that's the end result. So my point in asking that was really, if that's a bad thing, you don't want the teacher to hit your child. Why? Because you don't want your child to get hurt. Well, then what's the difference with a parent doing it? The child, the intention could also even be the same, but the end result is the child still getting
Because there
hit.
needs to be love, and there needs to be love behind it, which I know some people might sound crazy, but I absolutely think, like, for example, in my experiences growing up with that, there was love behind that. My mom did not get any enjoyment out of spanking us at all. So it was purely for, trying to help us be good members of society. And like I said, we knew it, we understood it, and it was never an issue. Like, it was to the point to where, like, we had a giant chalkboard in the living room, and we'd have like tally marks. So mom would be like, okay, you did this, you did that. Sometimes she'd tally it and like save it for like the end of the week or whatever. It was a point to where if we did something wrong without our mom seeing it, we'd be marking tallies on the chalkboard because we knew. I was like, oh man, I just was wrestling with my brother and choked him and was being too mean. Like, let me put down a tally mark on the
I don't know if I
chalkboard.
agree with that. Like, I mean, it sounds like it worked in the sense that you guys ended up behaving, but it kind of teaches like to hold grudges and hold them like they're bullets. And I
No,
see
we
people do
weren't
that in
mad about it.
relationships,
We
too.
understood it. It was like, I did something wrong, and here's the
Yeah.
consequences of my actions. Like, we knew that there needed to be consequences for bad behavior.
I think
And
this is why it like really depends on the person on how to respond. It's like even when you're just talking to a person, like I'm gonna send a different text to Nina than I would to Chrissy, right? It's like
Right.
it's based on the person.
I need more emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
need
true.
I
didn't
need
feel
black
like-
emojis.
I never felt that there was any love behind getting hit. I was like, I just was like, I don't see the love in like throwing a chair at an 8-year-old. Like, I just
well,
don't see that.
that's not that's
See,
abuse.
that's not that
There's
is
a-
abuse.
That's
There's a
there's
line.
totally
Yeah.
different situation. And people like to make them seem like they're the same thing sometimes. And I think maybe for them it might be hard to differentiate that because they haven't been on the other side of it. So that's understandable. But there are plenty of people who are straight up abusive and are using discipline as an excuse, and that I absolutely would never
Well,
condone.
see, that was my mom. Like, I can't even tell you how many times child services got called, but my mom is so personable that like nothing.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, like my mom and I had a terrible relationship. I honestly hoped for a really long time. I was like, can she just fucking die?
Oh
like we only
Like a
recently have a good
Munchausen kind of
relationship
thing?
because my sister died. And now it's like,
Right.
well, my other sister won't speak to her. I'm an adult now. So I'm like, whatever, that shit happened and it made me who I am.
Right.
So now it's like, now for the first time in my life, I have a good relationship with my mom. But I mean, she put me through fucking hell growing up.
Aw.
Like, I mean, she would beat me with a frying pan.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
she-
not right.
It was
Well,
like-
I have a question. So, in that case, what's the difference between doing it to you couldn't use the same logic to justify hitting a significant other? Like, you could just hit your husband. Oh, I was disciplining him.
No,
no,
absolutely not.
Because the kid's
Why are you
defenseless. At least the guy
disciplining
can
your
defend
husband
himself.
or your- Why do you need to discipline an adult?
Yeah, that's an
They
adult.
should-
Yeah,
Well,
you
why
don't
would you
need
need
to
to
discipline
hit
an adult.
them? Is
There's
kind
a
of
problem.
more of the question. Why would
Well,
you
I
need
mean,
to hit
because
them?
you're a child, a parent is supposed to discipline and make them a member of society that can be a good member of society. That's their job. But with a spouse, it's not your job to discipline a spouse.
But you do discuss boundaries and things like that. You do tell them, hey, don't do that. I don't like that. And things like that. It's similar in that sense. So I think you could use the
Hitting
same
someone and
logic.
telling them not to do something are
You're
two
not
very
like
different
trying to raise your significant other the way you're trying to
Exactly.
raise a kid.
Yeah.
You're trying to train them essentially in quotations, like show them how to treat you in a relationship, though.
I think boundaries are important,
would
but if
think
you
it's
have to
very
train
different.
somebody, you shouldn't be dating them if they need trained. Like,
I was about to say.
Yeah. Birth months. No, you know what I do my birth month is because I'm a Halloween baby. I didn't really get any of that growing up. So I was like, fuck that. I'm an adult. I'm going to celebrate my fucking birth month. If I want to dress up in a costume every fucking day of October, I'm going to do it because I'm an adult. I don't make anyone else do it. I celebrate it for myself.
You know what? Maybe I think you've opened my eyes that I might have been a little bit too much of a jerk for people celebrating birth months.
Halloween birth month is valid.
Everyone has a reason why they do things, and you don't know until you like get to know them or walk a day in their shoes, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I just think there's definitely a balance again, Brittany, because you were bringing up the spouse. It's a totally different situation than a child. And again, even with the child, there's studies done. I read about this stuff because, like I said, I went to help my sister-in-law when she had her baby, and like there was like a whole bunch of stuff. So I went there and I experienced bringing up a child and understanding how crazy that could be when the child is insane and you don't know what to do. So I went and studied a whole bunch of stuff about clinical, like why people spank or should you spank, or because there was a time where I was like, I think we have to spank this kid, and my sister-in-law was completely against it. So we kind of went in that rabbit hole of whether we should or not kind of thing. And there's studies done about how there's a certain point where you cannot do it, because if you go past that point, it becomes abuse, and it will not leave a positive impression. It will leave a negative impression. And that is not what you want. And you don't want to traumatize a kid. You don't want to add to the trauma. So when you ask that about an adult, of course you're not supposed to beat adults, like or anyone past a certain age. You're not supposed to physically harm
But
anyone.
why would it traumatize some after a certain age and not before? Then some of the deepest traumas happen at young ages, like when people
because
get
of because of the way that like the psychological mind that talks about
brain
because
development.
It's like the brain development of where it's at. You can introduce physical disciplines in the form of spanking as a kind of like a shock factor in order to imprint something onto the child. Like, for example, if the kid is doing something extremely dangerous, like touching a stove or touching scissors or running with scissors or something extremely dangerous that you
or
need
like signing up for a shop class in Ontario.
Like that kind of thing where you need an impression left. That's like the extreme method of trying to convince your kid not to do something. These are like, you know, this is not something that you do on a daily basis. Like, I'm going to come home and spank my kid because I want to take my aggressions out. It's a very fine line, and it's very, you have to walk it. And most parents, of course, don't want to do it. If you're a normal person,
they don't
want to do
They don't
this.
enjoy it. They don't like it. But
Unless they're my mom.
Right, exactly. Like in a healthy scenario, they don't enjoy it, but that is the method that they feel like is the most appropriate for their child, and they're doing it because they want the child to grow up and be a good person.
Child by child basis.
And I think with what you said with the age there too is because as a child will get older, they'll become more capable of reason, because let's face it, kids are savages, dudes. Kids do not have the same level of empathy as you get older. Like, that's something that grows and develops more. And so
I disagree with the super chat.
When
kids create monsters, spankings don't.
Well, and then once you become like 11 or 12 or however that, as you start getting older and you're able to reason more, I mean, that's when my mom realized, like, as we started to get a little older, she's like, okay, I want to start reasoning with you guys more because you're understanding more, and I don't want to humiliate you as you're getting older and you feeling like getting a spanking is treating you like a child, you know, like as we were getting older. And so there was that respect there. And of course, not every parent is going to be perfect. And so there might be some little missteps here and there, but overall, what's important is the love behind it.
Well, it just sounds like it boils down to right and wrong.
Sorry,
I think
what was
just
that?
really, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I my point it just boils down to right and wrong. Everything you just said, 100% correct. Nothing against what you said. It just
was just
boils down to
asking
being
Star
right
Wars
and
girl
wrong.
if-
So what are your morals? What do you dictate is right and what do you dictate is wrong? I'm spanking you because what you did is wrong in this light of morality. So what are your morals and what do you say is right and what do you say is wrong? And that is what you teach to your children for them to be products of society.
Right.
Everything else we were saying. So it really just boils down to that is what my point is. What's
Yeah,
right?
and
What's
I had
wrong?
to do it. I had to do a lot of therapy to like kind of forgive my dad because it's like
Right.
no parent is perfect. Like he did the best
yeah.
with the tools. And my mom too. Like they do the best with the tools they have, where they're at psychologically, the issues they have or haven't dealt with. Like my fucking dad's dad joined a cult and like divorced his mom and participated in a mass wedding. Like, gave all the family's money away to the freaking Mooney cult. So it's like, and he, came from Germany to the US when he was like, what, 8 or something? So
Mhm.
had to like hide being German and
Right.
maybe had a relative who was a Nazi. Who knows? It's a
Ari, what were you saying to
journey.
Anna?
Oh, I was just saying that. Did you say Child Protective Services came and that your mom would like talk them out of?
No, my mom, she's very, very personal. She's the kind of person that, like, if you go on a bus, she'll be best friends with everyone. Like, everyone likes my mom. But when it comes to me, it's like, who are you going to believe? This, like, nice, wonderful ball of sunshine woman or this kid that, is like a troublemaker? It's like, nobody ever believed me. I remember I showed them the blood.
You know what? Like, not to like compare your mom at all, but I was reading about Jeffrey Dahmer, and there's a crazy story about how there was a 14-year-old boy that was literally like, I think, running like naked in the street, bleeding, and the cops were called, and Dahmer convinced the police that
the
this
guy who
person
almost got
was
away.
over 18 and they were having a lover's quarrel, and he got them to give the child back, and then he murdered that child.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Well, that's like another level of like
some like
crazy, yeah.
My mom's obviously not like that. She just, I, as an adult, looking back as, a kid, not knowing why that shit was happening. And now as an adult knowing, well, my mom had fucking issues and she was taking them out on me. It's not right at all. But I mean, I like who I am now. And I don't think I would be able to have gone through the shit that I've gone through in my life if it wasn't for getting the ever living shit beaten out of me every day. So, I mean, it just makes you who you are. But that's why I disagree with Jamaj and I's super chat. Because I mean, I didn't get spanked. I got beat, like hardcore beat. Like my nose broken, my teeth broken.
Right.
Her mom shot her, you guys. She's got a bullet in her shoulder.
Wait, Anna, she hit you with the frying pan. Was she at least a good cook?
Yeah, actually, she's a really good cook. So, I mean,
well, yeah, I think I absolutely agree with you there, Anna. And that I don't. I feel like that's the thing is you do see some scenarios where some people will take like after being abused and then they will grow up and abuse people, and then other people, but not everybody who does that is going to become a monster, or ever who goes through that is going to become a monster. Some people they turn out to be great, wonderful people, just like you.
Well,
and
it
just
made me
like
really angry because like Chrissy, like my siblings didn't get, like, she didn't touch them, and I'm like,
Wow.
what the fuck? Like, what the absolute fuck? Like my youngest sister, I'm like, if you would have had like one day of what mom did to me, which made me mad because I'm like, you guys fucking watched what mom did to me.
Were you the oldest,
never
Anna?
touched you. What?
Were you the oldest?
Yeah.
That's why.
Wow.
But still, like I told them when I moved out for college, I was like, you guys aren't gonna last. After I was gone, my middle sister moved out to my dad's house after a month because she's like, I can't take it. I was like, yeah, because you're the oldest, so mom's gonna go, at you. And and Emily won't even speak to my mom now. So I'm like, I told you fucking guys, but the thing is they didn't get hit. And I think that they should have, because not that I wanted them to get hit the level that I did, but I mean, it really wasn't fair. But there's no responsibility there. Like absolute none.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think I think what's really amazing is the fact that even after going through all that stuff, you were still able to repair your relationship with your mom, I think you said.
Well, I mean, there was a very
some degree.
couple traumatic events that happened that,
Right.
kind of forced that, but
I do
it is
commend
what it
you for
is.
that. I definitely commend you for that. So
it's hard.
What a fascinating discussion on SimpCast tonight.
I know.
Yeah,
we're
heavy
losing
conversation.
ammo.
Oh, I by the way, I asked my mom about that psychopath show, and because she'll know. She's all about those murders. It's called Signs of a Psychopath. There's like 4 seasons, and it's the newest season, the latest season that had that insane story at the end.
I know what I'm watching tonight. I don't know
Ooh,
why.
yeah.
I
You
love
gotta
that.
check out Mindhunters too. That shit is so good.
From Patrick T, timeout works for some kids, but I would only advise that parents spank children when they're engaged in mortal danger behavior. Yeah, I think somebody else made that point. Like if you're doing something super dangerous.
Hey guys, I gotta roll out. I'm
Oh,
so sorry.
Ari!
I had so much fun.
Thank you
Thank you
for
for
coming
including me,
on.
Chrissy.
It
And
was
I
nice
can't wait to meet
meeting
the people
you.
that are going to be at the content house.
Great
Nice
meeting you, Ari.
Yeah,
Ari,
have
tell the
fun.
people where they can follow you.
Oh yeah, I'm little Miss Jacob on everything. So
Little Miss Jacob.
I will see
Yay,
you guys
follow
soon.
her.
I'm gonna keep watching while I
All right.
roll out.
All right. Good night.
Ari. Ari's the shit. Okay, from NVIDIA, real quick. Physical punishment has been an ethical issue forever. There are many other systems you can use: positive, negative reinforcement, negative punishment that can be just as effective. It really depends on the person receiving the consequence and their values, but positive punishment does have a tendency to leave long-lasting issues. And this is what NVIDIA went to college for. So,
Yeah.
so,
Right over
so
here.
there.
Everything in video says is like basically what I've been reading about that kind of stuff. So yeah.
From Anna is, I think, discrediting the non-moms in the group, who on this chat is actually a mom. Just saying.
I have a step kid.
I also,
Aw,
I
didn't know that.
also,
That's sweet.
I also am a stepmom to be.
Oh,
But I've never done any discipline. I'm just like, hey, let's go to the pool.
I'm an aunt. I'm an aunt that helps raise a kid. I think that I deserve to.
I'm
get
an
some
aunt
credit.
now. I'm a new
Oh,
aunt.
no, he's so
Aw.
cute. Every time I post pictures of him, I'm like, oh,
How old is he?
He's like 3 or 4 months now. I think
he's so cute.
he's
Like,
precious.
Yeah. Chrissy, I'm gonna bounce right now. I have to get to Betty bed.
Okay,
I'm
you
really
have to go to bed. This is Nelson's question. Where's Cumia at? Missy is Cumia's representative today.
I'm so sorry, guys.
It's all good.
Nice meeting you, Missy.
nice meeting you. Hi, Missy.
Nice meeting you, Missy.
I hope to see you guys at the
night.
content house. I'll be there.
Fuck yeah.
I'll
Missy
be there.
does you do gaming streams on Twitch and you're on Instagram at Missy NYC. Where else can people follow you?
I'm also on Twitch, Missy Be Good. Missy B. This is a B. And then
Missy
good.
be good.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on soon. Guys, it was so much fun hanging out with you. It was fun little impromptu thing. Didn't expect to do this. So
Come
thanks
back
so much.
anytime.
Good
Who needs Anthony?
Who needs him? Please. All right. Bye guys. Take care.
Love you.
To respond to that person in regard to like, oh, are you a parent? Using that logic is like if there was a topic of domestic violence and someone's like, oh, you're anti-domestic violence. Well, were you beaten? Like you can speak out against issues regardless of having fallen victim to them or not.
well, yeah, I mean, you can say like hitting your significant other is wrong. That's I feel like that's not really a.
I think that's a great point, Brittany.
Yeah.
The point is that you can speak out against issues that you haven't personally experienced. Everyone in society would agree, oh yeah, like domestic violence is wrong, right? As opposed to this, we're having more of a back and forth. But generally everyone understands like, no, that's wrong. They wouldn't go and say, oh, well, have you been beaten? Well, then you can't say anything about it. Because the same thing gets said about the porn topic. It's like, well, unless you were sex trafficked, can you speak out against it? And it's just a weird line of logic.
I hear that a lot about like kids and parenting, like about education issues, about like whatever. It's like, oh, are you a parent? Then you can't have an opinion. And I feel like, well, I mean, as a member of society, I feel like we should all kind of have an opinion on how to bring up better members of society, like in the long run. I mean, discourse is what's important, and like this conversation taught me a lot. I think that's what it's all about.
And I mean, I think each and every single one of us, if we have kids and stuff, then our experiences are going to help shape our opinions on a number of things, including this. And there may be some nuanced opinions that may change to some degree, or may even change a lot. But but still, it's okay to have opinions on things from an outside perspective too.
And it's not like we're not going to interact with any kids.
Right? Exactly.
It's like chitty chitty bang bang.
Kevin's comment here. I have a story after you.
Instead of spanking your children, discipline them by making them smoke a pack of cigarettes for no reason. Brooks will my true love. I did. When I got in trouble for smoking, I did go up on my roof because they were gonna make me throw them all away. I went on my roof and like smoked like 2 cigarettes in a row, then immediately threw up.
Yep.
Oh my god.
This reminds me of like when I was a kid, my older brother, like we were visiting extended family. We had cousins who were like late teens, early 20s, and they were smoking cigars. And my little brother's like, I want one. And me and my other brother are like, no, smoking's bad for you. And mom's like, do it, go ahead. So then he smoked a whole cigar and was throwing up for like hours afterwards. And so yeah, he didn't want to smoke after that. Never smoked again.
Damn. One of my friends, his parents caught him smoking and made him smoke a pack of cigarettes. And he became addicted to the cigarettes. It didn't work. Like it backfired.
Oh my
with
goodness.
the cigarette things, but if like you catch your kid smoking, it's like, or not smoking, drinking, and then it's like, all right, you got to sit down and we're gonna drink, and if you want to see like what it's like to get drunk, you're gonna have to suffer the consequences. It happened to the hospital.
I do like that method sometimes. The heck around and find out style of discipline does work sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Like, okay, go ahead. See what happens.
Cryptic Comics, but Anna is a monster. Just ask Cecil. Oh.
I'm not an evil kind of monster. I think that's more of a devious, fun monster.
She's a habit monster.
If you hit your kids hard enough for them to learn and they still don't get it, they're the ones nature is supposed to weed out. Damn. I mean, it's hard to know. Because if spanking works for you, you're going to be pro spanking.
People.
Yeah, it depends on the kid. Because like one of my cousins did not ever need spankings. He was just a very like people pleaser type, and he never needed spankings ever. But
wait, so Brittany, what do you think? Do you think it should be okay to like spank your kid?
I don't think that. I think as much as people try to argue for personhood for children, if that's the case, then perhaps we shouldn't lay our hands on them, especially if they're actually already brought in the world and there's better, more efficient ways of doing so. And yeah, there's some studies that, as Nina was speaking out with it, Nina's great at researching, and I definitely take her word for it. But, there's also things that, you can find that say the opposite. For example, the negative effects spanking could impact a child for here, I'll just link it. But yeah, you can find things that say the opposite as well. And my point is, if a child is very young and the most traumatic things happen to children at that age, for example, if they get sexually touched, a lot of them turn out transgender for that reason, because they're so sensitive to those development years and how you treat them. So because of that reason, because of the reason people are saying spanking is effective, I argue against it.
Scroll up. Up to 10 years.
Yeah. So
or in my case, 20.
So I just don't think that it's necessary, and I personally would not. And I'm to let out my bias. I personally was hit as a kid, and I don't think it's the way to go. My mom didn't like beat me or anything, like to the extent, like for example, how Anna said. But I don't think that it's the best way to handle it, and I just think that physical violence is wrong unless it's self-defense or if it's an immediate danger situation with your kid.
I agree with you, Brittany. I don't think it's the best method of bringing up a child. I just think some kids like could use one. Spanking
really damages the parent-child relationship. It encourages the child to fear the parent as opposed to respecting the parent, and that's 100% true in my case.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't respect him at all. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna get the fuck away from you.
Yeah.
So,
It
like, you could
happens.
say some husbands or wives also deserve to be smacked the shit out of. Doesn't mean we should do it though. Or like even a tap, like people would consider like any sort of physical aggression to be violence, especially nowadays. So I'm against it.
Well, especially nowadays. I mean, that's what the whole topic is. I think is about is the fact that this generation has become so kind of like not, what's the word I'm looking for? Not cultured, but coddled. Like it's a very coddled generation, and it's just basically like all about like no consequences whatsoever. So the idea that spanking situation has gone completely out of the picture for a lot of this generation has a lot to do with what's happening and what we're witnessing at this point in time. I don't think, because this has been a topic of conversation with at least the last generation, but where the parents of the 90s kind of started realizing that maybe we shouldn't beat our kids, so they didn't, and now those kids have grown up and look at what they've become. So it's a really interesting science, and it's just a really interesting thing to observe within what's going on right now at this time, and where to find that balance is the key.
There was a couple things that changed from the 90s though. We upped our TV time. We like lessened the time with our kids. So women went to work. The woman wasn't as home as much. There was no like house mother, like taking care of the kids, making sure they got where they needed. So I don't think it's just necessarily spanking. I think it's like a whole thing changed since the 90s. You know, we want this feminist independence. So
yes, Xray girl,
leave
it.
Leave the babysitter. Give them to like I don't know, child care centers.
They're being raised by
like
daycares
nannies
and stuff.
Yeah, nannies, like that nanny generation.
We don't have that communication with our children as much.
And see, for me and my brothers, like our dad was in the army, and then our mom was a stay-at-home mom. She homeschooled us. And so we were home 24/7 pretty much, unless we were at church or going out with friends or like homeschool groups and stuff like that. So, we were 99% of the time, all of our interactions with our mom was just a lot of love, a lot of fun, a lot of good times. But she was around
raised by
constantly.
TV. I was a single child that was raised by TV. My mom went to work. I didn't receive any beatings or anything. Like my mom was very liberal. Like it was I had a very interesting upbringing compared to you guys. But it's just really interesting to me how the dynamic has shifted, and I think that like a lot of what Xray girl says is really correct because of the distance in time, and like especially like a mother's presence and a father's presence. This is what I was bringing up earlier, is that there's a lot of broken homes now where the mom is just like, or the dad's completely out of the picture. You're getting no masculine energy, where the masculine energy usually does and not through spanking. I'm not even talking about spanking. I'm just talking about how the dad usually steps up. Threats, and just kind of that masculine energy, like that look, like, that dad look that makes a kid just like kind of jump out of their skin without having to say anything. You're not getting any of that anymore in the home, so that these are all affecting
and I think you made a good point too when you talk about in Xray girl as well, when you talk about not any like stay-at-home moms as much as there used to be and stuff, because like in my situation, like I said, my mom was around all the time because she was a stay-at-home mom. But I can't imagine being a kid and then mom's working all day, then comes home, and then we get punished for being bad, and the very little time we get to interact with her, we're getting punished. Then I can see how that would definitely be negative. But in our case, it was since she was at home all day every day, it balanced things out.
That's good.
Now, I'm not faulting women who do work, right?
Oh,
I'm
right,
just saying that,
yeah.
like it's just this is something
I am.
I've
Get in the
observed.
kitchen, lady.
No, it's
because
feminism's fault for sure.
It's funny because I think there's just like there's so much of a spectrum of opinions on these type of things, because like I love that I got to grow up with my mom who was a stay-at-home mom, but that's not shaming women who do work, because like I enjoy working, and I think that I'm somewhere on that spectrum of, okay, if I end up having children and stuff, I want to stay home and stuff, but then at the same time, like, I don't want to quit working either completely, because I enjoy working.
I
So,
get that. I get that. I like working too. But it's just like, if you want your kid to be however you want them to grow up, then you have to set the example as well. And I think that a lot of the times, you know, we get lost in our phones, we get lost in TV. So
Yeah.
I think building that connection with your kids, if you have kids, is going to be really helpful to prevent being disciplinarian, showing what is actually good and showing what's bad. So I think that, you know, it's a balance. I didn't get beat. We actually had we had a tier system where if you get A's, you get like $20.
Oh, God, you need to sell more sneakers together.
Oh, see, positive
C's,
reinforcement. X-Ray girl, you got
$10.
$20 if you got the A's.
C's, negative $10.
Oh my God.
No.
So wait, negative $10. So you had to pay up if you got a C?
Yeah, that was your negative reinforcement.
That's hilarious.
God,
See,
in life,
negative
you'll have-
$20.
In life, you'll have to pay if you don't measure up.
That's
So,
true.
There you go.
I like the Asian discipline.
And
I
I mean,
know.
we never got beat. Like,
Right.
we actually did like push-ups, sit-ups, and my parents made us actually like work out in a sense.
Wow,
Nice.
that's hilarious.
Yeah.
What about like sending your kids to bed without like food? Is that a thing?
I don't
See,
like
my mom
that.
was afraid that we would get fat. So like, even though my mom was a good cook, she would cook maybe like once a month, but the rest of the month we lived off of cereal and Top Ramen.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
We went to the grocery store once a month, and so if that Top Ramen or cereal didn't last until then we didn't eat. Unless
Oh my goodness.
I did
That's
live on
crazy.
a farm, so my dad had a garden, so I would go out and eat like the grapes and tomatoes and stuff.
Right.
But I mean, she didn't want us to get fat. So
That's
Gosh.
crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not advocating for that. I was just asking, like, you know, I've heard that that's a form of discipline that people do too. I don't know if that.
Well,
works
my
or doesn't.
my
I've done that a
mom
couple
experienced that when she was a kid, and that's why, and she made sure that that was never gonna happen to us. Like, your child shouldn't go to bed hungry.
Or without
I
a stick
agree.
of butter.
Yeah. My kids are gonna have butter whenever they're hungry.
And I gotta ask, is this why you eat dirt, honey?
no, I was
Oh.
always eating dirt. Like, there's videos of like me when I was a baby, and I would just like
Oh.
pick it up and eat it.
Well,
but I
Anna,
mean,
all kids
you
eat
learn
dirt,
really
but they
well.
stop
All kids
at a
put things in
certain point.
they put everything in their mouth.
Yeah.
I specifically liked dirt clods, and very much more specifically gopher dirt. I loved it. And when you're starving because there's no food, I mean, dirt starts to taste really fucking good sometimes.
I bet you have a great immune system.
Yeah.
She does. Her
must.
metabolism is fucking fire. Like, your body's retarded, Anna.
Man, I gotta start
yes,
eating
I can
dirt.
definitely agree with that.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's weird. It's one of my weird little quirks, but honestly, to not be like completely downer about shit getting beaten moms and stuff. I mean, my saving grace was that painting was always something that I really enjoyed doing, but I also grew up on a farm. So I just spent as much time as I could outside, because I was like, if I'm inside, I'm getting beat. So I'm going to spend it. Like, I hated it when the sun went down, because I'm like, fuck, I can't be outside anymore. So I would spend all my time with the goats, with the cows, on all the cats and the dogs. And I would just stay outside and then come in when I absolutely had to.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed that. And even though it was like very solitary, like we're not being around other humans, I really like animals and I enjoy it. And when I think back on times that I could go back to, I'm like, it was so simple. Just my biggest problem was like, oh, I'm going to get hit, as compared to all the adult problems that you have to deal with.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My goodness.
It's amazing.
From NVIDIA, you know who else was raised by the Jim Carrey in Cable Guy? Look how he turned out. Oh, raised by the TV. Okay.
Raised by the TV. That's cool.
Russell Hall, what's the point of a thread if there's nothing behind it? Oh boy. From Hunter Stevens, Garden of Woman, Soul of Fire, Shaft of Sunlight, Mind in a Storm at Sea. Okay. Eyes like private pools in a forest spring, Star of Morning. Chrissy. All right.
That was beautiful.
That is too beautiful.
Wow.
I gotta look outside my windows. Thank you, Hunter.
goodness.
Lofty Pig Cells, Quadroon
Oh my
Garage
gosh.
doesn't have the same ring to it.
Wow.
I was thinking that when I
Your
found
thumb
out
is
what quadroon meant.
Elsid, my $10 super, but it's $2. All right.
Oh.
Oh, is he saying you missed it? I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
That's always good to just complain. Okay, NVIDIA, remember to check milestones at some point. I am adding context to extra. Thank you, NVIDIA. From Hunter Stevens, time stands still when Chrissy wakes to see the rise of timelessness. It stops to see the only sweet night Mayor turn into a daydream. Okay, calling the cops. Thank you, Hunter. Chrissie Mayr, domestic terrorist. That's me.
Oh, that was the next. That was the name of your next album.
Oh, right. Correct. Thank you, Raider, for the 20 hands and shocker. Thank you. Senior Sunt, all your advice sucks. Laws in the UK banning flirting and a bar in Oz banning eye contact. Want kids? Be ready to pay through the arse. Hashtag doll life.
Dude,
hashtag
are they really banning
Oh my
that kind of stuff?
This guy has got dolls. Okay, let's move on.
Are they
Let's
really
move on.
banning like flirting?
Kinda,
How do you,
yeah.
It's like,
how do you ban that?
eye
Though?
contact can be seen as like
Yes.
rape there now. So
Yeah,
you
it's like
can't
eye
just-
contact is like catcalling.
Yeah,
or
ask
whatever.
She-Hulk.
That is absurd.
Oh my
I
god.
just know even in the US right now, so many guys feel uncomfortable approaching women because they don't want to be called a creep when all they're doing is what people are supposed to do in nature. You see somebody you're attracted to, go up, talk to them, and see if you can if they're interested, and if they are, you date. Like that's how you're supposed to do things, and people need to stop being offended at people just looking for a partner. Like this is how
Yeah,
things
but it's
are supposed to
narcissism.
go.
It's like, oh, this guy came up to me to say hi. Oh my god, he's so scary. Ah!
Right? And
It
the
is,
thing is
yeah.
I think a lot of women who complain about that and be like, oh, I got catcalled when I was walking today. A lot of times when they do that, it's a way for them to low-key brag. Like, and so they're painting it as, oh, I'm so insulted. Oh my gosh. But they want to
But they
brag that they
secretly
got
love it.
hit on. Yeah, they secretly
yeah.
love
They
it.
want to get
And
they want to brag, and then they want people to say, oh, poor you.
right?
Yeah, they want it both ways. They want to collect the brag. They want to
Yep.
acknowledge the attention, and they also want to like demonize the
Yep.
attention, and then get
Play
the
victim.
victim attention.
So what they're doing now is it's just making things more frustrating for the women everywhere because men feel uncomfortable approaching women, and that's how it's supposed to go in nature, man. It's like a man getting in his like masculine energy and approaching a woman. Like that's how things are supposed to be.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
rape also happens in nature. It doesn't make it a good thing. And I get that there's a difference between like going all the way to that end of the spectrum and then catcalling someone, even if it's in more of a dickish way. Personally, for me, the reason I don't like it coming from New York is like a lot of the times it does end up where they follow you home, they molest you. Women have gotten murdered from it. If you ignore their advances. And
Well, there's always
they-
the creeps.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
Yeah,
so there
that's
is a
fucked
lot of
up.
bad endings to it. It's like an indicator of like, oh, is this a threat? Is this going to end badly for me? How do I get out of this situation? And the part of it that's insulting is when they're ugly. But also what I mean by that is it's insulting specifically if it kind of makes me feel like, am I dressed like a prostitute today? Why are you calling me like
Yeah.
I'm a fucking hooker on the street? Like it's disrespectful.
Well,
Like
I
they're
think
not
they
saying,
should
"Oh,
be
hey, you look
respectful,
beautiful
yeah.
today. Hi, how are you?" It's like, "Come here, mommy." Like,
Well, yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
there's
no.
no situation where that's okay. But people will get mad over just flirting and as long as they're respectful, then I feel like that guys should feel comfortable to approach a woman.
I
long
definitely
as he's
feel that's on the
respectful
lower
about
end,
it.
though. At least in New York, the respectful catcalling, so to speak,
Well,
is
yeah,
definitely on the lower percentage.
Right. I agree with that. But I'm
The
just saying
lower
is we
class
shouldn't
area that you
punish.
go into, the lower class, the guys are
Right.
going to be that the
And a
more
lot of
refined that you
that.
go.
We shouldn't punish and demonize men for approaching women in a
Yeah.
respectful way, and they
Mhm.
shouldn't be compared to the creeps.
Yeah,
Definitely
and
not.
I
Yeah.
feel like
Can't
that
put a-
discernment's never made. It's always like the extremes, and it's like
Yeah.
there is definitely a discernment to be made. There's a
Right.
difference between the two.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like getting catcalled. I'm weird.
I don't mind it
You know,
either.
I as long as I feel safe, I like it. It's a compliment. Somebody
I
thought
like
I looked
compliment.
pretty that day. Awesome. As long as they're not being disgusting, and as
Yeah,
long
I'm
as
like,
I'm
if
not
they can
afraid.
say whatever they want, as long as they don't touch you. Like, I don't like it when
Yeah.
people come in my
Oh,
bubble and when they touch me because I'm little. So guys
No
always
touching.
touch me, and I'm like, stop touching me. I don't like
Yeah.
it.
No. Look,
Yeah.
but don't touch people.
Yeah.
Just wear
Especially
spikes.
the ugly ones.
Oh yeah.
If Henry Cavill
Don't
wants
be
to touch
ugly.
me, you can touch me, but that's my limit.
From NVIDIA, positive, negative is adding or taking away. Reinforcement punishment is good or bad. Losing $20 is negative punishment. Negative reinforcement is taking away something bad. Very academic,
Breaking it
NVIDIA.
down.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I feel like
Oh,
you've
thank you.
gone
We
to
like
school
we
for
we
this.
did stuff like that too. There was a point where we went through like we were trying everything, but like that didn't work for us. Like that the taking away toy thing like didn't work. Like we decided to do that for a bit as a form of like positive and negative
Mhm.
reinforcement, and it just wouldn't work. He was like, I don't give a fuck, like
Yeah.
like when it come to a point where that kind of like doesn't work anymore, you just kind of you're trying to expand your horizons onto this. And it's interesting to me because my husband and I spoke about like if we had children, like what our parenting methods would be, because I think that's the other thing is like really important is to have that discussion with your partner, because sometimes parents don't agree on how to raise a child. And he was for spanking and for punishment, and I wasn't. Like I was completely like you, Chrissy, like no, and you, Brittany, like no touching, like no, you cannot touch a child, like there's no fucking way. This was before I dealt with my little nephew, and then I was like, and once you get into that point and then you're like, oh my fucking god, like I'm gonna kill myself, then that's when you start kind of like deciding to switch it up a little bit. So it's really weird. So I kind of found my balance towards him a little bit more, and he found his way balance towards me, because he was like, at first he was really forceful, like he's like, no, like we have to discipline, and I was like, no, and then he like we both kind of just complimented each other in that way, because he gave way as well.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
From XSL, thoughts on, I don't know what that means, girls.
Sagittarius girls.
Sagittarius girls. I'm trying to avoid them.
Oh,
I have a Sagittarius
They're
ex.
sluts.
It wasn't good. He sucked. So not my favorite sign. Unless somebody here is that sign, in which
My
I'm willing to
stepdaughter
give
is
it
a
another try.
Sagittarius. They're you love them, but they're a lot sometimes.
They're
And the
handfuls.
stereotype
Risk
of the
takers.
sluttiest sign. That's
What was
what
that?
people say. If they fit the stereotype, their stereotype is that they're the sluttiest sign. Like if they fall under that argument.
Scorpio?
People have said that Scorpio is the sluttiest sign. I think
Yeah.
we're the
We're
most
the biggest
sexual.
horn dogs.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean like the sluttiest.
Yeah. Because they're more, because Sagittarius more like, oh, I'm gonna like, they basically just like pop off everywhere. It's like the most sexually liberal.
Sounds like a Leo.
Zodiac
more
signs
like
confuse me though, because it's like, for example, me and my mom are both Scorpios, and we could not be more different. Yeah, but we could not be more different though. We are.
It could be your
completely
rising and whatever those
opposite.
things.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects.
birthday?
It's not just
When's your
your sun
birthday?
sign.
November
Yeah.
21st. So I'm actually I'm on the
You're on the
Scorpio
cusp.
and Sagittarius cusp, but I am
Dude.
Scorpio.
Me, you, and Anna are all Scorpios.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wait, so is your mom in October Scorpio or November?
No, she's November, but she's November 11th. So
That's my birthday.
really? It was like Veterans
Oh my
Day,
goodness.
maybe.
See, I told them that it was coming at the start of the stream. They didn't like the girl talk. I was like, "Oh, wait for the zodiac."
What
There you
kind
go.
of wife are you based on your zodiac sign? So, who's a
I
wife on
disagree
this
with the
show?
one we got.
Me.
Nina and Xray Girl are wives. So really, none of us can really apply. So Nina and Xray Girl, what are your signs? We're gonna look you up.
Aries. Aquarius.
Aries and Aquarius. All right, here we go. Aries is up first. That doesn't look like you,
what a
Xray Girl.
picture.
Wow.
This is what I'd look like if I were actually white.
This is not looking good so far. Look how happy you look as a wife. as a
Never
white
do white
wife.
face.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Aries is ruled by Mars, the planet of will, named for the god of war. As such, an Aries might marry on impulse, but in the long run, this is a wife who looking for someone to fight alongside her, a real comrade in arms and a place of peace to return to. Aries and feminist icon Gloria Steinem once argued, ugh, this better be good.
Are you a feminist icon, Xray Girl?
You
You
become
just totally bashed feminists. That
I
was
did
amazing.
you become a semi non-person when you get married. I hate this attitude.
mean?
I
You become a
fucking hate-
semi non-person.
I hate this attitude.
I know what that means. That means you like lose yourself and become like your husband, basically.
Then that's not the right
Well,
person for you. But several decades and a few social strides later, Steinem made the move towards matrimony with a fellow activist. Sounds like bad sex. Emblematic of her sun sign, she described the union in her change of heart as being married is like having somebody permanently in your corner. It feels limitless, not limited. Naturally, Steinem expunged the words husband, wife, and obey from the ceremony. Ooh, how modern.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I guess if you think that me working on the internet, I guess I became a semi non-person in that sense. But other than that, no. We're very like different people. You ever met us? Very,
And I
very.
think
I've
this-
met you, and yes, you're different people.
This really speaks to less of an Aries and more of like a cunty feminist mentality. Because I remember I had this phase in college, and the fact that it's like, all right, yeah, Gloria Steinem, it's like it's her whole thing. So, yeah, but I think Aries are generally leaders and like strong personality, solid.
Yeah, they have
citizens.
big dick energy.
Yeah, they do.
Oh
All
my.
right.
Even the women?
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
my bestie's an Aries, and she's very close to that archetype with her other placements too. Kind of like amplify that,
Yeah.
but we get along really well.
Oh, okay.
Up next,
Scorpio.
Oh, I'm not a wife yet. I can't read it yet. Okay, let's see. Aquarius.
Well, you'll see what kind of wife you will be.
That's
Well, I'm not a
you,
wife
Nina.
either, but I'm also
Nina,
an
how do you feel
Aquarius,
about
so-
this?
Well, I
Okay.
do use black emojis on Twitter, so we're halfway
There you
there, so
go.
it's all right. Here we go.
That's right.
This
Well,
is Nina. This is you in Mexico after a few more years.
Okay, perfect.
Is she actually tan?
I mean, if I was as rich as her, I'll take it. I'll take that money. Let's go.
Yeah. I'll be Stedman any day. I'll be like, I'll be a kept man. Sure. All right. Let's see. An Aquarius wife is interesting, if not always emotionally available or physically present. This is a space cowgirl who is a
I
leader.
am a space cowgirl. This has got me right. Yes.
That's a compliment. Who is allegiant to her own weirdness and time schedule, and she probably doesn't have time for your insecurities or bowling league.
That is
Wait,
true.
Venti, this is you too?
yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God, girl, you're the same. Also, you don't have time for insecurities or a bowling league. Independent in thought, action, and oftentimes finances, water bears are in for marriage if it's a non-traditional ride that prioritizes freedom and the pursuit of an individual purpose. We see this expressed in Oprah, who views her longtime relationship with Stedman Graham as a spiritual partnership that allows them to preserve their identities, and Oprah to preserve all her money, I bet.
Yes.
She
absolutely.
recalls of his marriage proposal in the early 90s. I realized I didn't actually want a marriage. I wanted to be asked. I wanted to know he felt I was worthy of being his missus, but I didn't want the sacrifices, the compromises, the day in, day out commitment required to make a marriage work. My life with the show was my priority, and we both knew it. I don't like this.
What?
Again,
That's
I don't like
insane.
it either.
this
That's
speaks
like-
more of Oprah
This is
being super
feminist.
fucking rich and feminist than it does of Aquarius.
That is
Exactly.
literally the
There's a
opposite
reason.
of how I feel about a marriage. Of what?
Right.
Yeah, there's a
word
good
for the
reason for
opposite.
that. It's because they're practicing modern astrology, which changes all the definitions into shit like this, which is why I don't personally partake in modern astrology. Because
Yes, you're right,
Aquarius as
Brittany.
a sign is supposed to be to basically be different, right? And so what is to be different today? Well, it's to be traditional. That's what's going against the grain today, not doing what it's saying. That's actually in alignment to what is popular now. So this is incorrect. Modern take in astrology generally is like bullshit like this, and it's really annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't like them just focusing it on Oprah because that'll make this article they think more interesting. But it's like I don't want to hear about Oprah because she's kind of an outlier. Like I wouldn't say she's a you know a mean median. She's not like the average fucking.
Yeah,
No.
we can't relate to a billionaire. It's just
Yeah.
That's why when she interviews like Meghan Markle and she's like, "Tell me about how mistreated you
struggle.
were and your struggle."
Yeah.
I'm just like, give me a fucking break.
Gosh.
Your
shut
struggle,
up.
you married a fucking prince. Smallest violin in the
I
world.
know.
Yeah.
Problems.
Oh my god. I mean,
Nick
I just don't
Mercatus
want her
in
to
chat.
spit on me.
Brackets.
No.
Hello.
6 lovely ladies with sharp and witty commentary. It's like if the vampires on The View ran out of adrenochrome and baby corruption and were replaced by real people. Wow.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Just as we were talking about Oprah. Thanks, Christina.
Is Oprah on The View?
No.
Oh, whoops. Never mind.
That's Whoopi.
And the worst part is
Okay.
in modern astrology, they really make out Aquarius to be like the SJWs, like the SJW sign. It's not true. It's that the archetype
lot of them
serves
are,
the
though.
collective, but they, in modern sense, they twist it to be, oh, that means you're an SJW, which isn't the case.
Yeah.
Damn.
Fuck that shit.
You know what's funny is I usually cannot stand Aquariuses, but the only two I seem to be able to tolerate is you two.
Do we dare, Anna, do we dare read for Scorpio?
I want to.
Do it, please.
Do it.
Please.
Read it.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Oh no. Okay, so this is first of all, there's not even a picture with this person with a man. So this is
Why
a
does
bad
she look
sign.
like a serial killer?
Out the gate. Why is she alone? What kind of wife are you gonna be? You're gonna be alone, bitch. Scorpio. Who is this blurry?
Yeah, I'm
fucking
like in
chick?
the last day of Scorpio, but that's like the new range because I know
She's
the
a
old
poet.
range had a little more wiggle
You
room.
gotta stick to the old range. I'm not
Yeah.
about the new
Stick to
range.
traditional
We're
astrology.
going traditional, yeah.
Right.
Scorpio poet Sylvia Plath, alone, wife of Ted Hughes, lived and loved intensely. All right, good.
Herself.
Herself.
Scorpio,
Yeah.
I don't like-
She's
first of all,
married to herself. She's like
I don't
that
like
fucking.
there's only one paragraph. Okay. A Scorpio takes nothing lightly, not least of all the sacred covenant of marriage. The Scorpio wife seeks to merge assets and souls with their beloved and is oft plagued by jealousy and suspicion. Correct. Scorpios are always waiting for the other shoe to drop and fear that their partner will leave them or love them less.
Oh no. Aw,
For the
that
Scorpio
sucks.
wife, nothing but depth of feeling and deep devotion will do. For serious and seriously dark Scorpio wife vibes, consider the chilling poem The Jailer by Sylvia Plath, whose love for and betrayal by her husband Ted Hughes led her to
Oh
suicide.
my god.
This is horrible.
dark.
See, I told you I didn't like it. Like that.
Oh no.
All right, now I'm
on.
going to read this poem.
Dude,
All
that was
right.
so good. What is this article? Like,
Here we
who's
go.
putting this out?
The Jailer.
Scorpios
Jesus.
are dark.
Oh
too,
my
though,
God.
usually,
We are pretty
supposedly.
dark.
This bad
All right, let's
representation.
do a dramatic reading. We're each going to read one paragraph of The Jailer.
Oh,
I can't see it.
okay.
By Sylvia Plath. Here we go.
You have to zoom in.
You have to
I'll
zoom
kick
in.
it
Yeah,
off.
I can barely.
Yeah,
see.
sorry.
Jailer.
My eyes can't see.
Mine,
There we go.
I'm going to make this big. Okay.
That's what she said.
My night sweats grease his breakfast plate. I already love this poem. The same placard of blue fog is wheeled into position with the same trees and headstones. Is that all he can come up with? The rattler of keys? Who's next?
X-ray girl.
I have been drugged and raped. I shouldn't
Wow.
say that word. 7
It's
hours
okay.
knocked out of my mind into a black sack where I relax, fetus or cat, lever of his wet dreams. Oh my god.
Right.
Wow.
Something is gone. My sleeping capsule, my red and blue Zeppelin drops me from a terrible altitude. Carapace, is that right? Carapace
Yeah.
smashed. I spread to the beaks of birds.
I feel like this
little
woman is.
gimlet.
What holes this papery day is already full of. He has been burning me with cigarettes, pretending I am a negress with some pause. I am myself. That is not enough.
Wow.
How did Brittany get to read the most perfect paragraph? Did she really just be negress? Oh my god. She should be canceled. Holy shit. I can't.
Oh my gosh.
Dare
Okay.
go on. Okay.
The fever trickles and stiffens in my hair. My ribs show. What have I eaten? Lies and smiles. Surely the sky is not that color. Surely the grass should be rippling.
Damn. And Anna, you read the one about not eating. That was
I
also
know.
perfect for you.
Oh, no.
Damn.
All
right.
day gluing my church of burnt matchsticks. I dream of someone else entirely, and he, for this subversion, hurt me. He, with his armor of fakery.
Damn. All right, I'll go. His high, cold masks of amnesia. How did I get here? Letting the days go by. Indeterminate criminal. I die with variety. Hung, starved, burned, hooked.
I imagine him, impotent as distant thunder, in whose shadow I have eaten my ghost ration. I wish him dead or away. That, it seems, is the impossibility.
Damn.
That being free, what would the dark do without fevers to eat? What would the light do without eyes to knife? What would he do without
This bitch was fucked up, yo.
I feel like this woman shouldn't have gotten married.
No.
Yeah, this is.
Oh my
She
god.
needed to work some shit out.
She killed herself, clearly.
Can we find other Scorpio wives?
Yeah.
This poem was a cry for help. I cannot believe somebody didn't like help her out.
Damn.
Gosh.
Sylvia Plath, she wrote her first poem at the age of 8 and couldn't fucking stop after that. Wow. That's I don't think she's the best representative for Scorpio.
No.
We got Julia Roberts. Is she like married right now? Winona Ryder. I mean, those already.
There's a lot of Scorpio
There we
women.
Are
go.
you guys
I don't
interested
think we're
in
gonna
any
be able
other
to
sign?
relate to any.
What's Amber
celebrity, though.
Turd's sign? I'm just curious.
Oh
man.
my.
I don't know. Psychos do tend to be Gemini, so
She's a Taurus.
Uh-oh.
A
Oh no, that
Poopasaurus.
Henry sign.
Taurus.
well, fun fact about Taurus, a lot of dictators are Taurus. It's because they're very
Wow.
Control fucking
militant
freaks.
and they also have like food issues a lot of the time. If again, this is considering a lot of aspects in a chart. I'm just talking about one archetype, so it's a lot of factors.
That's interesting.
George Lucas is also a Taurus.
Ooh. Thanks, Rakita. New e-girl meta, selling bottled night sweats for breakfast plates.
I would like to know how people could bottle their sweat. Like that would be so tough to like collect.
Just go to a Bikram yoga studio and then put a
Oh,
bottle
that's
in
true.
yourself.
Oh yeah, old nerdy, nice talking heads reference. Chrissy, have some money. Thanks.
I love that. Have some money.
Go by. Yeah, I don't like this article, and I normally love astrology shit, and I just don't think these are good examples.
No, that was a terrible article.
Feminist version.
That
of
was
astrology.
a terrible article. Yeah.
Yeah. It just seems like most of these feminists are like, oh, I begrudgingly got married and I'm going to bitch about it every step of the way. It's like, well, then don't do it. Like, just don't get married.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel the same way about guys. Like, it's like, for example, what's his name? The golfer guy. I was like, why'd you even get married? He like cheated on his wife with like 20
Tiger
different-
Woods?
Yeah, Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Why just get married? See, I think Leonardo DiCaprio's doing it right. You know, the dude
I'm friends
just
with one of his mistresses.
Are you?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What's her name? She was just on my show the other day. She has really huge.
You're on her
boobs.
show?
She was on my show. I can't remember her name. Oh well, it'll come to me.
The
But
problem with
that's what I mean,
Tiger.
though. Leo, I feel like he's doing it right. See, he never got married, and then he just keeps switching it up. Like, and I'm fine with that. Whatever. It's okay.
I don't see that being healthy, though. I just don't. Like,
I mean,
it's
nobody said
better
it's
than
healthy.
him. Right. Yeah. It
But-
is better than him. But the only problem with that, too, is, I mean, as long as there's a mutual understanding between both of them that, hey, I'm just doing casual type stuff. I'm not trying to have a commitment, that kind of thing. But it's just one of those conundrums, because at the same time, the more that hookup culture, casual dating, the more that's been normalized, the worse the dating pool has been. And I think that from both sides, men and women, pretty universally agree right now that dating sucks right now. And I think that for how much hookup culture and casual dating has been normalized, that's a huge reason for it.
I just think it's better to know thyself. So if you think that you can't keep it in your pants and commit to someone, then not getting married is a better choice.
Oh, for sure.
Live your life, you know?
Those types of people who end up being serial cheaters, they want someone who's going to stay and be there for them.
Right.
And even if the person finds out and they know the person's going to stay, they're going to keep them because they know that they're always going to be in their corner. So they will do the same thing again and again because guess what? They know they're going to still cheat and stay.
Right.
Kevin Samuels talked about this a lot. He would be like, and I liked a lot of what he did because he kind of helped a lot of women see like the basic nature of most men, and that is
That's
like
Brittany's
ultimately,
favorite guy right there.
ultimately, like looks are super important, and like you having a master's degree is probably less important. And then like women get mad at that because we're like, fuck, I spent all this time and money getting this master's degree because I grew up thinking I needed this to like live and be better than my parents. What was my point of bringing him up? is that he said that like a lot of women, if you want to go for like the top tier of guy, like this over 6 foot, over 6 figure, like if that's what you really want, you have to be prepared to like share that man, like kind of be okay with cheating, kind of be okay with a lot of stuff. And I was like, whoa. I mean, that was just, I've never heard anybody kind of put it that way.
So he's saying men suck. He's saying only a few of them are good.
He's saying basically like this, be realistic. If you want an NBA player, know that like you're going to be one of like 30 options on any given day.
I think a lot of men and women really suck. It's so easy for it's just like it's so easy to, especially since we're all women and we've all had, you know, dating experience. I think it's so easy for us to talk about, oh man, most men suck. And you know what? That may be true, but also most women suck too. Cause I got 2 brothers and saw what their dating stuff was like. And it was not good.
Women can suck.
The whole social media and having this openness and kind of we can talk to anyone and everyone that could be out there. We're always looking for the next best thing. And that's the problem with like dating apps, with Instagram. Like people date on Instagram. Like I didn't know that was a thing until recently. But like people, like the whole idea of girl next door, it's not a thing anymore. That girl living next door who's like, you know, average to kind of hot, that's not the top tier. We're looking at like Kim K's with the big butts and the big lips and big boobs. So
yeah, it's interesting. Can I just really quickly change subjects for a second, Chrissy?
Yeah. I have a ton of supers to go through that. Like, I think I want to go through.
Go ahead.
Because I want to make sure.
Before you do that, I'm going to hop off. So thank you for having me as per usual.
Bye, Vent.
It was a nice discussion.
People follow you.
YouTube, Brittany Venti, and I'm on Twitter, of course. You know, Shadow Band as always. So, all right. Have a good night, guys. Good discussion. Bimbo Power.
Bimbo Power forever. Zodiac and Bimbo BS makes me cringe. Well, sorry, NVIDIA. After Cecil's accidental face reveal, I have to saw he looks exactly how I thought he would. Oh, say. Yes, he does. HB, my wife walked into the room and asked if I was simping for someone other than her. I said that these gals deserve simping since I've been simping for the same woman for 39 years, especially Xray girl. FNT for the win. Oh, wow.
Oh, yay, FNT.
I'm up there with your wife.
Deranged lunatic. The mantis mistakenly took Superman for Spider-Man. Oh yeah. Brian Kurdersha. Good evening, ladies. I love being one of your Sims. Never even thought about living in 2022 when I was living in the 90s or loving in the 90s. Yeah, the 90s were better all around.
They were.
Soundwave Spectre, Forest Mommy last week, and Mel Mac this week. SimCast always has the best people on. Keep up the great streams. Thank you, Soundwave. My favorite escort is Sandy Hook. Hi, ladies. Hi, Sandy Hook.
Hi.
Crash Mondo. Chrissy, show the ladies your Tegan Screaming Cowboy remix. I was looking for that earlier. I couldn't find it. It's on my YouTube somewhere. Good old Chrissy Teigen. All right, John Thomas, put Tegan's photo next to the Catwoman who had way too much cosmetic surgery. Yes, she is starting to look like that for sure. Form. Thank you, Lauren, for the form. Like the random correction. Senior Sunt Mantis is also the only bug who can mess up a bird, which inspired a martial art. My mom does glass, so she's making me a set of predatory monsters: mantis, wolf, tiger, and shark. Serial killers, all of them. Wow, I feel like I learned a lot from that. Hunter Stevens. Anyone who doesn't think Harry and Mar from the classic Macaulay Culkin flick were a gay couple is home alonic. Home alonic?
Were those the bad guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were the wet bandits.
But people need to normalize again dudes being bros and friends. Like not everybody who's friends is
It's not everything is Brokeback Mountain, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what it's so funny because used to it was always, oh, if every time a guy and a girl were friends, it was always, oh yeah, they must be hooking up. But now it's like two girls can't be friends or two guys can't be friends with everybody saying that. So I think they're secretly projecting like their fantasies on people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
From Lauren Friend, Chrissy Teigen, the ultimate formula of Munchausen syndrome. Faux show. She's fucked up. Fusebox, loving the show. Might y'all be interested in coming on Fusebox? Engaged? If you don't come on the show, you hate black women. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules.
Wow.
Well, with an offer like that, how can we refuse? West Britannicus. Good evening, ladies. SimCast needs to have Best Frosk make an appearance sometime. Best Frosk. There is going to be a Frostcast Wednesday at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Eastern.
All right.
If any of you guys want to jump on, Frosk will be explaining her actions. It's Chewy. Hey, ladies. You know Houston, Texas has to show mad love in the chats. Also, go LSU Tigers. LSU Tigers in the Philadelphia. LSU. My favorite escort is Sandy Hook. Having a stroke or giving a stroke? Hopefully both. Shadow Chaser, thank you for the super sticker. John Thomas. Ari needs to meet up with @Tugs.
Well, yeah, Vegas,
man. Raylan Gibbons, who will be the next lovely lady to join the stream? Geeky Sparkles, Josie the redheaded libertarian, Lofty Pixels. I've definitely heard of Josie. Yeah, I'll put them on the to-do list. Wokey be bad. Wait, all in Orlando? Really? Oh yeah, next month. At the end of next month. I think the Geeks and Gamers F&T meetup is what, the 30th?
Whatever the Sunday is, I forgot the actual day.
Happy Plague Doctor, come to Young's Western Wear in Valentine, Nebraska. Get you fitted for a saddle. Ooh. I mean, like a saddle for what, though? A man? Hell's Only, thank you for the 5. Hevelfinger. Anna, you should make a Rogue fan film just to screw with them.
Oh my gosh, how epic would that be?
That would be cool.
You're insane.
Hell's Only. Hi, I want to thank Anthony for the I should have read this when Missy was here. I want to thank Anthony for the years of entertainment. O&A and R&F helped me while in the army. With that said, how the hell can you out with such dorks like Beardson, Fuentes, and yes, McGinnis? Oh, I like Gavin McGinnis. I think you gotta get to know him, and then I don't know. He seems like hard and crusty on the outside, but he's soft on the inside. But I don't know who Beardson is.
I don't know who. Maybe I do know, but I don't remember who McGinnis is.
Gavin McGinnis. He people call him the founder of the Proud Boys, even though it was like a men's social club, and he was like trying to help his friend get laid.
I got you.
One thing led to another. The rest is history. Okay, Elsa Barrett. Okay, so if someone could just go ahead and put Brittany's rap through auto-tune, that'd be great. Thanks.
That would be awesome, actually.
Elton Hope. Brittany, I miss when you actually use the N-word. Yeah, she's really holding back. I'm so impressed. Nesquick, an ass washing a day keeps the monkeypox away. Now you tell me.
Wow.
Chrissy's hair is gingery. It stuns like gin and injury. What? I love it. I don't understand it, but I love it. Just Nova, the haters are too busy trying to lick their left ear. Inspiring, ladies. Cheers to each of you. Another chill panel. Thanks, Nova. John Thomas, Nina, some guy in California robbed a store wearing a Day of the Dead masks, and the sheriff said it could be a hate enhancement because he's white.
That's funny. Oh.
Okay, a couple more. Sandy Hook, they are neglecting to say be a 10. Are we talking about us? Talking about guys?
I don't know what in reference that's
like
dating. It's probably about the like how do you approach a girl?
Oh, so they're saying be a 10.
Be a
That's
10.
well, you
No
know,
way.
and you don't have to be a 10, but I'm just telling you, I think this applies to men, women, everybody who's trying to date. When you're if you're single and you're trying to find a partner, the more you put into yourself in every way, and that includes like getting fit, getting in shape, like that's just gonna do nothing but help you with your options and stuff. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to look your absolute best. I mean, my brothers did that before they were trying to date. They were just skinny fat gamers that just like worked and played games all day. That's all they did. And then they're like, hey, you know what? I need to start looking for a woman. So they hit the gym. They really worked on self-improvement, and that was a good thing. It opened up the more options for them, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah. It's true. When you start investing in yourself, you really do attract a lot more people.
Yeah, and that's one thing I try to work on too. I think self-improvement's always good regardless of whether you're looking for a mate or not, but it does help when you're looking for a partner for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also really important like to keep that up once you're with somebody, because then there's
Oh
the
yeah,
stereotype
because you don't
of,
want to be like, got him. All right, I'm gonna let myself go now.
Ugh.
Yeah. That's not. That's not good.
It's like you feel tricked. It's like, oh man.
Right.
I feel like that stereotype is probably more for like women, like, oh, you get with a guy or you have a kid and you let yourself go. It's like,
yeah,
I never want to be like that.
yeah.
Patrick T, don't be fooled. Anna is snobby about her dirt choices. Aw.
It's true. She is. She has some standards, you guys.
Fuck Google. Melonie, Beurre de Barat d'Eau, unsalted butter from France by Rodolphe Le Minior is a far better butter. You can't get this in the USA.
Or you
Wow.
can. See,
You
I don't know
can.
if
Would
that's
it be a butter tease? Oh, you can.
I do remember my mom told me, she's like, oh, there's this French butter that I got, and it's even better than Kerrygold. And I tried it, and I still liked Kerrygold better.
Really?
I just love Kerrygold butter so much.
Dude,
Yeah.
Kerrygold butter is fucking good. Like I tried it out, man. It's
Have
really
you ever had
good.
it? I can't believe it's not butter. I grew up on that.
That
Me too.
And guess what? I could believe that it wasn't butter.
Maybe
It's
margarine
like oil.
because that shit is fucking gas.
Oh my
man.
god. I used to eat margarine out of the tub.
Yes,
Oh,
we had a
dude.
gigantic tub of Country Crock constantly in our fridge. It was
Yeah,
margarine. It was
Country
white
Crock
Christian.
is an appropriate
It was
name because
noodles
it's a
and
crock
butter.
of crap. Like that, those seed oils in there.
Dude,
But
that shit
remember,
gives you
like,
cancer.
Back in the
Yeah.
day, that they said margarine was better than butter.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
and it
what
gives you
I'm saying.
fucking cancer.
Well, we didn't know back then.
Me too, Hannah. We never had real butter either. And I thought it was like really expensive. I thought that's why we never had real butter. And then you
crazy.
grow up and you're like, oh no.
Nick Ricada is totally simping for Melonie Mac right now. She's
Good,
all,
he should be.
He's all, oh, everyone should like take a page out of her book. She's all working out.
you.
and amazing.
Hey, I mean, working out. I'm doing the Melonie Mac carnivore butter diet.
Really?
Yeah. I've gone keto and it's worked out
Oh, that's amazing. If you have any questions,
Welcome.
just hit me up. I am very happy to help. That stuff just like I'm real passionate about it. So like I will go off. Like I'll be like, okay, this is if you need advice, I got you.
Yeah. Whatever. I do yoga and workouts on streams. It works for me.
So
I'm gonna start swimming.
That's awesome. Swimming's great.
Oh, swimming is the best workout because it works out your entire body.
Yeah, I found a good pool near me, so I'm gonna go inside.
Can I just say,
ocean?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna drive to the ocean every day and get sandy.
and Nina, I know Mexico traffic is horrendous.
Yeah, no. Not happening.
Okay, one from Russell. So, in your learned opinion, would you say that Sagittarius is the most likely of the zodiac to dabble in butt stuff? I would say yes. I feel like he's asking for a friend. By the way, it's my birthday month. Let the compliments commence. Oh, Patrick!
Happy birthday, Patrick!
Happy birthday,
Patrick! Oh, your dick looks so big.
Is it as long as that road?
Is that road? Yeah. See her soon. Femmes who whinge about men are always the ones, chat, that don't want to marry. Figured a perfect way to wreck dumb. How long would you last without electricity? Haven't had a good answer yet. Is this talk to text? What the fuck are you doing?
It must be because he's from like New Zealand or something.
It's talk to text
Is
and
he
he's
trying-
drunk while talking.
Is he trying to type it in his
He's
accent?
drunk. He's drunk. That's drunk talk.
Drunk
Russell
talk
Hall.
to text.
Seeing Cecil's face is like eating a breakfast of unseasoned grits with plain yogurt, black Folgers coffee, 2 slices of white bread, and a boiled egg.
I'm so sad that I missed it.
I'll send you a picture of his face.
Don't.
Aw, Ricada.
We
Skip
went
my
to
super
the-
chat. Is my simping for nothing?
What?
Slits wrists.
I don't see it.
What a drama
that was
queen.
I'm scrolling through as fast as I can. I don't see it.
I think it was on the
No, you
screen
can
for
just
like
follow
a
me.
second because I remember I tried reading
It's
it.
in. It's.
Fucker. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta keep scrolling. Okay. Jesus Davila, thank you for the super sticker. Old nerdy. If you're a man dating an average woman, you're one of 30 options. So does that really mean all NBA player types are going to be cheaters? What?
I think it really depends on the person at the end of the day because someone can be a 10 out of 10 and be a very loyal and great partner, and someone can be a 1 out of 10 and be a cheating loser. And in a lot of situations, people think, oh, if I settle a little bit, and this is non-gender specific, it's guy or girl, if I settle a little bit, they'll treat me better. If I go a little lower in my league, that's not true. And here's the thing when it comes to cheaters is that, you know, really hot people, they have the opportunity to cheat all the time and they can make the choice not to do it. They're used to the attention. But if you take someone who's not used to getting a lot of attention and then they get it, some of them are like, oh, they'll jump at the opportunity because they're not used to it. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anybody can cheat.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Right. Oh, there you are, Ricada. No, all 666 dudes cheat.
Oh, he meant
Imagine-
not all 6. I saw him in the chat earlier.
Oh, I was like,
Yeah,
have you,
he
is this a
corrected.
devil thing? Okay. Imagine having time to deal with another woman. Jesus fucking Christ.
6, that's a
6 foot, 6 inches, and a 6
Oh,
figure.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
6 inches.
So you're in the 666 club. I'm like, what was it? I made the joke like the 777 club, and they're like, Jesus Christ, Anna.
I laugh when I see those Tinder profiles where the girls are like, must be in the 666 club, and then they're like
Fat.
big
Right?
Why?
And
Why
you're
are they
like,
all like
"Well,
that?
what do you bring to the table that, you know, you're
They'll
asking
have like
for that?
5 kids. There'll be like not taking care of themselves, and then they won't have anything going for them. And they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't have a job. I have all these kids. I don't take care of myself physically, but you need to be over 6 foot. You need to make 6 figures." It's just like
I
the
wish I could be
delusion.
that confident.
I've seen even on TikTok just the pure delusion. This is one thing that app dating has ruined a lot of people too, and it has boosted the egos too high for girls who normally wouldn't be approached on the street. I'm going to be called a pick me for this or hating on other women, but I don't even care. This app dating is damaging a lot of girls who ain't crap, dude. It'll take a girl who's like a 5 out of 10, but she'll get a lot more attention just because there are more guys on dating apps than girls. So suddenly she thinks she's a 20. It's inflated the egos of women that it otherwise wouldn't have.
I don't know. I really liked it because I remember when Tinder was created. Like, I've been in a relationship for so long now, it doesn't really matter. But in real life, like, no one, I'm just, I guess, stupid. And I couldn't tell, like, if a guy liked me unless he was extremely direct, like, asked me out on a date. Or, like, and saying, like, I'm asking you out on a date. I was just so oblivious. So I would never, like, date that much. And then I felt, like, really shitty because I'm like, oh, am I, like, nobody likes me? Am I just too weird? And then, like, the guys that, like, would, you know, be confident enough to ask me out, they were never, like, my type and whatnot. So when I finally, like, got on the app and I was like, oh, okay, so this takes off the level of, like, does he like me or not? So I'm like, oh, this guy matches me, so he must like me. So it was like, okay, I get rid of that awkward phase. This guy likes me, and then from there it's like, does it work or does it not work? But I liked it for that sense.
Oh yeah, and I know back in the day, like 10 years ago, even a few years ago, dating apps were a lot better than they are now because people on them were actually looking for relationships. But these days, I'd venture to say like 95% of people are either bored and want attention or want someone just to chat with or want to hook up. The amount of people actually looking for a serious relationship has dwindled dramatically.
I can't even imagine online dating. I've just been out of that whole loop for so long, so I can't imagine it. I'm just so old school. Like, oh, okay, you know, you go around and pick people up and blah blah blah. It's not a thing anymore.
I think it's really hard, especially in cities, because everyone is always just looking, like I said, for the next thing, the next thing, the next thing.
It's a grind. John Thomas, the studies proving fat was bad for you was paid for by the sugar industry. High sugar, carbs are what causes heart disease. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they should. That whole, like, you know, trans fat situation. I remember that.
I'm telling you, fats are the absolute best thing for your health you can eat and everything. And it's like, I noticed when I started upping my butter consumption, people want to make fun of me all that they can all they want, but I've never had better skin in my life.
I'm making fun of you.
Coffee? Do you do like the coffee butter thing?
I just tried that today. It's really good.
It's good. Bulletproof coffee. Yeah. It's really good.
I put about 5 grams of butter in and it wasn't that bad. Like, it just tastes like a creamer almost.
I tried it and I fucking hated it.
Really?
I thought it was the most disgusting thing I've ever drank.
Do you like butter on its own though, Nina?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
I
okay.
love butter. Like, I love butter. I love butter on, like, well, toast if I eat bread at the time, but no, just generally speaking, I love butter, but I didn't like butter coffee. I was like, oh, this is
I love it. Oh, Edward Lockwood, thanks for becoming a new member. Taz, quick question for the pretty ladies. Full chest hair, trimmed chest, or a bald chest?
Oh.
I'm not a gorilla.
Full chest hair.
Bald or trimmed. Bald with the prickly growing out. Ugh.
You know, I like it when guys shave their body hair, which it sounds crazy because I normally like very, very masculine guys, but I like that hybrid of masculine man and pretty boy, if that makes sense. So like a guy who's manly and has masculine features and stuff, but who's still, you know, has
you like manicured.
Yeah, I like clean too.
Yeah, clean cut and yeah.
I don't know. I don't, all of the above. I don't know.
If you do bald chest, wax it.
Yeah, she's
that's
She's right. Wax
it.
No.
Wax on, wax off. That's the only one I know.
I like
I would
men,
say
so I'm very against the shaving or the waxing when it comes to men.
Don't worry about your chest hair. Just make sure you're
just do what you like.
At the end of the day, do what you like. Because I mean,
I
look
know
at
what it
someone
is.
like Henry Cavill. Doesn't he like have a lot of chest hair?
Oh,
Oh, dude, yeah, he looks great.
See, I think
he looks great.
When it comes to men, the thing that's I think women look for the most is confidence. So if you have confidence and you like, you know, you think you look good and you're good and you know you feel good in your body, that's the best thing, I think.
Also, if you have butter.
Yes. Butter helps.
Yeah.
Butter always helps.
Senior soon femmes who whinge are this
we already read it.
are always the ones chat don't want to marry. Figured a perfect way to wreck dumb. How long would you last? I already read this and I don't understand it even the second time. Basketball Hall, men reconquer the world and you're forced to marry a man in the 653 club. But you didn't decide which attribute matches with which number. Decide. Oh,
okay.
Wait, what is it? It's money, it's height, and it's
Height
dick
and-
size?
And dick size, yeah.
Oh shit!
I wish this
is
had
hard.
like I wish
Oh,
the
no.
height. I wish the height was looks
Okay.
instead of just height because like
Look, I'm gonna go. Shit. Okay.
This is I
can answer first.
I might
Okay.
go.
Okay, 6-inch dick, 5 feet tall, and they don't have to make very much money
Yes,
because I'll
yeah.
make the money.
I'm with Anna because I will help. I will help you make more money.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is tough.
We didn't talk about girth, so
Yeah.
I could be okay with 5. I could
Yeah.
be okay with 5.
Yeah.
I could
Isn't
be
that
okay
funny?
with 5 too.
Aren't we?
It's
That's
a thick one.
When people say, "Oh, men are so shallow," it's like we're kind of shallow too, because it's like I would take a broke dude that was like 5 feet tall. You know what I mean? And then like as long as I bring in that 6 inches, we can talk. Let's make a deal.
I think for me when it comes this is the thing though is when it comes to the financial side of things there is nothing worse than a man who won't work. So it
Yeah.
depends. Is he
Yes.
working a lot or not? Because I
This
don't want to
could be-
get
this
too into
could-
detail about this, but having to be a breadwinner sucks. It sucks.
Hey, he could be at school on his way to making money at some point. So, you never know.
It's just something that like that's the thing. I don't need a lot to be happy, so I don't need like a rich guy, but I need a guy that I at least feel comfortable with, that I won't have to be supporting him because that's not fun to do.
Well, I'm
And
gonna go
I've had
the
to do it
opposite
before.
way. I'm gonna go because of what you said, Melonie. Like, you made me think. I could, and everybody calls me size queen usually, but I could accept the small man. I'll take the 6 figures, man. Give me some money.
6
So-
figures.
Yeah, that's how
Yeah.
tall or 3 feet tall.
Yeah, I'll take the 3 inch. I'll take the 3 inch. Just
Yeah.
like
No, you
give me
wouldn't.
that
No,
6
you
figures,
wouldn't.
man. Let's
No.
go. That's fine.
I think that's
fine.
base.
Had a
I think that's base.
No, I've never had. No, I've never
You don't know.
experienced that.
So,
If
from
you
what I
have one, you
hear,
would not want one.
the guys who are, generally smaller, they'll work other ways to,
Right?
There's always toys, Chrissy.
So,
we can
you know.
make things work.
That's not the
Oh,
biggest
you're gonna make
priority.
Wait,
Like,
you know that there is something like you put your penis inside of a bigger penis and then
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That's a ball thing?
how sad.
Absolutely not.
Give me the money. I'll take the money. I want to become like Oprah. That's right.
I will take a big dick over money any fucking day of the week.
There you go.
oh,
Yeah.
no, not me.
Oh my god.
That's the thing though,
Like
is
your
like, yes, are some girls shallow when if girls who say, "Oh, I want a guy who's
baldo.
established financially," it's not
baldo.
always shallow. Like that's an attractive thing. A man who can provide is a very attractive thing. Now, I understand in the current economy of things in the current system where women have entered the workforce and all that kind of stuff, things are different now. So a guy doesn't have to be like sole provider, but a guy being able to handle himself financially, and as a woman not having to worry that, oh, I may have to financially support the both of us. It just goes against feminine energy in my opinion. So
I was just playing the devil's advocate, but it's fine.
no, and I agree with it though.
Shout
That's a
out to
bigger
the ethically
priority.
ambiguous brunettes.
Let's go.
That is a hard question though. Like, yeah, what was it? 6'5", 3"?
Yeah.
Because if they're a
I like
hard
how we
worker,
all were okay with a guy that was 5 feet tall, though. Like that was.
I was
easy.
just gonna. Yeah.
no, 3 feet tall. What? Come on, what are we talking about here? Like,
Nobody
what
wants
was
a
that?
3 foot tall man.
Yeah.
even if he's not a
He wants
6
to marry
incher.
Tyrion Lannister.
I'm so happy. Like I wish Lila was here.
Oh my god, she would be shrieking right now.
He's like, they could all die. The dogs.
Oh my god. Okay, this is from Nesquik from earlier. You guys don't get it. This isn't a pair of fake boobs. He has two dwarfs in there. This is a modern take on the trench coat trick.
Oh my god.
And from Nero Anaximbear, do you like when the garbage men and the plumbers whistle and holler at you when passing by, or is it more class and looks department? I like getting whistled at, but that's the thing, is usually just, it's like the kind of cat call I like is like it's a cat call and everybody moves on with their day. Of course, nobody wants to be
Right.
stalked or followed home.
Exactly.
Just
Yes.
a quick little
Mhm.
pick me up to let you know that you look good today. Like, that's fucking great.
I agree.
But I haven't got, what Brittany Venti has been getting. 'Cause
Yeah.
she's lived in Manhattan.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's a different scenario.
Or lived in I lived in Brooklyn for like 2 years, but I don't know. I was running around doing open mic, so I wasn't in the places where you needed to get catcalled. But I would sometimes walk past a construction site on my lunch hour.
See, I lived in San Francisco. The people that were catcalling were women.
Really?
Yeah. Well, no, the guys catcall the guys in San Francisco, and the women catcall the women.
Oh,
And
that's
nothing is more
funny.
terrifying than like a giant lesbian woman, like being
You
very
know
forward
what?
with you.
That being hit on by a lesbian is infinitely more scary than being hit on by a man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 'Cause
I freak out. I'm just like
they'll follow you all the way into Home Depot. They mean business.
When I was younger, I've catcalled guys before. Like, haven't you guys ever done that?
Oh gosh, no,
Yeah.
I'm so shy. No
I've
way.
catcalled guys
I
lots of
have.
times.
I've done it. Usually out of cars. I'm driving by.
Yeah. Well, I didn't duck. I was like, yeah, baby. Yeah,
Oh, it's funny though, because I went to Ulta a couple days ago, and the girl that was working there, she was so pretty, and I just wanted to leave her a compliment, make her day feel good. But at the same time, I'm like, I hope she don't think I'm hitting on her, because you just never know. but I told her anyway, because I was like, well, it might make her happy, so I'm gonna tell her she looks beautiful.
Rakeda says that's because of those lesbian DV rates. TBF. I'm not
What's
sure.
TBF? What does that mean?
What
to be
is-
fair?
What's DV?
Oh, to be fair.
Lesbian divorce rates? Is that what that means?
I
Probably.
don't know what DV is.
Diving into vaginas?
Domestic violence.
Domestic violence. Oh, I don't know.
Like Amber Turd.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, lesbians be angry. All right, I already did this one. That was a really good one. Anna's
Quit yelling in the chat, Nick. God, you're being so
Anna's-
forceful.
Yeah, I give you the link. Get in here.
He says he's in a hotel room and his wife is sleeping.
Oh,
Okay.
Anna's a lot of things, but no one who's familiar with her would accuse Anna of being shallow. More like wide and deep, but say it with an echo.
Go
Wow.
fuck yourself, Russell.
Yeah, we're done with you. Until the next super chat. Marcus Henry, sorry, but my weakness is ethnically ambiguous brunette women. Ooh. What about redheads?
Yeah, come
Stop
on now.
censoring me. It's so funny. He gets on and it's just him in total darkness under a blanket, like, hi, what's up? You know?
He's got his phone brightness all the way dimmed.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. Okay. I ran through a couple of those. I know Nina wanted to. This has been such a great episode. I had so many more articles to bring up.
Oh, we can skip mine. It's okay.
But yours was interesting. Hold the phone. Let me find
Okay.
it. Oh yeah. This is I always like talking about this guy. Jason Momoa. I'm sure I'm going to
so
make some of
sad.
you angry with this take, but Jason Momoa isn't hot anymore. Not feeling the tire tracks tattoo and haircut. He got a tattoo on his head?
Yeah,
that's
Is it on
that's
both
it.
sides or one?
Click on the picture and then
No, why?
I love it. I love it.
You are weird.
would.
I think
don't
it's
mind
very
the tattoo.
masculine. It's very it's just a really cool culture and everything. I think it's awesome.
I think it looks like absolute shit.
It
And-
looks like birds walked across his head.
or a tire like
I
drove
think
on
he
his head.
makes it look great.
I'm gonna say I'm impartial to this.
But I mean, I'm tattooed, which is funny because even though I'm tattooed, normally I date guys who aren't tattooed. But
I don't
think this
usually
looks
mind
good.
tattoos like on the body, but
Right.
like when you do like face and like head tattoos, like it's like ugh, like I
Well,
don't know.
I mean, he
something
can grow
changes.
his hair and cover it if he doesn't want to see it anymore.
That's true, X-ray girl, but
he can.
also now he's just a big bitch too, because he's all like, I'm gonna shave my head for plastic water bottles, and then the
Which
next
isn't
day
true.
he's like getting
He's
a
just
freaking
shaving his
tattoo.
head for this.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the
Is
thing
that
is,
it?
when I was
Yes.
watching the video where he showed his tattoo and stuff, I was just thinking, oh, this guy again, because even though like I think he says and does a lot of stupid stuff, but I can't deny as the video kept playing, I was like, he actually looks really good. I can't lie.
He looks awful now, but also see, Nick the other night brought up a good point on the Jack show, because I had never really paid attention to what he like really looked like because of the body, because I was like, oh my god, Aquaman's body is so
Oh my god,
amazing.
let me pull up the triangle body.
But my god, like what happened was when he was actually shaving his head, I paid attention to what his face actually looks like. First of all, the dude's got a giant mole like right under his nose, like right here. It's like a fucking massive
I don't know
mole.
why he wouldn't get that removed. That
I'm
should be
pretty sure that
easy.
they've taken it out like of every single movie he's ever been in, because that is
Dude,
I don't see
remove
that.
it. That shouldn't be hard. Go to an
I know.
esthetician.
I'm like, dude, I don't understand why you're not like removing this mole, but it was there and it was very clear. And I was like, like his
Wow.
face just doesn't look amazing anymore. I'm just like, the spell has been broken for me for Jason Momoa. I'm out.
The glass is broken.
Yeah.
I think he looks great though.
Chrissy's not here. Okay, so Nick's point was like that women don't look past like the biceps and the shoulders and whatnot. And then he
Mhm.
was talking about how there's this one dude that found the secret
yeah.
to the perfect body, or like to getting women, and he only works out his shoulders. And
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you need chest though too, though. Like
do.
a
Yeah.
weak chest on a guy is not appealing.
Well, apparently, like the second that he gets his like shirt off, the women are already too far in that they don't stop. So Chrissy, share my screen.
What?
I just when I look at him, I don't like he. I feel like he doesn't
Is this
smell good.
nudity?
No. Okay, so Chrissy, the thing about this is that Jason Momoa, he's got a really hot body, but his face isn't that hot. But then it's like the women don't look past like the perfect triangle on the man.
Right.
And so this one guy found the perfect fitness secret where he only works out his shoulders. And so here it is.
No.
Oh my
I
god.
mean, with a shirt, yeah, with a shirt, it looks really good. With a shirt,
He
it does.
reminds me, dude,
Wow. And then by the time
He
he
looks
takes
like
his
a
shirt off-
hanger, though. It looks like a hanger in a shirt.
this dude reminds me of Robert Pattinson's Batman. I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, like that's
Oh,
exactly what he looks like. 'cause he
I
won the
was
shoulders.
I
when he
was
was him.
simping for Robert Pattinson's Batman though.
But
I have different tastes than the panel, I guess. But oh my gosh, I thought he looked amazing.
This guy's
that-
got
I don't know.
everything day
When
except
he was
shoulder day.
Batman,
That
when
guy's
his whole
belly.
face was like covered and he was in the suit, he looked good. But then when he take off his mask, I'm like, oh my god, it's Twilight.
I do think he definitely. Also, I didn't ever watch Twilight, so I guess I didn't have that to taint the experience.
That's why.
Yeah, I never
Weird.
watched Twilight, and he was actually very masculine in Batman. So I really liked him.
He was a little too emo for me. Like I was like, like can we just have a good Batman? Like I don't understand why it has to be like second year Batman where he's trying to figure out his issues. It's like, can we just have a badass fucking Batman that's beating the shit out of everybody? I don't know.
Jason Momoa is now installing car stereos. He'll take you to Chili's and get his 10% off rewards card out.
Oh my
Hashtag
god.
Women flooded.
He can take me
Wow.
to Chili's. I'll go on a date with him.
Oh
Like,
my
yeah, if
gosh.
I were single, would I? Sure.
Well, yeah, because
Mhm.
Jason Momoa isn't even my normal type. My normal type would be more like Robert
Shoulder
Pattinson,
girl.
but for some reason, I just think he's
You
very
like
attractive.
pretty boys.
I do, but they still got to be masculine too. It's got to be that balance. Or like James Franco when he was Harry Osborn.
Okay.
When he was Harry Osborn in Spider-Man.
I think I know your
Okay,
type.
I'd be down for
Man,
that.
all
Yep,
right.
yep, yep.
Perfect. Perfect.
I think you need someone with a hair swoop, Melonie.
Yeah, I like
a little bit of
a guy with good hair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like Elrond in Rings of Power.
Oh no.
Gosh, no. Not the Pidgeotto haircut. No, thank you.
Why would you say that?
I was joking. Because he has that like hair.
I'm so behind. I'm 2 episodes behind on that.
Oh, you got to catch up. Oh my god, I just reviewed the 4th episode with Az before the stream. It was awesome.
Awesome, good
The
or awesome
stream,
bad?
the stream was awesome.
I was about to say
the
Be careful with your
episode
words.
was fucking terrible, and I wanted to die.
It's
I wanted
boring.
to Sylvia. What was that poet's name against? I wanted to
that
Sylvia
poet?
myself.
Sylvia Plath, was it?
Sylvia Plath myself. After I
Oh my
watched
god!
that.
Did you guys hear that rumor that what's his face, Jason Momoa, like was pervy or like
Yes,
touchy
so
to his daughters?
yeah, so that's what happened
Oh.
with this thread that I created. Was several people informed me that apparently Jason Momoa was accused of molesting his daughter at an event where he touched her nipple. So I went and looked at this video, and because somebody had like apparently like kind of like compiled what happened, and then I looked at it and I was like, that doesn't look right. And I went and looked at the video, and it seemed to me that it was very innocent. I was like, it seemed very innocent to me. Like he just kind of had his hand on her chest, but she had a lei around her neck, so he kind of like had his finger like near the lei, but it was also so much going on at the time that he was like just very distracted on what was going on. I don't think it like there was anything malicious to it, but some people think there was, and I was kind of questioning myself because of what's going on with Hollyweird. I was like, I don't know. I
How
don't
old
know.
is
Like
she?
I have to question myself now.
Also, that's the thing though, is she's so young. It looks like she's just starting to develop breast. So guys, sometimes men, they don't think of their daughters as women, especially at that age. So he probably wasn't even thinking about it. He had both arms
I don't
around
think he was
both of
thinking
his
about
children,
it.
his son and his daughter, identical how he had his arms. It does not look like he was doing anything.
Some people just look for things to be crazy about.
That's what
Too
I
far
think
into it.
too.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that like Sarah Silverman situation where like she was seeing swastikas like on the street, and it was like construction.
Oh my
signs.
god!
Like,
Yeah,
I was like,
It's just
dude,
they just need to dig here. It's not a big deal.
yeah. So that's how I felt about it, but it was
That's how I
a whole
felt,
thing
too.
today because I was like, at first I was like shocked because I'm so against. Oh, bless you, Anna.
Thank you.
She's because I'm so against like pedos and like that whole thing. I'm against all of that. So like the moment somebody was like, "Oh, Jason Momoa might be like this," I was like, "Excuse me." I was, I just like had to go and look and make sure because I don't want to be supporting someone who's like that. Like that is not what I want to do at all. So.
No, I don't think that of him. I don't think that's the case with him.
But
at
you
all.
saw the video,
Yes,
Melonie?
I saw the video. It looked completely innocent to me.
Have you seen the video, Chrissy?
I'm looking for it right now. Video.
I can pull it up for you.
Of him.
It was in that same thread that I sent you. I think I sent you the bookmark for it. Actually,
Molests little girl. Great. This is what I'm watching. Okay. Let's see. I can't find it.
I will pull it up. It's right here. I got it.
That's not it. Okay.
I got it. I can
You
share
have it on your screen?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can share it. So this is the event. Now I just gotta kind of like pull up the timestamp. Okay, so this is.
Oh, was it
kinda like where she
107? I
was.
think 107. I don't know why I remember that. Yep, 107.
Okay.
I don't know how I remember that. No, but look, he's got his hand on both of his children the same way. And if you rewind
rewind it a little
before the
bit,
hands, rewind it.
yeah.
He's very rewind it. More.
Okay.
Because he's very overwhelmed with what's going on in the room. If you see his face, he's not
That's
even
like
focused.
a protective stance. I
It
Yeah.
would say.
is. There's a
On his
lot of
children.
cameras. There's a lot of stuff going on, and he's focused on other things. And then he's
Okay.
look at both children. He's holding them the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus, she's so young. She probably is just developing breast. He probably isn't even thinking of her like that.
All right. It's but the rubbing.
And, I mean, that would be more. I feel like that's comforting rubbing for the belly.
It is.
That's
he's an
true. Okay, she
affectionate
doesn't
guy.
seem
See,
uncomfortable.
look at his face.
No,
Here.
and then
He's distracted.
And then he bends down and he talks to her because she sees the dancers, and then he's like, oh, okay, what? Like, and he's very distracted. It just there's a cultural aspect to this too, because in a lot of cultures like that kind of pat is not a big deal. Like it wasn't in
kind of
mine.
like a stomach pat, or like a like when you're a little baby, like, oh, you're
right.
Yeah.
And
If it was just
reaching
his
the
thumb,
stomach.
I would be worried. But it was, all of them. It's
Well,
like
and
a comforting pat.
his son was holding his hand, and then so the daughter, he's showing her some affection too. That's
the thing is, she doesn't look uncomfortable the way that like
No.
every girl who's ever been around Joe Biden looks. Like she's chill and
Exactly.
relaxed.
right.
So,
She did
yeah.
move his hand later, but probably because she realized. Because I'm sure she's like, "Oh wait, he's a little closer than he realizes." And then maybe she felt uncomfortable. So I don't blame her for moving his hand like I would have too in that situation.
His babies are. They're so cute.
But I just don't think I do not think he bet any of that. I think Jason Momoa has plenty of issues, and there's plenty of criticism I have about him. But as far as him as a dad, from what I see, at least, I think he seems like an amazing, loving father. Like I don't see a problem here.
Okay, Jason, you make
Maybe
it
his
through
kids
another
would
day.
wonder if his arms are not around them.
Right.
Maybe
it seems
that's
like
him
more
holding them together.
protective and caring than.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought as well. I thought it was more protective and caring. And then
Yeah.
and it's interesting again because I bring it up because there's a cultural issue aspect. Like there was a tennis player recently that got into trouble, a female tennis player. Well, no, she didn't get in trouble, but there was an incident at the US Open where her father patted her butt.
Right.
Her and him and her coach. And she addressed it and says that the Czech tennis star father butt pat a U.S. Open after backlash, and she basically said like this is like it's not going to happen again, but we're not like this is but it's a cultural thing. Like she said like she didn't mind it, and it's not something that like it's ever been an issue, but it is in the States because when you see something like
Wait,
this,
is he-
it's very
Is the
cultural.
dad about to grab her ass right now? Or
Yeah.
hit it? Oh, okay. No, I don't like that.
What
No.
culture is this?
Czech.
No,
They're Czech.
No. Why don't you check
they?
yourself,
And that's and this is the coach.
Oh,
So
so
it's
they
the
both
same
do that.
thing.
It's their
Come on.
culture. I definitely think that would be very weird if if that was an American scenario, but
We can't impose our culture on their
Yeah.
culture.
you can't.
Yeah.
You
That's what it was. It's
Remind me
and
never
she's
to
like,
be a
you know,
tennis player.
this is my culture. Like, you know,
Right.
we don't think it's a big deal.
And then we
a
get
lot
like
of them
Asians
don't.
who don't touch each other. Like
Right.
hugging is like the weirdest thing. So
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to think about like cultural things, and you know, I
Mhm.
mean, like for example, in the Middle East and in I mean, a lot of Mediterranean countries, like we kiss hello, like it's like a kiss.
Right.
The kiss hello is a thing. Whereas in the States and in Canada, like that is not a thing. Like a lot of people like that's like if you kind of like cross that's like crossing boundaries. So I don't know. It's interesting. Cultural stuff is interesting to me. And also like the idea, the psychology of it, because I kind of like, I feel like that whole Joe Biden thing, Chrissy, is like really messed me up. Like, or thinking about how people in places of power, like Hollywood, have like, do this to kids all the time. It's really fucking weird to me. So I'm like, like, am I seeing something that I'm not supposed to see? Or do I not want to see something that's there because I like this guy? Like, you know, I don't know. I question myself all the time.
Yeah, I hate feeling like I have to be on such high alert for this stuff.
Exactly.
Like we've been primed to like we've seen a lot of it, so it's like now you feel like you're always on the lookout for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of really sad in that sense.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Rakeda, I've seen that exact stepdaughter share video on
Oh my
Bub.
God.
What's
Share the
Bub?
link, bro. Like DM me.
In Japan, the age of consent is 13, so cultural differences is crazy. Oh, 13.
Yikes, that's young.
That is young.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's too young.
Although, never mind. He said he was an Abercrombie model. I believed him. I should have checked for a catalog first. Never
Show me
take
the
somebody at their
picture.
word. Yeah. Oh my God, y'all. Okay, how do we feel about Enrique Iglesias? This is like the theme of this is he was kissing.
What about him?
He was
Is that
kissing
a cat or a dog?
He was kissing a concert goer during his meet and greet.
Oh, she kissed him back.
Whoa, whoa.
Ah, wait, let's play it over.
She's into it. She's like, give me your tongue.
Bailamos.
Wow. Oh,
You
you
really
might
can
get.
be a
Oh
hero.
my, that's getting
Oh,
that's
you
getting a
mute
lot.
it, mute it. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
she was so into it though. She was like,
Wow.
she
What?
wanted it.
Oh, she loved it.
She wanted it.
Good for her.
Wow.
Good for her.
She was like, put it
That
in me
made
now.
her day. That made her day. Yeah.
She was like, bend me fucking over right here.
That's
Like,
I don't
probably
know
the
why
highlight.
that is oddly wholesome to me for some reason.
This is wholesome.
Well,
to you?
they're both consenting
They're
adults.
exactly. They're both consenting. Like what's wrong with it?
Okay, Enrique
And it
Iglesias.
wasn't they
who has
weren't getting it on. They're like
who
kissing
has been
cheeks.
dating
wanted to
Anna
get it on.
Kournikova for 20 years. Shocked
Wow.
fans after he posted a video of himself getting intimate with a fan in Vegas on Friday. In the
He
clip,
was in Vegas?
yes.
Wow.
This is where this all happens.
I think that was cute. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, but I think that was cute.
The fan, okay, he went to
I
give
thought it was cute too.
the fan a kiss on the cheek, and then she turned her head and began kissing him on the lip.
That was a pretty intense kiss on the cheek, though, dude. Like, if you go
Yeah.
back to the video, it starts out like, I mean, you know, it was pretty
That's
intense.
not it. That's not it at all.
I think you gotta refresh.
So different. So different.
I'm like, oh, what happened to Enrique?
I think
Enrique turned.
Look at that. That's a pretty intense kiss. It was like he was like,
that's cute.
She must
I
have
don't know.
whispered something in his ear at that moment.
I think it's cute. I think it's cute.
oh my god,
That's a lot.
That was a lot. That was a
That's
long,
a lot. That's a lot. There's a lot happening here.
You know, I gotta say, poor Vic Mignogna. That's all I gotta say with this. 'Cause it's like, I mean, fuck.
I
Look at
know
this
he
shit.
doesn't do anything.
He
and
doesn't
he
do
gets accused of
anything.
Everything.
Oh my god. Wow. That's fun. We're having fun. Let's see what happened. Fans were divided over the intimate moment, with some expressing their jealousy and others asking about his tennis star partner. So lucky. You are the best to your fans. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I guess not in this case. A third commented, oh my God, I want to be her. While another stuck up for Kournikova, writing, I don't like it when other girls kiss you. Your kisses must only be for Anna.
I heard that he was super
Saying my name
abusive
is
to J Lo because didn't he marry J Lo?
He looks
for
like
a while?
a woman
Didn't he
here.
date-
Enrique? No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
I thought they dated.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
She dated the other one. She has 2 kids with what's his face.
Mark Anthony.
And
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
right,
All
right.
right.
Wow. They're not married, Iglesias and Kournikova.
They are not.
They are not married, but they have 3 kids together.
I guess if we find out that they're broken, that she wasn't happy about the kiss.
Right.
So
Oh my God.
we'll find out.
Well, I mean, if you watch that, he's clearly just giving her a kiss on the cheek, and she's like, "Oh, Enrique."
Taking advantage. Yeah, and it's like,
was like,
She
suck my
got
face.
overwhelmed by emotion.
again, nobody wants to see the fucking queen. Nobody cares. Do you guys care about the queen being dead? Her corpse
I
being
do.
torn
I
all
do.
around?
I
What?
do not. I'm
Okay.
sad.
Really?
I
Yeah.
wonder who will be on my money.
Yes,
I'm
I'm very,
sad
very
too.
sad about the queen.
There'll be another queen.
No,
there
not
won't.
for a
No,
long
it's like
time.
boys. guys.
Perhaps not in my lifetime.
Yeah. We got Charles, Harry, and then
No,
he has this
William.
Not
William,
Harry.
sorry,
We got
sorry.
Charles, William, then George.
George.
Isn't it a group effort anyway? Like, isn't she just like a figurehead?
No,
Or is that
she's
just an
so
artistry?
more.
She has power. She
Okay.
chooses not to
She was
exercise
a
the
great
power. but she has
person, and I'm very, very sad.
I feel like she was one of these people that was born to look 95 years old. Like, I feel like she has looked 95 years old my entire life.
I'm just impressed that she reigned for 70 years. Like,
Yeah, that's crazy.
She became queen at 27.
Yeah, I think 26 or 27. Yeah.
Wow.
25, I think.
crazy.
No keg stands for her.
I kind of wish Charles had abdicated so that it would just go to William.
Yeah.
And then we would have like at least like somewhat of a sane king at this.
Yeah.
Well, not
Charles,
weird.
as long as Camilla doesn't get anything, because I hate her.
Well, she's going to. She's like queen.
I know. Now she's the queen. It's just like,
Yeah. It's crazy.
Charles got his first job at the late age of 73.
73. Yeah.
Yep. Never give up on your dreams.
Yep.
You never know.
Patrick T, no dating advice from the panel. We gave
What?
some.
We gave like so much dating advice.
XSL. Ooh, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, we gave a ton of dating advice.
Yeah.
I'm yelling too much, and Frank is trying to sleep.
Oh.
Are we getting ASMR now?
I yelled a lot. To be honest, I did yell a lot this stream. But it's only because
Got
I
very excited. It
got
was a fun
excited.
stream.
I did too. I don't know. What I had
We've
a
all
lot.
been yelling.
Yeah, we've had. This is
Mhm.
just a high energy simpcast. I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I feel like I am simping for all of you.
Oh.
I'm simping for your boobs right now. They look amazing.
Thank you.
They do
This
look
shirt,
good, yeah.
I was saying earlier, I can only wear this shirt to stream in because, like, if I stand up and like take pictures in it, it's like, oh, that shirt's too small for you. But sitting, it's okay.
Oh, it's a good sitting shirt. I feel you.
It's a great sitting shirt. So, on that note, I guess we'll wrap it up. Xray good. Where can people find you?
You can find me Xray Girl on YouTube. I have a new channel, Xray Visions, where I work out and do all the stuff on there.
Xray
So you
Vision?
can simp for me there if you want.
It's called Xray Vision.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
so
my life
cute.
that I see.
That's so cute.
And yeah, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, a lot of places. So follow me there.
Nice. Melonie Mac.
Yay. You can find me on my newer YouTube channel that I upload on a lot more than my older one, and that's Melonie Mac Go Boom. And then I started streaming a little bit more on Twitch, so Melonie Mac, and all of my other social media is Melonie Mac.
Nice. Anna.
hi, I'm going to be painting in a little bit on my art channel, which is a very long name. So it's what is my art channel's name? I think it's the Art of Anna.
The art of that. Yeah.
But I made it that just so it matched my business license. But I'm going to be painting in a minute, trying to finish this and then getting started on the next one because I only have like a day. So I'll be painting. You guys can follow me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, locals, all of the social medias. Just look up that Star Wars girl. And you will eventually find me. But thank you for having me on again, Chrissy.
Oh my God. Thank you for doing it. And from Chris Stanley, Simp Money. Later, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Chris Stanley. Damajnai, I sent another SC. Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thanks, Dimajnai.
Nina Infinity.
You can find me on my channel, Nina Infinity, and I will be on Toxic Femininity tomorrow on Monday, and Xray Girl is always invited to join us there, and Tuesday, Real BBC with Az, Gary, and Mahler, and probably Xray Girl. There you go. Thank you, and I think I'll be on Chrissy's channel this Wednesday morning with
Frostcast.
Zipper and Frosk, so that'll be fun. And then Wednesday later at night, you can find me on my channel with Critical Drinker. I usually do my Wednesday evening shows at 10 p.m. Eastern, but because he's in the other side of the world and it's really late for him, it's going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern this Wednesday with Critical Drinker on my channel. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for inviting me. It was really fun.
Thank you for doing it, guys. And one last one from Rokeda. Since it's over, you all look lovely.
Aw.
Next time, I'll consider watching with volume instead of muted.
Oh, that's super
Thank
sweet.
you.
Sucks.
Thanks, Nose. Oh my God. Wait, before we go, Nose, while I was watching Rings of Power, the only thing I thought about was the fact that you look like all the dwarfs that I saw.
Wow.
That's all I kept saying.
That is not a
Even
compliment.
Disa?
No, not Disa, the men, like the king dwarf and
Durin?
and Durin. I was like, oh my God, that's Nick Ricada every time.
You're so nice, Nina.
Thanks.
You guys, if anybody's in Connecticut, I'm going to be at the Bridgeport Stress Factory this Thursday, the 22nd. Come check it out. It's going to be super fun. And then I'll be in New Orleans at the end of the month, September 30th and October 1st at the Comedy House, New Orleans. And then we got the Orlando Improv Comedians of the Compound Show on October 27th with myself, Anthony Cumia, Gino Bisconti, Alex Stein, Layla Hart. It's going to be an awesome show.
Yay, Layla.
From Camelot. I mute them. Do all their voices. You would.
That works.
Nick said I'm suing Amazon.
Yeah, and members, stay tuned. I'm gonna schedule a member stream pretty soon, and I can go through the other super chats that I missed tonight. I didn't see any that I missed, but it's possible. Yeah, Frost. We got Frostcast number 2 on Wednesday. So Frost will be there to answer all of your questions about G4. About who was fired, who wasn't. Christina, Amazon made me call. Rest in peace. We saw how that goes. Hashtag I don't understand.
It's
this.
okay. You still have your 6 figures, so you'll be just fine.
653.
All good.
Oh, this is a 653 thing. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You'll do okay, Nick. You'll do all right. Oh my God, yo, this was fun. This was fun, guys. Thank you so much for simping. Thank you, Xray Girl, Melonie, Nina, Anna, Brittany, Ari, and Missy, who was on earlier. Follow all of us, and we'll see you next time. Bye.